Have you been drinking, Erica? Well, thank you for the compliment. I wasn't going to go on till 9, but I was just messing around here, and I thought I'd come on early. Hey, Frisky. Hey, I wasn't going to come on till 9, but I was just kicking it, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you're sober. Okay, good. Well, scratch that then. Callie, how you doing? How you feeling today? I would have bought you lunch if you were around. That was good food. They have 2 locations around Augusta. I just started going there about a week ago, but it's pretty good. Erica, where do you live? And by the way, I'm collecting pain books for you. I'm going to wait till I get more and mail them to you all at once. Because good ones, that aren't like super out of date or hard to find. Oh, Oregon. Oh, okay. All right. Erica, I know you're out there in Oregon now. How'd you feel about the election? You said your hubby thinks like I do, Callie. What a great man. Erica, you want to come up here? Talk to us, introduce yourself. Just click on this link. We'll just party. Oh, Daisy, yeah, I took her with me today. I know when I signed on StreamYard, it said 27,000 days something, you're going to lose your access to YouTube. So I guess they had a long-term contract with them, and it's going to expire. It's like 9-10 years or something. Shit, I might not even be alive then. Overexcited, isn't that the truth? It was a good tired though. A lot of people told me that today. Oh, good, Erica. Boy, that's pretty tough coming from Oregon. Good for you. How'd you escape liberalism out there? Oh, good for you. Well, glad to have you. Well, we're getting a pretty good rain here, heavy rain. Hey, Will, how you doing? Eric, have you ever come up on a chat before? You want to come on tonight, Callie? Let's party. Will, you want to come up and chat? You don't need to show your face. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a blowout, wasn't it? Oh, good. Pleasantly surprised. That's always fun. Yeah, party time. Yeah, it's really coming down. I got a GoPro out there recording too. I was going to order one of those new cameras, those DJI Action Pro 2s. I guess they stopped selling them because of problems. So you can't even order one. I think that's pretty cool, though, to call everybody and say, hey, something's not working here. Why don't you hold off? Oh, that a girl. Yeah. That state's a wreck, too. And it really is nice to see Elon Musk and Joe Rogan step up to the plate. And Donald Trump is like not a fan of electric vehicles. Kind of strange. More questions than answers. Yeah, isn't that the truth? Same thing I feel. Yeah. Better believe it. Yeah, hope. Yeah. It's good for that. Yeah, that's right. Wonder why people like are reluctant to come up. Does anybody know? What are they afraid of? Hey Denise, how you doing? Are you on board for making America great? Gonna go to Hilton Head Friday. Film another sunrise. I would be there now, except it's raining. And believe me, there's nothing to do in Hilton Head. She said she was going to party tonight. Yeah, that's what she told me. Celebrate. Her sister's a big Trumpster too. So they were both happy. The good thing about Stephanie is she stepped up to the plate when it wasn't looking good. Pick up Marty's wife. She hates to drive, and every time I do that, I go a different way there and a different way after dropping her off. And I get to go to that good Jewish deli twice. Yeah, so really it's a sunrise, Jewish deli, and new photography every single time. Other than that, I wouldn't go. I mean, there's nothing for me to do there. There's no downtown. The Barnes and Noble's one of those mini ones. It's like the book selection sucks. I don't go to bars. Once the sun goes down, I'm done. I don't like watching TV either. So I try to avoid that place, and spend as little time there as possible. And another thing is when I go there from here, it's like 200 miles of, well, actually about 130 miles of total dark driving with zero chance of any photography. And the last time I did it, it's like there's a million deer. No, he drowned. He drowned about 6 months ago. Freak accident. Yeah. I like these tortoises. These are leopard tortoises here. Kind of cool. I'm enjoying these lovebirds too. I didn't think I would, but I do. They really come out and try and get you to like talk to them, and then they go back in their cage. They were like in bad living conditions in Birmingham, Alabama. Yeah, I know. I had them for like, I want to say 26 years or something. Yeah. Yeah. I was reading about these leopard tortoises, and they said they have different personalities, which is true. The two here, one's bashful, one's not. One only eats when nobody's around. The other one will come out and eat at your hand. It's crazy. And they navigate around in there, always go to the same place, face the same way. Pretty cool, really. The lovebirds are cute. They're so colorful. Kind of fun messing around with them. Yeah, they eat like vegetables and stuff. They eat a lot too. A tortoise eats a lot. Oh yeah, and the design of their shells is just gorgeous. Now leopard tortoises are solitary. They like being left alone. They're pretty cool. They're from Africa. You can get them babies from like little babies for like $350 up to like $2,100 for a bigger one. That was a red-footed tortoise, the one in Hilton Head. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I thought I would see some alligators the last time I was over. This is a good time to see them when you get warm days from cool nights, but I haven't seen any. I should go to a better place, but I don't. Kind of cool. But there's not too much to do at that place for me. And there's no place where you can park and watch boats go by. Or I was thinking of going and spending a night in Savannah, but I know the feeling, Callie. But there's just not enough there for me to like make it worth it. Like a tourist trap. Hot fudge, t-shirts, fudge, regular fudge. Stephanie was going to take a nap today. Usually what I do is I know I'm going to go on, like tonight I said at 9, I send people texts, because if you put up like more than a couple videos, they don't send out notices. But it doesn't really matter to me, but I try to let people know I'm going to be on. And I came on early because I'm tired today. I was up last night watching that, and then kind of got up early and just decided to stay up. That kind of thing. Anthony was disappointed his candidate lost. He said he's not going to fool around with politics anymore. Brisky, you want to come out and party? You have the purple wig? Yes. Yep. Yeah, they are. That's true. Yeah, you're right about that. Are you going to that thing out in the desert this year? Or is it, when is that thing out in the desert? That Burning Man? I forget when that is. It's probably, was it just over? I forget what time of the year it is. Isn't it fall? Or coming up or what? Oh, it ends on Labor Day. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. How'd it go this year? Did you go, or do you know anybody that attended? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's really raining. Oh, yeah, I remember reading about that. Yeah, when it was last year where they had those people blocking the road and the Park Service ran into their stuff. Yeah, it probably is. Yeah. I wanted to too, but the more I read about it, I don't think I could stand it out there that long. Yeah, I agree. I wish they'd use tanks next time. I'm sure I should look up some YouTube videos. It's crazy how they drag all that stuff out there. I may take a trip out there this winter. I'll see how it goes. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. 6 times. No kidding. Did you take any video or photos? Every time or just some of the times? No, I know you didn't go this year, but last year I know you took some, but are there more than that? Somebody told me Mark was on this morning, but I went and looked and I didn't see anything. Anybody happen to catch that? Well, I'm going to go back at least. Yeah, I will, because Ted's up there and I still have a kayak there I'm going to bring back, but I'm not that enthused about it, to tell you the truth. Oh, I'll have to check that out. I remember the photo of it, though. I didn't realize you had uploaded things on your channel, because I would have been subscribed, although that's kind of iffy. Yeah, I really don't have any reason to go back there, but I will to visit Ted. He had some health problems. I talk to him every day. He's off work for like 3 months. And I talked to Anthony this morning. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're coming out with better action cameras where you can just directly upload from the camera to YouTube. And it's getting easier and better, and the editings are included in the camera you buy. And so you don't need all this separate stuff like you used to. Yeah, sure are. Yeah, you got that right. Yeah. Ted, man, that's the shocker of them all, though. You'll never find a more disciplined guy. He was actually very calm. I was surprised. I mean, he sounded like someone that just got done running a marathon. And I talked to Ted later, and he said he was that way to him as well. I don't know what's going on with him. He's gained quite a bit of weight, too, I guess. And he told me he has already kind of backed off sports. And now he told me this morning he's going to back off politics. So we'll see. He goes to all the Democratic meetings up there and, sticks signs in yards and gives them something to do. I think he's elected to some capacity on this local organization. No, he wouldn't have been that way a couple years ago. So I'm assuming that it's just getting, maturing. Yeah. And, Trump win in Michigan was a shocker. So you just never know. I told Stephanie I was going to be on later, but like I said, I told people I wouldn't be on until like 9. But I thought I'm just like done with my stuff, and I will just come on early. You never know. Sometimes I end up talking to myself. I do that anyway. Yeah, I don't exactly know what the deal is on how many videos you can do before. It doesn't make sense that they don't send out notices, but I don't know whether that's to discourage multiple uploads or what. It's hard to say. It's fun having James's wife on. She's a good person to have. James a good guy too. So, there's high level autism. Works, reads, smart guy. Has a lot of hobbies, good artist. Anthony, he said he was thinking of coming up tonight. I've tried to encourage him to start a channel, and I'm surprised because a lot of people ask him about him. He's a big restaurant foodie, but he just hasn't done it, and he likes that kind of stuff. So it's hard to figure out what motivates him. He's a good guy, though. He's got a lot of interest, like crazy memory. I think he can type like 125 words a minute. Pretty cool. Oh, yeah, he's big time happy. So is his wife. And of course, that's the state Trump won. I didn't pay attention to stuff as much in the prior years as I did this year. It's interesting the way places vote and the way the different counties are so different that they border each other. In Wisconsin, too, he won. In Georgia, which is just hard to believe when you consider Atlanta. So it's definitely a blowout. Yeah, really happy. And around here, like, not this place right here, but in between here and Atlanta, there's just like tons of businesses. So, of course, you know how they voted. So they're happy. I heard a couple guys talking today about expanding now. They just kind of put everything on hold for the last couple years. Yeah, I hope they are too. Sure do. Well, it's going to be a lot different. Pay careful attention to interest rates, fuel prices, food costs, housing, and if businesses are getting a green light, taxes are going down, they're not going up. Social Security isn't going to be taxed. All the money isn't going to be blown that funds Medicaid and people that shouldn't be here. It's the way to go. Pulled a rabbit out of a hat. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the way I look at it. So time will tell. But it was definitely good news. I was kind of surprised by the margins, but it was a good surprise. Got me, I kept waking up and checking on it too. So I got like fractured sleep all night. I should have went back and slept for a couple hours. I take this blood pressure medication. I think it makes me get up. I mean, you take it in the day, you're tired, so that's out. So I don't know what the hell to do. Weird. You ever get rid of that motorcycle, Frisky? Marty let his brother-in-law borrow his motorcycle. He took off from Birmingham, Alabama. He's been making his way across the different states, and it snowed in New Mexico last night, flooded the day before in Texas. So it hasn't been quite the pleasurable trip he dreamed of. It's been like a lifelong dream of his to do this. Crazy. Yeah, I was doing the same thing. And then, you're checking different sources. And, it's funny, even like with, I got a good internet here. But even despite the internet and all the sources, all the data as you searched was still seemed to me way behind. It should have been real time and it wasn't. I mean, that's part of the reason you stayed up so late, because even though the data was there, they had a hard time getting it out. I switched around. I'm not really sure because I went to bed. I think they called it actually about 1 o'clock. I got a text from Stephanie, and that the Harris support group had disbanded, and that basically the hall was empty. But you still weren't able to get accurate numbers. That you just think it'd be like, you could see immediately. I mean, it's a computer age. I mean, what's all this other crap? But it just seems kind of antiquated. And you had those Western states, 3 hours behind the Eastern states. So it was going to be late no matter what. Yeah. And it's pouring outside. Yeah, it was exciting and fun, I'll tell you that. Can tell you're an adult now. I watch it just like my parents did. Or before you just wait, like till way after it was over. Callie, does your husband still work, or did he retire? Yeah. I talked to Michelle already, but she's another one that wasn't expecting me to come on till like 9. I told her things are going to get better for you, although it's probably not going to be like the other states. I mean, it's New York. They haven't done him any favors. Oh, good in July. Oh, good. Good for him. Is he bored out of his mind, or is he enjoying it? I've been thinking about going back in business again, like a legit business. Feel like inspired. New everything, new clients, new places to go. It's fun to have a business and see it get prosper. I've looked at other things, but it's nothing I can really get into. I mean, you could offer me a $500,000 a year to do nothing, and I wouldn't take it if it wasn't fun. I'm not doing any more work that sucks. 25 pounds lighter. Wow. Oh, awesome. Is he exercising now? Good for him. I've lost almost 30 pounds in a year from this stomach problem. And it's just basically been afraid to eat a bunch of stuff. It's been no dieting or anything. If I lose 2 more inches on my belt at the last buck, if I lose 2 more inches on my waist, I'll have the same waist size as I did as a sophomore in high school. I would have never bet on that in a million years. Now, it's a tight fit. I'm not kidding you, but I don't need to wear a belt. But if I can get down one other size, it'll be good. I'd like to get down around 200 pounds if I could. I think I'd feel like a lot better. Maybe like 10 pounds more. But it's crazy how you overeat. I've realized that compared to what I eat now. Oh, good for him. Yeah, you feel better. Helps your cortisol levels, which are linked to sleep and well-being and all sorts of other things. Hormone levels. I've kind of got off my good sleep schedule a little bit, but it's way better than it was. I mean, my whole life, I had a hard time going to bed at night. I just like get excited as the night goes on. Nobody around, windows open now, just to hear the crickets and animals, surf the internet, read. But I just find on that schedule, I'm not very productive. I don't like get things that are important done. Oh, good for him. Last hole in the belt. Wow. That's where you really know if you've lost weight. I don't even get on scales except when I go to the doctor's office. That's, has a lot to do with water, blah, blah, blah. But the old fashioned way is where you're at on your belt. Because it has to be like a legit loss. You just can't be dehydrated or something like that. And then you're always trying to get to the one more hole lower. And if you go too soon, it's too tight. Yeah, good for him. Yeah, one day sometimes. Oh, good. That's good. The vulture's been out here eating left and right. We haven't had much rain here like we used to. It's been the same kind of everywhere. Can't believe it's November already. I gotta write something down too. Forgot about where my damn pen is. Yeah, they are. They're all in good shape, that's for sure. Feed them all now. They ate 2 full chickens tonight. You'd think that cutting it up would make it easier, but actually it seems like they like tearing into it as if it was laying on the side of the road. Bees are great. Going through, we supplement their food all winter long. Fall too. And they, on a good day, they'll go through a whole quart of sugar water, which keeps them from tapping into their honey reserves. The bees here have it made. These vultures are super cool birds. I just ordered a small book I could find on them. I like a skeleton of a vulture. There's an entirely different leg structure on the blacks than the reds. They walk different, fly different, everything. The black vultures are kind of like beefed up landing gear. I mean, they'll quit flying like 4 feet above the ground, just plop down. They don't care. Big, giant, like turkey legs. Well, the blacks, the original blacks, they'll bump into me while I'm feeding them. The reds, 50 feet. Yeah, of course, that's been the babies, like these have known me since right a day out of the egg, or at least saw me. It's funny, when I go out there, all the reds take off and the blacks that I know just stay there. Like they've banged on the door in the last week a couple times, but they haven't been consistent in coming all the time. Yeah, I don't know where they take off to for a couple of days. I'd love to track them. I mean, they really have no reason to leave. They get fresh water, a great place to lay eggs. and a steady supply of great food. Why you would go anywhere, I don't know. And they don't migrate, although they do move around and socialize. So it's a mystery to me. But they're super cool birds, huge birds. I never thought in a million years I'd be able to get that close to them. Now, like yesterday, they're still a little skittish. Like they weren't like that in the summer, but I don't know whether people mess with them or they're just on high alert. But like when I throw the food, they'll back up a few feet. Where the summer they got where they wouldn't do that. They could be eating and I'd just be throwing it all over the place and they didn't care. But now they seem, it's a natural reaction when something's coming your way. And that seems like that's come back a little bit with their inconsistency on feeding. Yeah, it's so fun, man. Now I'll videotape the eggs this year when they hatch and the babies and do the same thing all over again. But I did upload that one video about a week ago where that was last year's babies and this year's babies. And I got right up to them, so I love to know like how that happens. Because even though I was going out and feeding the black vultures as babies, they were still skittish. They'd still hiss when I went in there, and I'd always talk to them. And even at that, the big aggressive baby, who I'm assuming is a male, maybe not though, because he's bigger than the other one, so that could be female, was always trying to stab me with his beak. And just one, when I go out, when they first came outside, we're looking around at the world. Remember, they were big, yellow, and fuzzy, and they'd see me and they'd go back inside the house. And then one day, they stayed out there, and then another day, they just walked out with the parents. It was like you turned a switch on. So I don't know whether the mother gets a message across, but they were pretty wild acting, and within like 48 hours, just turned into kind of like chickens I was feeding. And I'd love to know how that communication is sent. And I'll know, like, sometimes I'll go out, I know they recognize me. I can get closer to them than Marty, but I did a lot more than Marty, but they know he's okay too. And when I'm walking out there, they get excited. You'll see them like put their wings out real quick and like get jittery. And like they're excited. I'm coming out there with food and they relate me to the dinner. And like I said, they'll bang on the door, sit up on the porch. If you haven't come out, Marty's a much earlier riser than I am. So like the other day, they're up on the porch waiting, and I'm sure they'd been banging on the door, but nobody was here. Hey, Jeff, how you doing? Yeah, they're super cool birds. I mean, they're huge too, 5-foot wingspan. And just the other day, there was a whole flock of black vultures soaring. I'd never seen that before. They fly a completely different way, and I never saw them doing that. They were flying just like the turkey vultures and soaring better than I thought without flapping their wings. It's neat. Yeah, I really have fun with them. And they make that unique sound when they flap their wings, like a whipping sound, like a whip going through the air. And it's crazy how tough those wings are. You'd think when you had a 5-foot wingspan, you can hear them banging the branches when they're going through the trees. It doesn't seem to bother them a bit. Oh, that's weird, Langan. Well, I wouldn't see many vultures. I've learned a lot. I'll tell you another thing, too. That's a myth that they like rotten meat. They don't. Actually, about the shelf life on meat for black vultures is about 12 hours, and they don't want it after that. And they don't like processed food. They don't like bologna, hot dogs. And they don't like chicken livers, gizzards, turkey necks, chicken wings. None of that. Now, the red vultures, and I don't know if that is because there's so many of them, but they seem to eat anything. But I've even had them walk away from spoiled hamburger. Yeah, you pay attention to that when you see them. The dead deer aren't dead that long. They're not eating deer that were hit by a car a week ago. They'll pass on it. It's weird. And they're very much motivated when they get like fresh meat. Although all meat for human consumption, minus chicken and pork, like the red meat, the crappy red meat I get, that's still hanging for 2 weeks before it makes it to the market. So it's already breaking down and much softer than it would be otherwise. But they sure seem to like it, but there's just certain things they don't like. And Daisy gets the gourmet dog food. And if they're absolutely starving, and I've seen them bite into the gourmet dog food and spit it out and then wipe their beak on the ground trying to get that off their beak. So it's weird. You'd think they'd just eat anything and as much of it as they could, and that's just not true. Yeah, and now black vultures pretty much get food by following red vultures. They can't smell at all. It's all by eyesight. But the red vultures are right up there with bloodhounds. I'm surprised that law enforcement hasn't trained them and put trackers on them, because they can handle a tracker, no problem. I mean, I see the red vultures take off with a full-sized chicken breast, and that's heavy, when you compare it to their body weight. So a little old micro transmitter, they put it on songbirds, would be nothing. I guarantee you, if you had bodies like in rural places, it'd save you so much trouble. The only bad thing about that is like they're smart about where they land. They're aware of the wind direction, and they've just evolved to have a pretty good guesstimate of what it takes to get the hell out of there if they get spooked or something charges them. But I'll tell you, the more that I've dealt with these and lived here, I've learned a lot of things. And one thing is, I don't get the impression that anything messes with vultures. I don't know why. My guess would be the acid in their stomach, and they've just evolved to stay away from them. They don't even seem to mess with the babies, because the babies to me would be easy pickings. And as they get older, the parents won't stay with them all night long. And you'd think raccoons and possums would go in there, and they don't. And another thing, and this was included in Michigan and other places that I've lived, is you would hear these stories about people losing their pets. They get in a car accident and they'd take off and they couldn't find it, and they never found the dog again. But I don't find any evidence anywhere that coyotes are eating people's pets when they get lost. I mean, nobody's finding dog collars inside coyotes' guts. Nobody's finding a chihuahua half eaten. It's weird. My guess would be the scent. And it's just like when they smell people, they stay away from them. So a lot of this stuff you assumed was happening just isn't. I mean, there's weird things, and until you experience it, it's like folklore. You tend to think hey, Victoria, you tend to think as dairy cattle is just like these benign, easygoing things that you just milk to death until the day they die. About 150 people a year get killed by dairy cattle. And 75% of the time, they're protecting a baby. That's interesting when you consider all the generations of domestication and being around these people as they milked them. But yeah, somebody will go in there to do something, and that thing will, a dairy cow is still 600, 700, 800 pounds. And when they ram you head on between that metal gate and their forehead, it's tits up. Yeah, but you learn a lot, at least I have, through just empirical observation. The squirrels out here now don't run when they see me. They have figured out over time that there's no need to run. It's pretty cool, which is also why during deer season, which we have now, you'll see deer grazing along the median during a busy highway during deer season. You think, what the hell? Well, you're not going to see bucks hardly ever. That's a whole different behavior. We get a few around here, but not much. Right now it's rut season. They're crazy. And what gets most of them killed is carelessness. They're out there trying to pass on their genes, and it gets them killed. This is an okay county for deer hunting. It gets better as you head west, like Morgan County, bigger deer, more educated hunters. Where I was living up in West Branch, Michigan, they do a pretty good job of, like let's say you were going to open a new store and they get those big plastic signs that they stick in poles out front, opening the tent or something like that. And these, they do printed plastic signs that are maybe 5 feet tall and 10 feet wide. And they show you a series of photographs of bucks, like 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. And like the 1 and 2 year have little like spikes. And then by the time they get to the 10th year, they look like a buck that would be on the front of a deer hunting magazine. And the idea is to encourage people to let them grow. I was talking to a lieutenant at the fire department at Augusta the other day getting gas, and he belongs to a hunting club. And once you belong to this club, their rule of thumb is if you any deer you shoot, minus a doe, any buck you shoot, you have to get it stuffed, taxidermied. And that keeps people from shooting bullshit. And if they shoot one accidentally, or it's a new hunter that's just getting going, you're going to go on. I don't know what it costs to get a deer head mounted, but you're going to pay to have this little bullshit spike horn mounted. And that seems to be the best lesson of all to get people to quit doing it. Yeah, I don't deer hunt. It wouldn't interest me, but it's a big deal down around here. They're everywhere. I see more deer here than I do in Michigan. Now I can go out there and I can be sitting on the chair out there, and there's about 5 deer that recognize me, recognize my scent. They realized I'm harmless. But the other ones run like hell. And if I come in like late some night with the brights on, I'll see a buck or two, which you never saw in Michigan. So it's pretty cool. But there's no shortage of deer here, that's for sure. And when I had those trail cams up a few years ago, it was interesting, all the stuff that eats together at night. Hey, Terry, I've seen deer, bucks, does, raccoons, possum, coyotes, wild pigs, all eating corn together. You wouldn't think that would happen, but it did. Yeah, the fox, they don't seem to come around, but they'll come around later. I was in a real busy, I went to Evans today, which is just northwest of Augusta. And I saw a silver fox killed in the road, which is pretty rare. How you doing, Terry? Yeah, so it's fun just watching this stuff and seeing how they make it. It's just crazy that you can be born into the wild and like no intervention and like live that long. Just curling up at night during cold and rain and not breaking your leg, spraining your ankle, getting a cold, catching the flu. Yeah, I've seen 2 bobcats here run across the street, young ones. And one time I was getting in Gaylord, Michigan, about 60 miles from where I live, getting on the expressway during a snowstorm, and an adult ran across the expressway. The DNR did a study up there on bobcats where they put a lot of trail cams, and they were surprised at how many fawns that bobcats ate. They did a similar study here with rattlesnakes here in Alabama as well, and they were surprised how many animals ate copperheads and rattlesnakes to survive. Hawks, fox, coyotes. Yeah. Yeah, no, they're around here, and they're up in Michigan too. Hey, Crunch and Munch, how you doing? Yeah, so it's they're super cool looking, big giant paws. I was just watching a YouTube video the night where a guy caught one and let it go, and it was he didn't want to get out. He let him out of the cage, and the thing acted like it was going to attack him. it didn't, and ended up taking off. But yeah, I don't know how you'd ever get away from one of those things if he grabbed you. It looks like needles at the end of those big giant paws, and they're like super muscular, sharp. Crunch and Munch, how'd you feel about the election results? They put a big smile on your face? Yeah, bobcats. I'd love to see like a baby bobcat. It's cool. Yeah, but they are around here. And I have a neighbor that sees them. I don't know about down here, but I think you can there's a season for trapping them. I don't really, I'm not big on that either, but it's not up to me. I remember walking the railroad tracks up in West Branch. People trap beavers too. You wouldn't believe the damage beavers can do. I know a guy that was running damage to humans, right? They're just being beavers. But I ran into a guy that was running a airport up in northern Michigan, and he went on vacation for a week, and in a week he was gone. Those damn beavers, it's interesting how they fell these trees, and the water came up, it flooded the runway, it was into the hangars, all over a week. It took them like a month to straighten that out, and it took the beavers less than a week to divert all this water and put the airport underwater. Oh, that's great, Crunch and Munch. Good. Yeah, the party time's on. He's going to drop the charges on P. Diddy because he said it was his understanding that there were going to be some great parties there. Oh, is that what they do? Oh, that's interesting. They bite the tree and listen. There's a couple guys on YouTube that seem right up to him, where they're videoing him, and the beaver doesn't seem to mind. Strange. Well, that's good. He needs more women like you around, Crunch and Munch. You may be a little old for him, though. I'm warning you. Groping is once again popular. Yeah. See, they call it destructive, but not if you're a beaver. The beaver's just being a beaver. Oh, bite and listen. Oh, that's interesting. Are in tune to the tree. Wow. No, thank you, Crunch and Munch. Yeah. It's not often you get female Americans to rise to the level of making this whole thing work. Yep, P. Diddy is going to drop the charges. He told P. Diddy that don't worry about things. Things are going to be taken care of, and that the next time he brings women from foreign countries for all-night partying to drop the handcuffs. So things are improving in different kind of ways. He pardoned that scumbag mayor in Detroit, and also the crooked governor from Illinois. So if he likes you, you're in good shape. Doesn't matter what you do. Politics. Now, if you were running for office and you needed, let's say, you hoped for the black vote in Detroit, this is where it comes down to winning. And the blacks thought that the black mayor got a raw deal. And then a white guy comes in and pardons him. I mean, you can't tell me that didn't garner you some votes. How many? Who knows? But that's how politics work. It's like trading hostages for machine guns and vice versa, and trading spies for lesbian, dope-smoking basketball players. This is how it works. It isn't if it's right or wrong. Does it further your cause? Same with the law. Forget right or wrong in a courtroom. Is it legal or not? Big difference. Yeah. And Trump said that he's just, I wrote the campaign manager an email, and I said, hey, look, just when you get these porn stars that need extra money, hey, Dolly, please don't write the check out of campaign funds. It got you in a lot of trouble in New York. And I'd be glad to contribute to the payment plan. Yeah, the economy, that's what I based it on. I mean, look, I say all the time, we voted for the best of the worst. I have voted strictly for the economy, the illegal immigration, this trans bullshit getting funded, raping Medicare, fucking Social Security, jacking oil prices up, letting interest run rampant, and runaway inflation. I based my entire vote on that. If I really, sat down and made a list and considered his personal indiscretions and his personality, I'd have never voted for the motherfucker. I know this, but it was for the overall sanctity of what America used to be. Hey, Drifter. The best of the worst. That's exactly what we voted for. And I want to thank any Democrat that's listening right now for coming up with your candidate. Couldn't have been better. Thank you. Thank you. And you look at states like where Jeff's from. Thank you for coming up with her. You couldn't have fucked up worse. Yeah, it was perfect. You lost to an 80-year-old, big mouth, ass-grabbing, pussy-chasing philanderer that doesn't pay his bills. You're the second biggest loser in the world. You lost to him. I mean, I never thought I'd see this repeated again after Hillary Clinton. She was signing books. I loved to have been a fly on the wall. Yeah, well, it's politics, Drifter. I mean, that's because you're a reasonable guy that actually deciphers between right or wrong. But when you get to that level, it's votes, baby. That's it. It's votes. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Except when you trade for lesbian basketball players. That was fucking bullshit too. Now, on one hand, who doesn't know that you don't go over to a place like Russia with fucking vape pens that have marijuana in them? I mean, these people give you 100 years for fucking having a drink in a gay bar at a blind pig under gay bar. I mean, so I blame her, but it just gave them a chance to fuck with the U.S. And, they had the entire ability to lock her up, and they did it. Oh, foreign wars, enough is enough, yeah. Yeah, arrogant, yep. Yeah, her girlfriend said that her clit healed, so there was a silver lining to it all. I've heard her interviewed before, and she actually doesn't seem like a bad person. I mean, a lot of these people, just because you don't agree with them, it's like the trans, the gay shit, all that. I don't give a fuck. I just don't want to pay for it. I don't. I mean, you can do that all. I don't want guys getting their dicks cut off and joining girls' swimming teams in the Olympics. Not happening. This illegal stuff. There's a protocol for coming in here. That just spit in. Who's really going to get it broke off in their ass? That happened here last spring. Sanctuary cities. They had a young girl get murdered up at the University of Georgia, where I go all the time, Athens, by one of these Venezuelan cocksuckers that shouldn't have been here to begin with. He should have been deported. But because it was a sanctuary fucking city, he got bubble baths and fucking rocked to sleep at night in probation when he should have been deported. He should not have been over here to begin with. Hey, Impala. He should not have been over here to begin with. Fucking sanctuary city. Well, those days are over. These guys need to go out in the end of a big leather boot. Oh, Paul Harvey. I love Paul Harvey, actually. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think it's mental illness, though, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm always like fucking reading shit. I wake up and start reading stuff in the night. It's crazy. I mean, I never got good grades in anything. I still couldn't. Even stuff that I like, it was fucking, I mean, I liked aviation. I think I got attention deficit disorder, although it's getting better. Even stuff that I like aviation, man, it fucking took me forever to like do that bullshit. I mean, there'd just be sections of it I hated. And rather than just buckle down, do it, I'm a terrible student. I really am. I'm going to go to my grave just being a fucking C- student, but that's all right. Yeah, I think it is ADHD, but it's really just AD. Because for the complete diagnosis of ADHD, like even though I'm old, I don't run around a Christmas tree and nobody tells me to stop. You know what I mean? It's basically just attention deficit, but I am getting better. Last night I watched 2 hours and 10 minutes of Pornhub without doing anything else. Well, you remember that, but you remember May that used to come on. She was, yeah, ADD. That's right. ADD. Yeah. ADD. You're right. May used to come on here. I get them mixed up now. It used to be defined like transvestite, everybody knows, guy dressing as a girl. Transsexual is getting your organs changed. Well, as it turns out, transgender, you can have a big schlong like May did and then get breast augmentation, go on hormone replacement. So you keep that's where May told me that's where hey, I see Daryl Hannah's got a YouTube video about autism. That's where the money was, and that's why she went into it. And these trans, for whatever reason, have longer lives as prostitutes. They can like do it to your 50s and 60s. It's interesting, really. One night in Bangkok. I was picking up some shit at a grocery store over in Washington yesterday, and I heard the clerk, older lady, probably my age, singing to the YMCA song, Village People. And I said, do you know what that means, that song? And she said, yeah, just people, this is heavy duty Christian Baptist territory. She said, yeah, it's just people going to the YMCA. I said, it's people going to the YMCA, but do me a favor. Listen to the lyrics. It's about homosexuality. She said, no way. I said, it is too. She said, well, thank you. I will do that. I'm spreading the love. Inattentive. Yeah, I had that. Impulsive for sure, both. Well, it's two types, isn't it? Oh, ADHD, inattentive, impulsive. I'm definitely impulsive, though I've gotten better. Inattentive, depends what the subject is. I'm pretty sure I got it. Dressing as a woman, but you can always tell when they speak. Well, but here's the thing. I mean, I was just talking to Marty about this tonight. In that, I do believe, from what I've read, I do believe there's a biological basis for homosexuality. Haven't you met guys with wives and children, you'd swear to God they were gay? And the feminine voice with guys, I used to think that was an act, but I don't anymore. They just talk like that. So I do think there's a biological, it's not a bad habit. It's not Satan getting into your mind. One of these days they're going to figure that out. But I don't, I think the voice thing, well, I don't know about that because, you're right, to tell you the truth, because May had kind of a guy voice. Now, they've gotten better at it over the years, shaving down the Adam's apple. But to me, the biggest place that I notice it is the hands. Oh, God, I struggled to get mine. You could get it, though, Terry. I mean, just take it in chunks. You know what I mean? If you live by me, I'd make sure you got that damn thing, because I appreciate what other people go through, and I was lucky to pull it off. And I would, if you lived near me, I'd guarantee you'd get it if I was like your neighbor. I tried every trick in the book, and it finally worked. And let me tell you another thing, too. When you don't come from a dad that's a pilot or a neighbor that's a pilot, and all you know about pilots is airline guys and stuff you see on TV. Well, YouTube wasn't around back then. It was like, you're thinking, there's no fucking way I'm ever going to be a pilot. And so when you take the training, at least when I did, and there you get to certain parts, it's like, man, I'm never going to learn this bullshit, man. It just seemed like you had to be like an all A student. Wrong, completely wrong. I know 2 illiterates that were Learjet captains. I mean, they got by with what they needed to know to fly an airplane, but outside that, they couldn't write you a fucking letter. And since then, and this is like over a 40-year period, some of the dumbest motherfuckers I know are pilots. I'm not bullshitting you. Yeah, inattention. ADD means people who are more inattentive to things that aren't interested in super. Yeah, okay, that's me then. For sure. Fuck, if I could have, taken undergraduate studies and turned them into pornography, I'd be a neurosurgeon. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I think it's like being an athlete, a singer, a writer. I think this stuff's a gift. And if you talk to people at the top of their game, either you got it or you don't. Same with boxing, punching power. You can go and you can do all right as an amateur, and you may even forge a living making it in as a professional fighter. But when you get to the top of the heap, like a Muhammad Ali or a Mike Tyson or a Sugar Ray Leonard, that's just not outworking everybody. That's gene expression. Look at Bobby Fischer, high school dropout, just kicking the Russians' ass, who had entire teams and an infrastructure set up to be tops. And he just handed their ass to him. Another smart Jew. And take like, famous poets. Either you have it or you don't. Songwriters. That's a really, you can see good singers, good bands, but they can't write songs. I say it all the time. You go to a place and they're going to play an original. It's like, oh my God, just give me a gun to shoot myself. Not that much, Drifter. No, not really. Not as much as you'd think. It's not really like that. If you've got shitty depth perception, you'd be a bad driver. But flying, I mean, you're out there in a plane, you pull it out of the hangar, you're driving it around. Once in a while, you're waiting in line, hardly ever. You're on a runway by yourself. You're taking off by yourself. You're landing by yourself. I mean, you're super protected. I mean, you got to go out of your way to be running into shit. And I think you could even have depth perception problems, but you could still fly a plane fine. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not that hard. I don't think it is. In depth perception. You'd think it'd be like that, but it's not. I don't think it is. It's just like any other thing. I mean, depth protection, where you need is walking down a flight of stairs. Flying's not like as demanding as you would think it is. I don't think it is. You can fly a plane like easy. Maybe you got good depth perception, maybe you don't. And if you're flying and you're always listening to other people talking when you're going in and out of airports, you wouldn't believe some of the stupid shit these people do. And if you I don't like I used to, but if you keep up to crash analysis, I mean, they get these professional pilots all the time on their days off, flying their own plane, crashing. And then you read how they crashed, and it's like, how did you get away with this so many years? Oh, yeah. Oh, Piper Cub. Oh, he did. Those engines are relatively affordable, though. Piper Cubs used to be cheap. I've probably read 50. Everybody thinks a Piper Cub is just this little benign airplane and it's safe. Well, it is pretty safe, but I've probably read 50 crashes where people have killed themselves in Piper Cubs. It can happen. But because it's like 66 horse or something, they treat it like it's a toy. But I would think those engines are a dime a dozen. Now, the Super Cub took over. There's a bunch of airplanes with similar design that are cheaper. Kit Fox. There's a million of them out there. I haven't really kept up to it. I used to go to all the air show events, Sun and Fun in Lakeland, Oshkosh in Wisconsin. But shit, I'm so far behind aviation's ridiculous. If I decided to do it again, I'd need to really sit down for a month and learn airspace again and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's right. That's good, Terry. Cool. Oh, cool. Yeah, Piper Cubs are neat. I've probably got 10 hours in them. I didn't really like them that much. They're slow. They're for an airplane to like you have on a farm. You want to go land in the field of your buddy's farm, that kind of thing. There's a famous Sam Lyles, great painter. Sam Lyons, Lyons. And I met him at an air show in Kissimmee, Florida. I just moved down there. I got a VIP through a CPA, and then went to a private party. Met the French Connection, who died about 3 years later by running into each other. Met the Bread Baron Pizza team. They crashed, killed a couple guys. Met Bob Hoover. I mean, anybody that was big time was at that party. It was super cool. And it was just a great experience. Yeah, took off for cornfield. Yeah. Oh, in the Air Force. Well, it's not so much depth perception, it's eyesight. And the old theory on that was, if a bird came through the window and your glasses got broke, now what? But in civilian aviation, you can have glasses, but that's the only reason they did it. I mean, if you've got, 500 pilot jobs and 50,000 people applying, why would you go with a guy with glasses? Yeah, wheels too. There's some recent crashes on YouTube where they had the wheels down and they landed in the water. That flips. But look at some of those seaplanes that crashed on YouTube. There's a new one that just went up about a week ago where they forgot to retract the wheels. I know 2 guys that have landed with gear up. Forgot to put the gear down. You get distracted fucking around. I mean, it's embarrassing as hell. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you miss, you do like 3 checklists in your mind when you're landing. A lot of that happens when let's say you have your high oil pressure and they give you a priority and you're hoping this engine doesn't seize, and you're thinking about that, and they clear you to land and you're watching the temperature and you're glad you got down, you forget to put the damn gear down. There's a lot of YouTube videos like that as well. I know an instructor did it, a guy that flew a Messerschmitt that did it, actually 3 guys, an attorney that did it that was going through a divorce. Yeah, there's some good videos on YouTube for that gear up landings. There's some good off-field landings too. P-51s. There's tons of people that run out of fuel. I don't know them, but a place where I kept my airplane, they did all my work, there was a KLM pilot, 747 pilot. He ran in an airplane and ran out of fuel going to New York from Ann Arbor and landed in a quarry. He got in huge trouble. There was a deal, you can look this up, Ann Arbor, Michigan. This just happened in June. I know the guy that owns the flight school. And the guy had been a new instructor, although about 40 years old, took a University of Michigan student up for an introductory flight. What that is you pay $68 and they fly around for a half hour, let you steer, help them land, get you hooked on aviation. That fucking guy did not check the fuel before he took off. Has a student in a guy on an introductory flight, wasn't a student yet, runs out of fucking fuel, is in a perfect place to make an off-field landing in a Cherokee 140, fucks the landing up, pulls up, stalls the airplane, and crashes. He got killed, and the student, last I knew, was in intensive care. And once you read an article like that in the paper, hey, Mark, you never get an update on their condition. Yeah, look it up. Ann Arbor, Michigan. Instructor killed. The guy had a wife, 3 children. But, I never, hey, Jeff, I never second guess crashes. Unless you were there, you don't really know what happened. I'm lucky I never crashed. Was she fucking with you?
I don't know.
Lock her ass out of there and I'll put her in.
Fucking Clarendon's kicked in.
No, that would have been long gone by now.
I'm kidding.
If you feel like beating Daisy, it's working. Hey, Mark, how you doing? Why don't you come on up? Let's party. Mark Kropk at Pirate Radio. Somebody told me you were on this morning, but I went and looked, and I didn't see you on, and I didn't see a video later.
Don't forget your phone, Tom.
No, I'm just charging. What, she was just bullshitting?
One of a jump a tree.
God, that dog is so spoiled.
You think?
I mean, huge. She knows, though, man. I mean, like we say, she's smart.
She's worse than any one of my kids.
I'll break her damn back if she wakes me up to go to the bathroom. Because she can hold it.
Yeah. Now, if she sounds shit, she can't.
Yeah, but that's usually because of like a damn spicy hot dog.
But she'll wake you up for that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can have stuff like that happen, yeah. Right? Mark, are you up this morning? Hang on a second. I'm going to grab my phone and grab a water. Mark Kropk, Pirate Radio. Mark Kropk, Pirate Radio.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, hang on. I'm going to grab my phone real quick.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, hang on. I'm going to grab my phone real quick. Hey, hang on. I'm going to grab
Sorry. Where am I? Here I am. Here I am. How's everybody doing tonight? Terry Towner. Hi, Terry. Hey, James. How you doing, man? How's Mrs. James? She's so much fun to listen to, you know. Yeah. So I'd like to know where you're going in your motorhome first, James. What's your, you got any like trips planned? Major excursions? Hey, Jeff. Hi, Frisky. You're at work, eh, James? Bummer, man. Someone's got to do it, though, pal.
Mark, were you on this morning?
Yeah, I was doing an experiment.
Oh, okay. So is that why it is now?
Yeah, I privatized it.
Oh, okay.
It was just dumb. I was just seeing, working on some of the levels and playing with some of the switches on Restream and experimenting for the karaoke thing we got coming up.
Oh, when's that happening?
I don't know yet. Soon, I hope. I want to try and do it before the end of November.
Oh, okay.
I got back to work on it. I've been busy with stuff, and then I kind of dropped the ball on it for a little while after a few things happened, and then now I'm picking it back up again.
Oh, okay.
We'll do it. I'm looking forward to it.
I just got a text from Stephanie. She's going out celebrating with her sister on the Trump win. What did you think about that, Mark?
Well, you know, that took me by surprise, to tell you the truth. I thought from the momentum that the woman Kamala Harris had gathered, I really thought it was going to be a lot closer.
Yeah.
But Trump sure took it by quite a margin, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, you're not kidding.
So America spoke. America picked who they wanted. I can't understand it. It wouldn't have been my choice for you guys, but I did a little bit of digging, and a poll here in Canada shows 67% of Canadians chose Trump over Kamala, for president. Their preference was Trump.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Why does that surprise you?
That fact doesn't really surprise me because they've been wanting to get Trudeau out,
Yeah.
and Trudeau being a liberal would have had a lot more support from Kamala Harris had she become president.
Yeah.
So they wanted to see Trump become president, and maybe it's going to help with the ousting of Trudeau soon.
Mm-hmm.
Because there will be another election coming up next year for us. And the way things are sitting now, the Conservatives will get the Liberals out of the vice. What am I saying? Prime Minister's office.
Mm. Yeah, well, I mean, I think it'll be good for business for Canada.
Well, I don't know. There's a tariff that it will probably be imposed for all goods, which is 10% right across the board, from what I hear.
Now,
Sure.
did he do that last time with Canada?
He was I don't know. This isn't my expertise, Tom.
Yeah.
So I hate talking about shit I don't know. That's why I clam up a lot. But I think that he was working on something like that.
Yeah.
And he's a shrewd businessman. He's going to run your country like a shrewd business.
Yeah.
Of course,
I mean, I didn't vote for him because of his personal life.
No.
Especially for the economy. I mean, do you guys have much of an illegal alien problem there?
We have a fair share, but we let in something like 1.5 million, 2.5 million immigrants since Trudeau has come into power. And we have a bit of a problem with housing and taking care of these immigrants that were legally let in, let alone illegal immigrants. No, we don't have the same problem that you have because of our proximity to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
We're kind of isolated compared to you.
Yeah. Now, we have like what are called sanctuary cities, not for long though, where you're illegal, you're not supposed to be here, and they allow you to stay. Do you have that there?
Not that I heard of. No.
So they send you back?
They lock you up, they give you a hearing, and then they send you back, I believe.
And do you guys support or subsidize like trans operations? Is that paid for in any way through the taxpayers?
I'm not sure about that one. I'm pretty sure that it is. It can be subsidized if you can prove that it's a medical necessity, which it would include psychological necessity, I suppose. I don't know.
How could it be a medical necessity?
I guess it wouldn't be unless it's something at birth. Maybe, I don't know. I hear stories about how doctors are holding a hermaphrodite baby in their hand and they're assigned a sex to the baby.
Right, but that's different than getting your Peter lopped off and a hole drilled.
No, I know, but it's a psychological thing that maybe the doctor made the wrong choice and you lived as a woman with a man's brain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Well, that's vice versa for the rest of
Now,
Europe.
how do you guys work the bathroom thing over there? Like in
I haven't seen anything different. I have not seen anything like in truck stops and major like hotels and restaurants and such.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything like that.
And if a guy got his pecker lopped off, could he be on the female Olympic Canadian team?
I doubt it now. Not with all the shit going down. I hope not, because it's. I'm against it. That's for sure.
What don't you like about it?
About men trans being on women's team.
Yeah.
The muscular, the physique of a man. Sure, he's going to lob his penis off, but he's still got strong upper body that'll, outperform a woman any day, depending on what they're doing.
Okay. Yeah, and
right?
I don't really have a problem with any of this either, other than paying for it and being on opposite sex sporting teams. I think it's unfair too.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. We got to
as
change.
far as the lifestyle, it's not my business what people do sexually.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, who cares?
who are we to
Yeah.
judge other people, right?
Now, did you keep up with Trump much as a Canadian?
Sort of. Like, I couldn't help getting, especially near the end,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of news, and it would report on both party leaders' uh, progress through the election process.
Yeah.
So yeah, to a fair. Like I heard a lot of news about more news about Trump than I did about
Well,
Kamala
did you
Harris.
hear about the ass grabbing, the pussy grabbing,
Yeah.
the paying the porno movie star off?
Yep.
Would
Oh,
that affect if that happened in Canada, would that affect your opinion on voting for a candidate, or do you base it on other things?
huge. It wouldn't. He wouldn't. He would have been disgraced and outed. Uh,
Really?
yeah. Oh yeah.
So that
And
probably seems just odd to you that somebody that has done that would be reelected.
a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
And the convicted felon part is what got me.
The what? The what part?
Convicted felon.
Yeah. Well, that's
Still to be judged properly. Is that what is the opinion now? I think that that's in some people's opinion. He was convicted and
that's going to go. All that's going to go away though now, I think.
well, he has presidential immunity, does he not?
Yeah. Well, he wasn't a president when he's convicted, as far as I can tell, and I don't know this for sure. That once you get to this level, it's new rules, and that
Okay.
the charges will be dropped. I mean, it's kind of up there with their ability to pardon total scumbags, which he's done before. So
Yeah.
if you can do that,
You can do
why
it.
would felony convictions stick when the American people spoke and they want you to run their country?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just it's not like you and me getting caught doing the same shit.
Yeah.
You know? And you knew about the P. Diddy thing, didn't you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. How can you
He's
not?
going to drop the charges on P. Diddy.
Is that serious?
Yeah, and they're going to have parties at the White House. And he just asked P. Diddy to leave the handcuffs at home.
Shake the. You know what? Shake the other one, Tom. There's a bell on it.
Yeah. Now, Terry's talking about the Canadian guy that was smoking crack. That's the Toronto.
Yeah, that was Ford. Rob Ford, our mayor of
But it's
Toronto.
interesting to me that you guys would remember and think it's just egregious that he would grab ass and tits and be a convicted felon, but yet you had arguably the most popular mayor of Toronto that was on film smoking crack, and I think, was he reelected or got to stay in office?
He. It's been a while since this all went down.
Yeah.
He's long gone now. He's
Yeah,
dead
he died.
from stomach cancer.
But I mean, that smoking crack on TV didn't cost him his job.
He ended up staying for a bit. Yeah, he did, but he wasn't reelected.
Yeah.
Um,
No, but it was federal charges tried in state courts. It's weird, Drifter.
Again, that's local politics. That's municipal politics, as opposed to like federal politics,
Yeah.
where you're under the spotlight a lot more around the
So it's
country.
not a pardoning. It's something different. Yeah. But it didn't, from what you say compared to what happened there, it maybe most Canadians, or at least Canadians that lived in Toronto, you lived up around there, don't think the way you think. I mean, if you compared philandering and adultery to smoking crack, I mean, it's a felony in some circumstances, smoking crack in Canada, isn't it?
Yeah, sure it is.
So what's the difference?
Well, what exactly is your question here? I
The
don't
question
understand.
is like, I'm not knocking you, but you felt that what Trump did, it would never happen over there, but it did happen over there.
If it happened, no, what I said was what I meant was if it did happen here, it would be a major embarrassment and probably get somebody ousted from their party themselves would probably fire them because of the scandal that they brought. I don't think that, I like, we haven't had a lot of that, so I can't really judge by precedent.
How about the mother country and Prince Andrew?
What about them? Now he's tucked away.
Parties.
Yeah.
Do you guys give two shits about the mother country and what they do?
No, not at all. I don't. Anyways, I don't really acknowledge the king, and I don't. He's not really my king, even though he is technically.
Yeah.
I don't pledge allegiance to him or any shit like that. And I think it's all a waste of time and money, to tell you the truth. I mean, it serves no real purpose other than a sort of a.
Right. Now, your system over there, you have to have, I'm assuming, something like our Social Security, don't you? Don't you? You work all your life. Don't you get money out of something there?
Yeah. We have Social Security. Or social, what's it called again? Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Social Security.
Now,
Also,
part of the problem is, they were wanting to tax and raise the tax on people with Social Security over here. And you look at inflation. And with regard to your medical care, you don't let every Tom, Dick, and Harry that shouldn't be there take advantage of that, do you?
it seems we do, yeah.
Really?
It's easily abused, the system, and we're laughed at around the world because of how it's so easy for an immigrant to come over here, or an illegal immigrant to come in, get his
medical care,
get his cousin's card, and get medical care.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, they used to make our cards without a picture. Now they got smart over the last few years, and it has picture and address. So it's a lot harder to defraud the system.
Oh, wow, interesting.
Yeah, they issue us each it's called a health card. And it's called our OHIP card, Ontario Health Insurance Plan. And it's, you carry it with you. And
wouldn't you agree that your economy is tied directly to ours?
Yeah.
So if you had a pro-business guy as opposed to someone giving away the farm, in theory, it would seem like Trump would be your man.
Well, it depends. I mean, it depends on if he's nice to us or not. He again, we have to trade with you. So we have goods.
But I know there was a slight issue with Canadian steel.
Right.
Other than that, I mean, what else are we getting from you guys? Beaver pelts?
I don't know. A lot of manufactured goods, I would assume.
Yeah.
And hello.
Hi, Susan.
Hi.
Hi, Susan.
Hi, Mark.
Yeah. I know Susan's happy.
Absolutely.
Yep.
The majority's happy, from what I understand. And then,
Susan, were you surprised?
I'm not sure if I was really surprised. I was just super nervous.
Super nervous. Okay.
Yeah, I was. You just can't trust the stuff. I didn't know. You still can't trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Frisky wanted to know how. I think it's in there forever as an American. She wanted to know how long does Canada hold DUIs? I think it's forever because it's a criminal charge here, it's a criminal charge there, and they don't want Americans with criminal records coming to Canada. I don't think it ever goes away, does it?
Nope. Not unless you get it pardoned.
Wow. Well, forever, Frisky. Susan can tell you about that, can't you?
Absolutely.
She said, "Fuck Canada."
Yeah, it's some of our laws are, especially over the border laws and restrictions are.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't fault the country for not. I mean, if they knew Susan and they knew whoever Frisky knows, they probably wouldn't think anything about it, but they just seem to nip things in the bud better than we do.
Mm-hmm.
But I know people in Michigan that have gotten drunk driving tickets that had to sell their fishing cabin because they couldn't go over there anymore.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Oh, we buy oil from Canada. Yeah, that's probably true. But we got our car companies over there too.
That's right. Oh, you have a lot of manufacturing over here.
Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's a criminal record. I know it sounds crazy. It's just like soliciting a prostitute is the same as an expired plate. Yeah. If I get a ticket, if I have my choice, you would think that one will be better than the other, but not according to your record. That's not a problem where Susan lives either. Horror house right down the street from her, Mark. Totally legal.
Really?
Yeah. You come visit, we'll go out there.
All right.
Yeah, I was hearing
Wait.
that the were out there less than an hour. And I don't think so. I think they're way better. Pretty good looking.
Her volume. Can you hear her okay, Mark?
No, your mic is cutting in and out a lot, Susan.
You have a fan on or something?
No,
Now it sounds better. Are you far away from your mic?
no.
Try backing up or coming closer, one or the other, and see if it gets better.
No,
Okay.
Susan's from the United States.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I actually been to that horror house where Susan lives.
Oh, yeah? What's it like? You going?
Well, I took my nephew and another guy, and I didn't go with anybody because, a guard brings them out, security guy, and he has you look at them. I was pretty experienced by that time anyway.
Yeah.
And they all seemed like, I don't think so.
Nothing for you mean?
No. And I don't know if it's still like that or not.
Yeah, no, not really. You probably have to. Did you go to Sherry's Ranch?
Well, maybe, is the Chicken Ranch here?
Yeah, they're right.
Yeah, I went to Chicken Ranch.
Yeah, that's the girls that go there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sherry's Ranch. There's some of them that are they're pretty nice looking. I mean, I'm just a
Right.
woman.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm pretty sure, see, what happens sometimes with records is even if they're expunged, that means an employer can't use it against you in the States. But I'll bet Canada does, because once that gets entered in their system as a misdemeanor, they don't care if it went away over here or not.
Right.
Hmm.
So my guess would be no, but I don't know that for sure. Yeah.
Well, all I know is it, and I still have read check my search the whole. It's not worth it. Anything
No,
up.
it's not worth it. Yeah, you're right. I think so too. Yeah, Chicken Ranch. I mean, it was, I don't know how old I was then, like 30s. And it just seems like you got to be out of your mind.
And that was
Now,
Susan,
Jerry said a friend's paid a lawyer in Detroit with his U.S. DUI so he could go to, he said it all was $7,500. Now, that's probably true. It's like getting an annulment through the Catholic Church. It's a big deal until you ante up with, I think it's about $3,500 now for approval from the Vatican.
really?
Yeah.
To get your marriage annulled?
Yeah. But, it's,
What do you call that? A racket?
yeah, kind of. I mean, everything's kind of a racket,
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cheap. $5.
Yeah. Cheap for what?
To get your marriage. $500.
No, I think it's 3,500.
Yeah, that's. I don't.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not getting this is through a church, not like
A legal
place
one.
that lets you move into a married housing. And if you figure, what does this 10% tithing count for? You got to get like, a break.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work that way. I'd like to know, just for the hell of it, though, what the charges are out at the chicken ranch. I know, like, if you didn't know what was what, you would pay some crazy rate out there, and that was 35 years ago or 40 years ago.
Yeah.
What was
Who knows what it is now?
it like then?
They can
Well, I
charge.
remember paying for my nephew, and it was $5.50, but it was called Around the World.
Right, that's everything, I think,
Yeah,
right?
everything. Yeah.
if
So,
if you're fat and just kind of a gross old man, price goes up.
Yeah, if you smell,
oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't pay.
Find it online. Yeah, I'll have to look it up online.
Yeah. Look up Terry's Ranch. Look at all the girls. Their profile.
Oh, yeah, Terry's Ranch. We'll have to check that out later, Mark.
Yeah, okay, we'll do a little.
Paul Rump, Pahrump, right, Susan?
And it's Sherry.
Gary.
SERI.
Yeah, and that's in Paul Rump, Nevada.
Yeah. No, but
I bet
Pahrump,
it's like crazy expensive.
Native American for water running rocks. Because we said third biggest aqua.
Oh, wow.
Hmm.
Yeah, but that, I don't like it when it's like commercialized like that. It doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
I was bored then. Yeah.
Well,
I remember my dad telling me, though, like, when he went to work for Ford Motor Company, it was in the 50s, they'd go over there. There were prostitutes all over Windsor. It was legal, or I don't know if it was legal, but nobody minded you doing it. And that hasn't been that way in quite a while. Yeah, that's weird.
You got to repeat the question, Susan. It's not coming in quite clearly at times. You're breaking up.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I may need to get out and start over.
It was like that the other night, but tonight seems like a little worse. It does sound like. So where's your microphone on that?
Well, I have my phone is in, and which maybe it is covering.
It is covered?
I don't know. Oh yeah.
I know that happens to Stephanie
Let me
once in a
hold
while.
it for a minute and see. Is it better now?
Yeah.
It is.
Okay, yeah, it's getting covered in this stand I have.
Because I know sometimes, like Stephanie tried to play a song last night, and the mic's meant to cut out ambient noise other than a voice right next to the microphone, and the song cut in and out, kind of what yours is doing.
Uh-huh.
So you could be a little too far away without an external mic.
I wonder if it'll look around now. Yeah,
It's
it could.
because the microphone picks up the speaker of the phone, and then a feedback. Feedback.
So
And
what
I'll
do you
say
guys
something.
think? Do you think that prostitution should be legalized?
Yeah. Yes,
Yes,
for sure.
for a lot of reasons. I mean, organize the girls so that they can have health care and everything they need, and it can the government can tax it so they can get everything they need, and it can take it off the streets at corners and the alleyways and such, and put it behind closed doors.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'd rather just have a girl at a local party store that needed a new set of tires.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, yeah, if you're 18 or you're a virgin, you're having a hard time getting into the sex life,
Tom,
maybe then early on in your life, but like down the road as an adult male, I think I'd just be so bored.
Tom, she's not going to need an extra set of tires every week, though.
No, I know, but I wouldn't be going every week. Go to different party stores. That's my solution.
I have
Yeah,
some friends that drive people from Vegas out there to the whorehouse, and they make pretty decent money doing it, but they tell me stories of people that they pick up that there's these guys that fly in from all over the world, and it is nothing for them to spend to drop 50 grand in a night.
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah, it's insane.
50 grand. Shit, Mark, I'll get us an application.
I
Yeah.
know, right?
Yeah. You know, Marty and I told you the other night we were talking about, you know, what will we need to get paid to blow another guy?
Oh, jeez.
And it started out at $1 million, and by the end of the conversation, I was down to 100 grand.
Wow. You're a cheap date.
Yeah. But the caveat to the whole thing was that nobody would know.
Right.
Right.
Isn't
Yeah.
that how everything's done? Isn't that the main crux of everything? Whether or not people know?
Yeah, I mean, it's like when you commit a crime, the worst
Yeah.
you'd probably get away with a lot of stuff if you would just keep your mouth shut. If
Yeah,
you could.
absolutely. My dad told me that as a young kid, all the way up until adulthood. When you do a crime, do not talk.
Yeah.
To anybody.
And you know how many guys got the death penalty or in prison forever because they pissed off some woman that they had a falling out with that they told when things were good?
Yeah.
It's the same old stuff about giving advice to a friend that's on the outs with someone they're in a relationship with. As you get older, you realize, stay out of it. There's a good chance they'll get back together.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and it's kind of like that old saying, we have our public life, private life, and a secret life.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
That's right. And I think, like, you know, Canada still seems, at least according to what Mark said, much more conservative than over here because, you know, nobody seems to care about Trump's indiscretions with women.
Down there they don't, eh?
No, nope.
I don't care at all.
No, I don't either.
Not at all.
The
I mean, I don't think it's good, but it doesn't keep me from voting for him.
No.
Right. See, up here it'd be different. Especially, didn't he screw around on his wife when she was pregnant or something? He got caught screwing around.
Probably.
Well, he was with that Stormy Daniels doing that
Right.
thing when Melania was pregnant.
Yeah. So
But you know what? She's a good gal. She just ignored it, let it go, and, you know, things happen.
she's a
Why
mobster.
ruin your life over a one night deal? And I don't even know really if they had sex. I'm not so sure about that.
Right.
And he's a guy. Guys do those things. And I don't know. It's just not a big deal to me in my world.
Right. Now, do you think you'd have had a little different attitude in your 20s?
You know, possibly, Tom, because you know, you do change when you get older. You become a little bit callous to things.
Right.
And so yeah, I probably. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I'm the same way. I mean, the edges are dull in so many facets.
It's so many, yeah. Yeah, last night I found the neighbors called me. My mom was walking down the road and ended up at their house, and I had to go down and get her. And her friend always brings over desserts for her, and she had eaten a whole cake, and her blood sugar was 600. I had to take her into the hospital over it, but she's getting to the point now to where I'm probably going to have to think about putting her in a home. And I've tried to avoid it for a long time, but
It's tough.
It's getting bad.
If she's got any money, though, go through it all.
I've already, I took her money out of her account like a year and a half ago, but the problem is
they found it.
There's a
6 years, isn't it?
I thought it was 4 or 5 years.
It might be 4, but it's longer than you'd think.
So
You told me about that, and they found out about it, didn't they?
Who?
They found out that you took that money out, didn't they?
No, not
they
yet.
didn't.
No,
Okay,
not
good.
yet.
There was
But
some
they
deals.
will.
Yeah.
But I haven't applied for any help for her
Oh,
yet.
that's why. Then it
So,
doesn't matter.
but it will.
But
They
be careful
probably
with that
will.
because you got to be careful with that because they'll charge you with fraud. They catch you lying on that paperwork.
Well, I did get the paperwork, and what they do is they penalize you. For every $10,000, it's a month penalization that they won't pay for. And she
Oh,
didn't
really?
have that much money. So,
Yeah, because
for
once you blow
8
through the money,
months.
once you
Yeah.
blow through the money, you're Medicaid eligible.
That's what I'm hoping that I can do for her because she had like $80,000. That's nothing when it costs like $8,000 to $10,000 to go into a home. So she's
No, I know.
definitely eligible for Medicaid.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to
Only
try to
after
go that
she's
route.
eligible. She's eligible after the 80's gone.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I took it, and I went to go see an attorney about it, and so I'm just claiming back rent on that she owed me is the route that I'm going to go with it and
Yeah,
see
that's a
what
good
happens.
idea. Was that the attorney's idea or did you think of that?
No, it was the attorney.
Oh, good thinking.
Yeah. So we'll see how it plays out. I don't know.
Yeah. I told two people about this because I looked it up for them. This was quite a while ago. And both of them pulled all their money out, put it in a lock thing at their house, like 8 years, and they eventually died. And they were glad they did it. Although you don't get any interest on your money, but it's better than, the sad thing about that is like your mother could end up right next to someone that gets in there for free from day one that was just irresponsible, didn't work, and could have gave a fuck.
Yeah.
This is the dilemma that Stephanie was in with regard to healthcare in Seattle. Worked her whole life and she can't get what an illegal immigrant can.
It's so frustrating. And then
Yeah.
they want to give the Medicare to
Yeah.
the I don't know. I could go on and on and on.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
Hi, Michelle.
Hello, good evening.
How you doing, Michelle?
Good.
You need to get a hold of you need to talk to Susan offline, off the chat sometime, so she can catch you up as to the real world and how to plan your future accordingly. Don't you know a hell of a lot more now, Susan, than you did when you were 40?
Oh, I so wish that we were born old and then got young.
Yeah.
Well, like I tell people, I don't think anybody's like the same person
Hell
in their
no.
20s than they are in like their 40s or
Right.
50. You're just you
Yeah.
do things differently, and you've learned things. Like you've lived, you've learned some things, and you could tell. You can tell the young generation things, but it doesn't mean they're going to listen and actually really like take into consideration, even if you're trying to look out for their best interests.
Like
Right.
I would have never had kids.
No, I
Ever.
didn't
I've met people that said you're not the first person.
Right. But you didn't know anything then.
Yeah, that's you did what you were, you got married and you had a career and you had kids. That's what everybody did. And
Yeah.
if I had to go back, I never would. Now my kids turned out good. But I don't know. I just when you look at the benefits of kids with the amount of money that they really cost you,
Yeah.
it just doesn't pan out to me.
No, and they could drop a
It's kind of
bomb on
terrible
you
to
any
say,
day.
but
Yeah, you're right. But you're lucky that you got lucky. You just never know. Your kids turned out good.
I got lucky. That's right. And that's it. Really luck. It really is.
Yeah. My son, he's good,
And part of it's luck. It sure is.
And I don't
Mhm.
know where he came from either. I would just look at like, oh, I got lucky. But the thing is I've met a lot of people who had like a lot of kids, and they're like, I really wish back then birth control and all of that was just, it was like how it is today. It's more commonplace. You don't see people having as many kids as they used
They
to.
can't afford them.
Well, no, I mean, like, they struggled affording the ones that they had too. And yeah, they would talk to me and tell me, like, I would have never had so many kids, or I would have never, it was just a lot of stress.
But do
Yeah.
you ever think, hey, Michelle, I mean, you weren't planning on kids.
I,
You think if life had turned out different, you'd have had them later anyway under different circumstances?
I planned to have kids, but not until I was at least about 30 years old. I
Right.
knew I wanted to have kids. It wasn't my plan originally was to have them later in life.
Right.
Michelle,
When I was financially stable in
Yeah.
a solid relationship, I mean, logic thinking, like, I wanted kids, I wanted to get married, I wanted to do all those things, but I didn't want to do them at a young age. I didn't want to.
Yeah.
But life,
Susan, were yours planned?
no, not really. I mean, no, not really.
Okay.
Mm-mm. No.
Yeah, it's just funny how,
I
fate,
was married and, happily married and all that for a few
Yeah.
years before. So it just like happened. Yeah.
Right. Now, this is your second marriage, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And looking back on your first marriage, on what you know now, would you have pulled the plug sooner?
Well,
I think when you get kids
yes.
with somebody too, it's harder
Yeah.
to.
But as you get older too, the grass is not really greener
No, right.
at all.
Well, don't tell Michelle that.
Yeah. Michelle, do you have kids with your husband now?
No. Nope, we don't have kids together.
No, the grass is greener. It's greener for about a week.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you get smarter as you get older. Like I say all along, it's all based on hormones.
Well,
When you're young, you don't know anything.
I think like you live and you
Yeah.
learn though too. Like you learn stuff along
Mm-hmm.
the way through living life. I mean
Oh, you
that's
look what you're learning now.
well, I'm
You ought to
just
have a
saying.
fucking PhD just from the last month. This is where the rubber meets the road around 40. Second marriage, kid
Yeah.
from another baby daddy, economy's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
You're
You
getting
you
into
just look at
full,
it like so negative, Tom.
yeah, but it's all factual and truth.
But there's doesn't determine your future.
Oh yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
If you didn't know this, and if things were different, you'd say my future's just fine.
It will
It's
be
just,
fine.
it will be.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you
Now,
think if
real
you
skipper, and repeat, there's no place like home. There's no place like home.
That's right. And if you look at statistics with regard to marriage and relationships, they don't get better as you age. They get worse. And I don't know whether that is because you're smarter, whether the stakes are different.
I think the older you get, the less BS you tolerate. You don't want to tolerate it anymore. You've rode that bull probably before. It didn't end up well for you. And you're just kind of like, nope, I'm not, there's only so much I'm tolerating. I don't have, I don't, it's not like you have, 80 years ahead of you anymore. It's like, I want to be happy, live a decent life. And I think that's what it is you just don't have the,
Yeah.
been there, done that before, didn't work out well. type of attitude.
Just like if something happened to my husband, I would never, ever remarry. I would just have girlfriends and go travel. That's it. I would never go through a relationship. I don't want to know somebody else's kids. I don't want to know their background. I don't care. So yeah, you get a little bit weird when you get older. You just don't care about a lot of that shit.
I don't think it's weirdness. I think it's just like you just want like a freedom sense too, like
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
don't
sure
need to cuddle. I don't need somebody to protect me.
Yeah.
I suppose when you get sick, having somebody by your side
yeah.
That doesn't interest me a bit. I could care less if I got sick if someone was by my side. Really, no kidding. I know that I would, if I got a terminal disease, you could take me off, put me in a room, and I would just hope nobody visited.
Well,
I'm
I
lucky
don't.
that way.
That's a drag.
Yeah,
'cause
like I would definitely want someone to, at least
Hey, John Boy.
somebody to be there,
Yeah.
I mean, you're dying. I'm not into chit-chatting and reminiscing.
No, but it'd be
Well,
nice.
not.
Someone to
I
play
don't know,
some
just being
for you.
there too,
You think you could handle that, Susan?
No,
Or you'd
I
want-
would want. I'm too afraid when I get sick. I'm kind of a baby, so I do worry about that with being alone. When I get sick, I want somebody there to whine to.
Yeah.
Well, they do say that like if you have people around you when you're sick and just there and everything else, that usually you get over shit faster too.
Well, who said that?
The happier you are.
Here we go.
Read a book. You read lots
Yeah,
of
what
them.
book?
Read up on it.
Which one?
Read up on it.
Which one?
I'm sure you can find one. The benefits
Yeah, I'll
of
look for the
companionship
title.
and just, dopamine and all that stuff. But if you said that you don't care, you care less, then it doesn't make you feel
I could
good.
care less. If I was
Right.
20,
So it's not for you.
if I was 20 and the hormones are high, yeah, it's a big deal. I hope I get better. But this stage of the game, I'm at the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
You're not at the finish line. You're maybe on the home stretch, but
Yeah, home stretch. Yeah. But you know what I mean? It's like, it's just, I know better.
yeah.
And if I thought different than that, I'd probably be in a relationship, which I'm glad I'm not.
All right.
So it all like jives. It's consistent.
I'm totally different. I don't do well on my own, and I would find somebody else if my wife passed away. I
Yeah, I
think.
got buddies like that. I got friends like that.
There's a lot of people like that don't want to be. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and who knows why, people do that.
Oh, but don't tell her I told you that, okay?
No, I won't. No way.
I'm just joking.
She would probably want you to find somebody like if she were to pass away. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Once again, getting older. When you first met her and you were dating in the first year, I bet she wouldn't have wanted you to find somebody.
No.
You're still thinking, yeah, it changes. And now it's like, the edges are smoothed, and she'd rather have you be happy than jealous, because she's not jealous, because it's a different kind of relationship now than it was when you just met.
Well, if she were to tell you that she would just want you to be happy even after you die, like that's how you know she really loved you. You know what I mean? Like even though she probably wouldn't want to ever see that or whatever.
Yeah,
but
with her,
she cares about your feelings.
She's very cut and dry. So it's for her. It's more like, what do I care? I'm dead anyways.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of people are like that. Oh yeah, like.
Do you think if something happened to you, would you want her to get?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want her to be alone. I would want her to be happy.
Do you think she's like that, or it'd be no?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. She could go either way,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because again, you get at a certain age, and
yeah.
ladies, I think more so than men, where
Mhm.
it's like, screw it, we don't need men anymore. Just like Susan was just saying, I'm going to hang out with my ladies, and we're going to see the world and shit, and have just as good of a time. We don't need, what for do we need the baggage
Yeah.
of a man?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No way. I wouldn't want to know their kids, their life,
yeah.
their
I'm the
friends.
same way. Same
No
here.
way.
Now, if you could look in a crystal ball and see the future, would you want to know it, Mark? With regard to that?
No, no. I don't want to know ahead of time. That's just going to throw a wrench in the whole
Yeah,
work.
but if you wanted her to be happy and you knew that she was happy, why wouldn't you want a glimpse of it?
Oh, her future or mine?
Hers.
Oh, yeah, I would take a peek, sure.
I mean, what if she was getting a big mandingo cock with a guy from Uganda?
Whatever makes her happy. I mean,
And that would make you happy.
yeah, it would it make me happy?
Well, you said you wanted her to be happy.
If she's happy, I'm happy. Yeah, yeah, it would make me happy.
Okay. Keep saying that over and over.
Okay.
Right. No, but you know, these are. What's that?
I don't feel that way. So
No?
many people always say they want their spouse to meet somebody and be happy. And I always tell my husband, hell no.
Right on.
You're not moving some lady into my house and all of that. You're going to be
Oh, come
sitting there and
on.
be, no.
Don't you want to?
I don't know why I feel that way either. It sounds bad to feel that way. But that's
Well,
how I
it's kind of a drag for the guy to be on his own and then lonely for the rest of his life if he has 2 more years. Wouldn't you like to see him be happy?
Hmm,
No.
not
No.
really. I mean, I
Really
just know what comes with that.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, okay.
it's like my neighbors. They were in their 80s and they were in really good shape and whatnot. And I hooked them up and they ended up getting married and they were happy, but then he died. And what a mess with the will and money and his kids and her kids.
Oh,
They were
you
only
know it.
married for years. It turned into a mess.
Yeah,
And
I can see that.
typically that's what happens.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to
It's-
have like a good attorney. Like when what are the attorneys called that specialize in
Trust.
estates?
Pre-
Is it like the before you pass? So that this is what's going on,
Yeah. Hey,
everything.
you ought to be
popping on
thankful with the new election. There's going to be some money left in the future where there wouldn't have been otherwise. There'll be some assets at the end of the pike. But I mean, Susan, your life wouldn't change at this point if your husband died and you won the Powerball the next day, would it?
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty
Yeah.
happy with my little house. I'm pretty happy. I would just go, and just travel and
Yeah.
yeah, I don't need, I don't
Yeah.
know. I'd probably buy a new car. Lots
Yeah.
of plane tickets.
I think it'd be fun donating money.
Oh yeah, I donate all the time. Yeah, because I'm a firm believer in it. I donate my time. I used to years ago. I donated my time when I lived in San Diego for a short time, and I would drive up to LA and I volunteered for Children of the Night. And at that time, that organization has changed a little bit, but at that time, we would go out and get young girls that were pregnant and prostituting on the streets, try to get them off of the streets and into homes.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good cause.
Oh So yeah, I think donating your time and stuff is like important.
Yeah, how did you pitch these girls about getting out of that lifestyle?
It is so difficult. We had like bags, like goodie bags of things, and that's kind of how you would approach them. But you've got to be so careful because of the pimps. They could get beat up, and there's a lot of emotional issues of why they left in the first place, and they're on the streets.
Yeah,
And you would have to kind of depend on them to fold and have trust in you to take them to a home. And it didn't always work at all. All you could do is give them the goodie bag to approach them and phone numbers to call. And you just pray that,
Hope you make the right choice.
yeah,
pray.
yeah, yes.
Okay. Well, I think it's. So you felt that you were going to be instrumental in making their life better.
At the time, I know better now.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Right. Which is also why I don't do it, because I don't know what would be the reason to go out and interview drug addicted prostitutes with what I know now. To what? Like get YouTube subscribers? Doesn't make any sense. I didn't know that then. It's just, what's the purpose here? You go out, they tell you what their life. You already have heard it 100 times before. It's pretty much the same. Most don't get better; they get worse. They come up missing. They're murdered. They OD, and I just don't. There's just not enough there to do it.
The
And the
percentage
risk
of
that you put yourself.
right, the percentage of hardcore drug addicts that recover is very slim.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So you're
and I
faced
don't
with
know if the
that
ones
right
I
off.
knew was typical or what. Anybody have an idea what the numbers are on that?
Mhm.
I want to say it's like 25%.
I don't think it's that high.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Uh,
not.
it's pretty low.
I did some research before on it, and it wasn't a high. It wasn't a high percentage. I know that much. I can't think right off the top of my head what the
Well,
percentage.
even, when you for alcoholics, I think the recovery rate with that, drug addicts and alcoholics and stuff, is 5%.
5%. Okay.
5% make it. Yeah.
Now, AA, I've heard that it's like religious, and other people have said that you just have to be accountable to something that could be a cucumber.
Mm-hmm.
As
It's
part of,
about.
does anybody know about that?
It's about like. It's about surrender. It's about y- giving somebody else like power. Like, oh, you
Yeah,
know what I mean? Like, and usually like it's
It's
like
a
a
higher
12.
power. Yeah.
Yeah, like a higher power, and it's like a 12-step thing, and there's a lot that you got to go through, and a lot of it's not easy for anybody. And even if you're not a drug addict, I mean, even just
Yeah.
normal people don't do this stuff on a daily basis. So if you can, accomplish some of those things, like um, you got to reprimand relationships that you destroyed, and
Frisky says it's 3 to 4%, and Penny says it's 1 in 5, which is 20%. So
okay.
where is it really?
Well, it's not that high, that's for sure.
What? Where? What is it?
The
You said
percentage.
25.
Yeah, I thought, well, I don't have it right in front of me. Like I said, like when I did studies, it wasn't a high percentage. A 25% isn't considered a high percentage.
Yeah. Did you get much experience as to what in general caused the relapses?
Triggers usually.
Relapse with
Yeah.
um well, addicted people, when you have an addictive mind, it doesn't take much to, if you don't have a really good foundation of that higher power,
Can be just the scent of something that triggers it in you.
Yeah. And a lot of times, people, they stop drinking or drugging or whatever they're doing for a certain amount of time, let's say 5 years, and they think they're okay. And so they go back out and they're
That's
not
what
okay.
that's what happened to me when I quit smoking cigarettes. I quit. Wasn't even cravings gone, habit broken. And then one day someone was smoking and they're like, "Hey, you want a cigarette?" I'm like, "Yeah, what's one cig, freaking I haven't
Yeah.
had one. And then all of a sudden I was like, "Oh, what if maybe if I just have to," and I still didn't think I was addicted, and then it just turned into that cycle, and before you know it, it was like a pack a day. And I mean, that's not you know, people don't really view cigarettes like, but it is addicting. But
No big
Yeah,
time.
that's
They say
exactly
nicotine's more addicting than crack.
what
yeah,
hmm
there's no real programs that really like you got to kind of.
No, yeah, it's
They
weird.
have a little bit of help, like you can call like a help, like, but there's nothing like other programs that they have for people with other
But
addictions.
if you go to like a doctor, he's gonna. My doctor buddy, said the most success was the patch, the
Yeah,
hmm
I
lozenges,
did the
and to stay
patch.
away
Yeah.
from other smokers.
No, you know what? That honestly didn't like I would smell it on people all the time and you think I
Mhm.
would be like, ew, like freaking stay away from me. But that really what bothered me the most was probably like with my when I would drink coffee in the morning, or if I ate a meal and then it was like, oh, I really wanted, there were certain things that I really enjoyed
A
having a
cigarette.
cigarette.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
people smoked around me. It didn't. I still did. I didn't. But that's me. I know a lot of people that wouldn't be able to do that, but I didn't.
I was like that too, Michelle. It doesn't bother me. I did not mind smelling somebody's smoke at all.
It didn't mean. But I've met so many ex-smokers who are like freaking if they like. It's like they throw a tantrum or something, but I'm like, it is what it is. It doesn't like I'm not gonna go on a rage over it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the are the best, and the lozengers. I have lozengers that I suck on all the time.
Yeah.
I didn't like the lozenges. And I'm not sure if it was the brand that I had or whatever, but like they just tasted funny to me. So the best for me was the patch.
Mm-hmm.
And and then after a couple weeks, I wasn't even like it was a habit. It was the habit that was the hardest to break for me, not so much the addiction part. It was the oops, got to reroute myself because I'm used to doing this routine, that routine with it. You know, got to go do something else.
Mm-hmm.
I even took up running.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, I was running because I had more energy. When I quit
Yeah.
smoking, I don't. It doesn't.
Hey, speaking of that, a little off subject, but this came up the other day in discussion. Do you think female runners destroy their breasts?
What? I would,
From the bouncing, you mean?
Yeah,
there's bras for that though. I mean,
that's what I thought.
Sports.
there's
Yeah.
there's
I don't.
intense bras for run. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
I don't.
can that like take? I mean, if you had the 36 double Ds, you'd have your work cut
Yeah, it'd
out
probably
for
be
you.
hard if you
But I've
depending on.
run into a couple women that claim they got breast augmentation because they were runners, and I just think I bet it was more genetics than running.
I've
Yeah.
met, I've known women who've gotten breast reductions because
Yeah.
of
No,
all
these
sorts
weren't
of reasons.
reductions. These were bigger and firmer and like overworked.
Ah.
Yeah, these weren't. This wasn't 30. No, I have never seen a 36 double D girl jogging. And if you do,
No.
please let me know. I mean, there is kind of a criteria. I think maybe you can, but if you look at all the runners at any level, you never see any I think they do something else.
Yeah, usually they're smaller chested, aren't they?
Yeah.
Runners.
And maybe it's
Yeah.
just because they get their body fat down so low. Because if you look at some of these petite gymnasts over the years that everybody fell in love with, 10 years later, it's like they don't look like that anymore. I mean, they look like regular women,
Mm.
like that
Tom, you want
Shannon something.
you you want to hear a disappointing thing that happened to me when I was a kid? My
Yeah.
mother got me into gymnastics,
Yeah.
knowing, very well knowing that I was going to be tall, right?
Yeah.
From and I had to end up quitting. Like I couldn't get good at it because you had, like I just towered. Or you have to for gymnastics. There is a major advantage
Yeah.
the
You're right.
shorter you are.
Yeah.
It just is with the balancing, with the beams,
Yeah. No, you're right. You don't see too many
tumbling.
tall gymnasts.
No, they're all like 5 foot or shorter.
Yeah. 4'11". Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Basketball still being tall.
I did play basketball for a little bit, but I didn't enjoy it because it was a lot of running. There's a ton of running. You're probably running more in basketball than track, almost. And it was just kind of like, and it's really aggressive too. You have to be really aggressive with basketball as
Mm-hmm.
a sport. Like knock other people over, you got to get the ball.
Yeah.
My
My
daughter's big into basketball.
Was she any good?
Yeah, she was really good. Uh-huh. Yeah. She was up. She could have had a scholarship, and she didn't follow through with it. So
Was she just good as a young kid? Just had talent?
no, she was just good all through school doing. Her dad was big basketball and stuff, so it kind of run in the family with that. It was
Oh,
just
okay.
played ball ever since they were little. We always had them in sports and whatnot.
Yeah. Now, is your first husband still around?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Him and I were friends.
Yeah.
Went to Seattle. He comes over and visits, to my daughter's house. Whatnot.
Yeah. Did he get remarried?
No. He my husband was an architect, and he had met a gal in the office type thing, and they've been together for years, and they never commingled their money together, and they've just been together, decided never to get married, and they're really happy that way.
Good for them. Yeah, good. Hey, just never know what's around the corner.
Oh, I never thought that I'd marry again, ever.
Yeah.
I had. You just never know.
No, you never know. And then we got the smartest man of all, Mark Kropka. He's never been married either. He's got the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Oh,
What a genius.
just never happened to us.
What's that, Mark?
It just never happened.
Yeah. And it gets to the point where, so what?
Yeah,
I think a lot of guys wouldn't get married if they didn't get an ultimatum.
yeah, that's and I think that was tried on me at one point in our relationship. And I didn't fall for it. I wasn't going to go down that pitfall.
Right. And now you're home free.
I guess, in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just different. It's funny, fate, man. You just never know how life's going to work out for certain people.
Yeah, you
Look
never
at
know.
James. Look at James.
Mar-
He just, he ended up marrying a woman 20 years older that was a neighbor. It's just, if you'd have told him that way before it happened, he wouldn't have believed it. So you just never know what's going to pop up. I know people that wanted to get married their whole life and it just never happened. I know quite a few women that never got married
Mm-hmm.
and they really wanted to, and then that just kind of waned over the years. And I probably know like 10 women in their 50s that would still get married if they had an opportunity. That's just one base they never really covered. Engaged. You know, there's still that pressure in society. It's weird.
I thought it's slowly going away, though. People are less and less people are getting married now and just opting to live together.
Yeah.
Well, women don't need men like they used to in the 50s and
Yeah,
60s.
right.
And
Yep.
True.
women they have their own money. They don't, I don't know. That's just what they don't need to get married.
Right.
Yeah.
Not
And
like
well, my neighbor,
yeah,
I don't
right.
know if I ever told on a live before. He died. Well, he was murdered a couple years ago.
Who was?
My neighbor across the street.
Oh, wow.
He had a couple of dollars, and he always liked the young Mexican girls. And he was
No.
older.
I bet a boyfriend killed him. A girl's boyfriend killed him, right?
Jealous boyfriend, yeah.
Yeah, the Mexican mafia. She was involved with the mafia.
Oh no.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And they killed him in his house.
Wow.
Whatever happened to that deal? Did anybody get charged?
Yeah, they finally found him. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And put him in jail. Yeah. But it was
Did you-
messy.
Did you ever see the girl?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Pretty?
He had it in and out of there for years. He would, like every year, he would have a new Mexican gal, and he always promised them his house when he died and all of these things. And
Yeah.
he just ran across the wrong one.
Yeah, a lot of those crime shows have an episode just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the girls
Set
get
up.
any quicker.
Yeah.
They beat the shit out of him up on his toilet in the master bath. It was terrible.
Oh wow.
And I was sad because he was my neighbor for many years, but in a way I didn't feel sorry for him at all.
Right.
Yeah,
it was
it's coming
just
in a way.
But what did the Mexican mafia give a shit? Were they not getting paid?
I don't know what the deal was. I believe that he was retired military, and he was a big gun collector. I mean, huge. Like, he had multiple safes and every type of gun you imagine. And he would flaunt that. He was really proud of it. And I think that's probably was a huge factor in all of it.
Yeah.
With robbing him. And see, this gal that he was dating, her family owned a Mexican restaurant in town, and they were all involved with the mafia.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How'd they kill him?
No, they beat the hell out of him when he was in bed.
Wow. How old was he?
I think he was like 78. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did they steal everything too?
Uh-huh. They took all the guns and anything of importance, and that's how they found him. See, they had pulled up front. They had a U-Haul truck or a van, and I didn't know what was going on. I just thought it was another one of his girlfriends moving out. Well, come to find out, they were stealing had killed him, and they loaded up all of his guns and the mattress that they killed him on, put it in the U-Haul, and that's how they found him, through the U-Haul truck.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was the girl anything special?
No, I mean, she was was cute. She was pudgy, cute, but she wasn't a 10 by any means.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shoot.
Maybe to a Mexican guy she was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
And then she went and she killed herself supposedly.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
A few days later, they found her car up the road, and she had a 357 laying beside her with a gunshot to the head. And the way they had found her, it was almost impossible that she could have actually pulled the trigger and killed herself. And typically women don't blow their head off.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
yeah.
They take poison.
Yeah. They take pills,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that
I
like
had-
a big deal in the neighborhood?
And so I got to cruise around with her a little bit. And so I've a lot of that kind of suicides.
Yeah.
We don't go the messy route like that.
Jeez. You never know.
You don't.
I wonder if like a third party, if he had ever told you the whole deal, I wonder if he was getting suspicious. Tried to cut it off or something.
I would suspect that, Tom. That could have fueled the finalization of his life.
Yeah.
You know, and he was promising girls all this stuff, and they probably started getting pissed off about it.
Yeah. Yep. So
Yeah.
they just took it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I guess he should have went to the chicken ranch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right.
He'll be alive.
My husband says that all the time. Would have been cheaper for me just to go to the whorehouse than to get married.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
okay, you're gonna run and do our dinner and stuff. So it was
All
nice
right.
chatting.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Have a good day tomorrow.
Okay, you guys take care. Bye, Mark. Bye, Michelle.
Nice.
Bye.
Take care.
See how much life experience she can help you with, Michelle?
Oh, well, I always listen to older people, you know, when they want to dish out advice or something, you know.
Sure, there's always something to be there of value.
Yeah, there might be something that could help me out, you know. I mean, like, people tell me, you know,
Yeah.
I don't blow it off because, like, everybody that's older than me has been through what I've probably been through. So, I mean, it's not like it can't be too false of information because they've lived longer than I have. So, they've probably been through almost the same stuff I've been through.
Yeah. Mark and I just crossed young Mexicans off our list.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely ain't gonna fall down that one.
Yeah. Yeah, no way. I
Maybe
don't
what
know.
maybe what happened was the cartel loaned him money,
Yeah,
some guns, and he said, "Fuck you, I'm not gonna pay you back."
right.
Oh yeah, we're gonna kill you and take your guns, that's what they did.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be my guess. Sounds like he had money. It's this young girl that was connected to the cartel that got him killed. And maybe they thought he should have been dead 3 years ago at 78. And they got tired of waiting, and it was a setup from the very beginning.
Or maybe he did have it as well, something that they were going to get money, but he had
Yeah.
that. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's funny because don't forget she killed herself afterwards, or that she was killed afterwards by the cartel, I guess, because of the circumstances. So she was wound up in this too.
Yeah.
She was girlfriend boyfriend with this gun collector, and I guess if one goes, the other has to go.
Yeah, makes sense. You never know what they're up to. Conan was quite happy today when she woke up this morning and found the results. Did you stay up all night, Conan? She's up there to, city's economy. That state really has been decimated by, everything we've talked about.
Right.
So
Yeah.
she's hopeful now. Yeah, so, I mean, time will tell. But I think from a business aspect, that was the only choice.
Remember when you were traveling through the southwest, I guess or southeast? Anyways, not too long ago, and you were going through some of these deserted towns that
Yeah.
were completely deserted.
Yeah.
You saw quite a few of those, did you?
Oh, yeah, they're everywhere. All over. They're everywhere. Michigan, Ohio. There's not a state that doesn't have a ton of them. Once you get off the beaten path or between like small regional cities, yeah, the mom and pop business is dead in every small town.
But like the entire commerce section of the town,
Yeah,
into a
nothing.
ghost town. Wow.
Empty stores, the box stores, Walmarts, all those things just slowly chipped away.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's very difficult to be a small business in this day and age. At least it was.
It's too bad. That's the fabric of the nation,
Yeah,
businessmen.
but it's big corporations now,
Yep.
and there's no reason. People say they want to shop local and they'll do what they can to support it, and then you find out they're going to Walmart and everywhere else to save money.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a good idea on paper. When it comes to the reality of supporting local business, it isn't. You'd think it would be.
Nobody picks it up.
It's a Hallmark movie bullshit theme that they'd like to believe is true.
Yeah.
Which is why, small hardware stores are the only way they make it is if they're 100 miles from a Home Depot.
Right.
Well, that's
But,
the thing. I think that they wanted to promote, American small businesses. We're not big business corporations who care less about, the people working for them that you are neighbors with.
Yeah. Well, Home Depot's from Atlanta.
Really?
Yeah. I see the founder just died.
Did he? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like different. But you look at Rochester, my God, compared to like 100 years ago, it's a skeleton town.
Yeah, Rochester was pretty big at one point.
West Branch, where I left, that was busier 120 years ago than it is now. Trains coming through, circuses. Everybody shopped locally because there were no box stores. It's just, and now the internet, man, that kind of put the cherry on the top. Look at shopping malls.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, shopping malls here.
Are your shopping malls going to hell, Mark?
Yep. They're disappearing.
Yeah.
They're being chopped up and made into other things and disappearing. And they're not building new ones.
Yeah.
Everything's open plazas and where you can park right in front and the business that you deal with.
You shop online, don't you?
Yeah, I have. I like to hold the thing in my hand when I'm buying it. I like to check it out. I want to see if there's a manual, if it's applicable. And I'm pretty cautious when I shop and meticulous. So I that's why I don't really shop online a lot.
Oh, okay. Kathy, you like that too?
Yeah, she's the same way.
Okay. Now, you talked about maybe leaving where you live now someday. Is that still a possibility?
Yeah, most likely we will.
But that seems nice. I mean, how do you think you're going to improve?
It would be actually, it would not be an improvement in some ways, because here we're nice and close to a hospital. If we're going to go towards into the woods a little bit, and where there's some into the bush a little bit, or into a smaller rural town, I'd have to keep an eye out for make sure there's a hospital close by. That's kind of important to me, and I think that I would like to one day be in a little less busier of a neighborhood.
Yeah. Now you mentioned before you left your last place that you were going to move out into the woods. What
Yeah.
derailed that?
A few factors, but one of them was we found this house. We liked it a lot, and we liked the city a lot, and we just thought that we would try living in the city for a while.
Oh, okay.
Just a different scenario, a different theme we wanted for the adventure aspect of it.
But I mean, getting older, isn't the city better than the woods?
I guess. I mean,
Are you going to go out there and trap rabbits?
yeah, I'm not going that deep into the woods. I'm going into like a rural town in that's sort of in the woods a little bit,
Yeah.
up north a little bit, where it's but it still has all the major amenities and everything you need. Like the little town, my brother has a property in up north that he stays a lot at. It's a great little town, and it has everything: a hospital, everything, including regular huge events and festivals, and it's a happening little place. It's a fishing hub, like a sports fishing hub, and a hub for snowmobiling.
Oh,
Yeah, so I would move out towards closer to him, I think, and to be that way.
yeah.
But again, I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe we'll stay. I don't know. Maybe I'll be dead in 2 years. Never know.
Yeah, no, you never know. But you're pretty much in a maintenance-free thing, aren't you?
No, I'm in my own house.
I know, but you don't really have like a big yard to cut or.
No, it's pretty small, and yeah, and there's no front yard really much to cut. The caretaker of the church next door cuts my front lawn for me.
Oh,
He's-
cool.
Yeah, he's a real nice guy. He says, I'm out here anyways with this thing. I'll do it for you.
Yeah, I used to do that with my neighbor in West Branch. Small lawn, took like another 3 minutes.
Yeah, I used to do the same thing. You take turns or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Now, is that a pretty thriving church?
yeah, no, it's an Anglican church, and it seems their enrollment is on a decline because there's not a lot of cars, and you can just bet a few years ago it used to pack because it's a downtown church and Anglican. But I hear Anglican is one of the more harder hit religions where there's a big decline in people. What would you call it? The flock,
What's it called?
Congregation?
parishioners,
Oh, okay.
Partitioners?
parishioners.
Parishioners, yeah. And what about the new band?
Yes.
When are you gonna start like going out and playing?
Well, they have. There's a couple of things, little things coming up. A party and another charitable event. But right now we're taking 2 months and going through the songs and honing the show and like the production value and the starts and stops in the song and the beginnings and ends and all the little production that you have to put together, and we want to come out and be good. So that's what we're doing. Same with the Trainwreck band. It's generally kind of slow this time of year. We don't have anything until the 23rd. So we're rehearsing and working on our show, breaking in new songs, and just changing the act around to have a fresh look for the next year.
Now, you talking about Trainwreck?
Yeah.
But how
No,
about the
no.
new band?
Originally, I was talking about the new band out of Chatham.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm really excited about
But
because
doesn't the Trainwreck singer go to Panama or something? Belize?
he used to. He doesn't these days. The drummer does. The drummer goes to I think somewhere in Mexico for a couple of months every year.
Oh, okay.
So we get a regular session guy to come in or woman to come in. That actually last year we had a girl come and drum for us, and she did a few gigs for us with us. It was great. She was really good,
Oh,
and
good.
and she sang and played, and she's talented. We have some more shows with her starting March 15th.
Okay.
We got called back to the places we played last year. They want us to come back with her, so we're going to have her, and our drummer will be in down south anyways at that time, so it'll work out perfect.
Good.
Yeah, but the players, like in the newest band that I'm in, they're like we hit it off right away, and they're articulate, good, like listen to what they're doing players that have been playing their whole lives, and it makes a huge difference. The quality of the music is just so much better. I'll have some recordings soon. I'll put up on my channel.
My my uncle was so good playing the keyboard that he could literally, like, if you were to play a song, let's say he didn't even know it, right? If you played him a song, all he would have to do is just listen to that song, and he could literally like play it on the piano, like literally just know how to like play it on the piano. That's how good he
Yeah,
got it.
that's he's good. A good piano player can do that.
I always had to use music. Like uh I always needed notes. I wasn't that good yet. I always had to have the note sheet.
During my rehearsal every day, during my practice every day, pretty well, I allot certain amount of time to ear training and playing by ear. I'll put something on the radio on the YouTube that I've never heard before. Like I channel it through my stereo, so it's nice and loud. And I'll learn the song. I'll play along with it, just to
Yeah,
train my ear
that's how
training.
you know you got good at it.
And you get better at it the more you try, the more you do, you get better, right?
Yeah, that's true.
What'd you play, Michelle?
Um, Keyboard, organ, flute, guitar.
All of them?
Oh wow.
Not at once, but like throughout.
Well, not at
Um,
once, huh?
yeah, like I would switch up instruments, and
How good were you at the guitar?
I only did 6 months of the guitar before I lost interest in the guitar. That was probably one of the least like
How about the
my
keyboards?
the keyboards I did for about 3 years. Um, and the organ I just like to do because it was more of a challenge. With it, not that people actually like to hear that. Like you don't really see organs in like bands and stuff,
Yeah.
but it was just more of me being able to tackle that instrument because the flute was pretty easy.
Yeah. Did you sing too?
Yup, I was in special choirs and had auditioned to get to some singing parts, and I also did plays too. I was involved in a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you think
Impressive.
you could like? Can you still sing?
Yeah, but not as good as I used. Like even your voice. So here's the thing with singing. Your voice is it's like an instrument too. And it's a trainable, like you have to train to become good. It's not like just something I mean anybody can have a decent voice, but there's also a lot of like training, breathing, diaphragm, um even like through your head and your nostrils. It's more than just me like coming out here and just like singing a song. There's more to it with singing
Yeah.
to become
No,
decent.
no, that singer in Trainwreck, he doesn't go through all that bullshit, does he, Mark?
Which bullshit?
What she just said.
You mean
Start
Like
singing,
warming
doesn't
up
he?
your voice, you have to.
I think he warms up in the car on the way there by putting the radio on and just singing along to the radio
Yeah.
to stretch his vocals
Good night, Terry.
and get his range back. But he's got a natural talent. You know, he's not the best singer, but he's pretty good, and he's can hit some pretty good notes and do some pretty good screams and stuff. So I'm happy with him.
Yeah, I was reading about Jim Morrison a couple months ago. They said the high notes, he'd scream instead because he couldn't hit high notes.
Yeah,
Like
A
a
lot of people.
baritone kind of guy.
Yeah, a lot of people do that because you have a natural tone, and it's either you. It's like what I think there was like 5 pillars, and one of them was like, the lowest. Like I think it was baritone, tenor. There's 2 different types of sopranos, and then I forgot what the top one was, where like it was really high pitched. But everybody has a certain tone in their voice and their vocal
Yeah.
range.
Mhm.
And for some people, it's not that they're bad singers, it's the fact that they literally can't sing that high. It has
Oh,
nothing to do with
gotcha.
like ability,
You ever watch any of these voice coaches on YouTube?
No, I've never
Did
seen
you,
them.
Mark?
yeah, I've seen some of those.
You think that like there's something to that?
What are you talking about? The ones that listen to artists singing
Yeah.
and giving their critique?
Yeah.
I enjoy it because you learn a little bit. If not, you learn a little bit about the art of vocalization. You learn some of the terminology and from a pro, right?
Right.
I always try and listen and learn. So yeah, I don't watch a lot of them. I've seen quite a few, but I like watching the reaction videos every once in a while, especially my favorite songs. I like to see people react to them.
Yeah. Did you think Steve Perry had a good voice?
Steve Perry from Journey?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a good. I didn't like his voice, but I'm not saying it was bad. I think it was good. I just didn't like how he presented it. It was too
Who would you say would be a top-notch voice in your opinion that we all would know?
rock and roll wise.
Yeah.
I could give you a short list. Robert Plant, the guy from Free and Bad Company,
Paul Rogers.
Paul Rogers, Burton Cummings. Who else has got great range? Steve Marriott used to have a really good range. He from Humble Pie.
Yeah.
He got a real good rock and roll voice.
How about Dio?
James Dio, I don't really have very much care or I don't listen to him very much. That's not my type of music. It's a little bit too metally, and I don't like the theatrics in his voice either.
How about Bowie?
I like David Bowie a lot. Yeah, his writing was good. He wrote some great things in the beginning there, and he wasn't really a singer. He sort of sang a lot,
Yeah.
and
Like Johnny Cash.
yeah, in a way, only a little higher.
Yeah. A lot of that country's like that. It's like they're talking.
Yeah. No. Well, I'm traveling down the road at 50 miles an
How
hour.
about Bob Dylan?
Well, what do you want my opinion on? His voice or his
Yeah, voice.
writing abilities?
Voice.
His voice sucked.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it was well, everybody must get stoned. It was hard to listen to at times. It is hard to listen to at times. But the music he wrote some great stuff. cutting edge stuff. He was on the cusp of of a revolution in music. He was the riding wave. So I have a lot of respect for that, for what he did there
Yeah.
back in the '60s.
Right.
I mean, he's the only rock artist that has a Nobel Peace Prize. It's got to say something.
Oh, I didn't know he had that.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. How about Elton John?
I have a lot of respect for him, too.
How about his voice?
Well, it was great in the beginning, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Back in the early or in the '70s, and then
Yeah.
sometime in the '80s, he lost it, then had surgery, and then he got old and sings low now.
He's good at he's good at the piano too, though.
Oh, he's really good at
Good.
that. Yeah, he's really good
He's not great though.
at the piano.
Yep.
Oh, he's pretty good.
He couldn't play in an orchestra.
There's some of these hotshot, especially some of these Chinese guys that would play circles around him.
Right.
I know.
Neither could Liberace.
No, of course not.
Well,
Neither could Jerry Lee Lewis.
No, definitely not Jerry Lee Lewis. He was kind of a hacking, if you ask
Yeah.
me, in a way. I mean, he just played that basic rock and roll all the time. Boom, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum.
I
yeah.
like when he sat on the keys.
Yeah. He was a good showman, too. I mean,
Good showman.
again,
Life killer too.
there's another cutting edge of rock music that he rode the wave on. A revolution there that was rock and roll when in the beginning when it first started with Elvis, Jerry Lee, who else? Fats Domino, I think.
Yeah, and Chuck Berry.
Chuck Berry, definitely.
He was a good showman.
Yeah, he was. He was fun
He
to watch.
liked watching women in the bathroom too.
Yeah, he did. He had his faults, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He was a bit of an asshole too.
Right. You ever watch that YouTube video where he's playing with the Stones? He was the biggest asshole.
Yeah, he's playing with Clapton and Keith Richards.
Yeah.
With a guy, I forget who was on the piano. I think a guy named Chris Staten. Somebody I recognized was playing.
Yeah, he's chewing like, Keith Richards' ass like he'd never played a guitar before.
I know.
Keith Richards has like the most patience of anybody.
Yeah, that's right. But he was getting pissed off, Keith Richards.
Yeah.
Getting angry. No, man, I cool it, man.
Now, how did Mick Jagger make it?
With
Voice.
his talent and his voice, yeah. I mean,
You think it was good?
if you read their lyrics, they're not like the most intricate or the most beautiful lyrics or any by the farthest mean. They just made lyrics that sounded nice. So, but they were pretty clever with the songs they wrote. And again, they were the riding edge of the rock and roll revolution. And they were riding on top of that wave.
Yeah, Penny wants to know what you thought of Elvis Presley's voice.
I liked Elvis a lot. I thought he had a great voice, Penny.
Yeah, I mean, it's too bad how his life ended.
Yeah, he was a weird guy. I mean, he just had a lot of weird habits.
He
So
seemed like a super cool guy, though, when he was first coming up.
he probably a great guy to hang out with.
Yeah, yep.
Play with his guns, hang out with his women.
Mick
Alrighty.
Jagger. Mick Jagger actually was on tour not that long ago, still rocking it.
Yeah.
Up there dancing, everything.
I bet he sleeps in bed for a week.
Probably he has to.
Um,
like
And
I
they've
said,
got traveling physicians that give him IVs.
it has to be. It
vitamins.
has to be because it just doesn't. To
massages.
me, being that old and
Yep.
still being able to. Because let me tell you something. when you're
Personal trainers.
when you're performing, running around, dancing, and everything, even for somebody who's young, you know, you're sweating, you're sweating. It's a lot. So I can't imagine being at his age. He has to have something.
No kidding.
Yeah,
I
but every modality ever made, every vitamin and nutritionist.
That's what I'm saying. It has to
Yeah.
be something.
Yeah.
Because it's not like he was like one of those mellow bands. It's not like it
He's
was
had
like,
heart surgery too a couple times.
oh, I
yeah,
believe it.
yeah,
Probably cocaine use.
probably wore it down. Yeah, wore the valves down.
When
Yeah.
you read stuff or watch documentaries, his drug use, Keith Richards, right? No problem. But Mick Jagger's drug use is very spotty
Yeah,
as to whether it even happened or not.
yeah. He doesn't talk about it like huge. He doesn't. It's not. He's not known for it, and I think he just dabbled. I
Yeah,
don't
I
think.
think you're right. Just like the good guitarist for AC/DC, Angus Young,
Yeah,
he said he drank tea his whole career.
yeah. I believe it.
I believe because it does. It takes a lot to perform and to perform well for hours.
Oh,
And
look
you
what
can't.
Angus Young does, though. He doesn't just perform. That guy runs all over the stage.
Right. Like he's like all over the he's like he has enough energy for like a teenager or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I
it's like
still think they're in intensive care a week after the concert.
Probably.
probably.
Yeah. He's my
He's a
age.
really cool guy. What did his brother in, the guy that started AC/DC? Was that dope use?
His brother, the guitar player, that he had, was it Alzheimer's? Or,
Yeah. I mean, there's a link to that in cocaine use.
yeah, possible, but not guaranteed. It
Right.
might have just been in the books for him.
Yeah.
His name was, oh man, Malcolm Young.
Yeah, Malcolm. Yep. Yep. Hey, how'd you like the Bee Gees?
I did, back then, back in the 70s, I freaking hated them because I hated disco. I was like, disco sucks. But
You're anti-disco.
But now I don't mind it. I like disco a little bit. There's some really good songs written in that era. I like. I'm not. I don't like a lot of disco, but I like the Bee Gees style, and I like their history of music. They wrote a lot of great songs, like that
What about
"Nights on the Broadway." That's a great song.
Yeah. He wrote songs for Dolly Parton, Barbara Streisand,
Yeah.
Kenny Rogers.
what about Casey and the Sunshine Band?
Sucks.
Uh,
Sucks.
they're up there with. I can't even.
Loverboy.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, but he's out there. He's 72, I think.
Um,
He's still out touring.
who are we talking about now?
The Casey and the Sunshine Band.
Really?
Yeah, they're all over YouTube, like recent videos.
Yeah,
He
everybody
got fat,
coming back. Actually,
hairpiece, cheap hairpiece.
Well, when I saw back in 2019, when I saw like MC Hammer and all of those people, I had to go and see them.
Yeah, they were good.
They were, but you could tell, like, they weren't spring chickens, but they still rocked it. Like, they were still, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it was still there. I'm like, these people are still on the stage, hyping people up, getting the energy.
I wish Rick James was still alive.
Nick James.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he knew how to
Well,
party.
do you remember his name?
He-
Don't forget his name, okay?
What's that?
Don't forget his name.
Rick James, that's easy.
Well, someone did and he chewed him out like on
Oh,
an
really?
awards show. Yeah, on an
No,
awards
he was
show.
like that, man. He was like explosive temper.
Yeah, explosive is right.
Yeah, no, he died. That was drug use, I think.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, huge doper
yeah, he was. Yeah, he was famous for partying, cocaine.
with that Tina Marie. She had a good voice too.
Tina Marie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
There was some. She supposedly cracked her head on the bed. And it's weird. If you read her cause of death, suspicious.
Hmm.
Same with that guy that used to be on America's Funniest Videos, Bob Saget.
Saget?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you read about his death, that's got a lot of question marks. And same with that other singer that died in Detroit. The guy that a few years ago, what the hell is his name? Famous singer. He's in that band with Tom Morello, the guitar player. The hell is that? Let me think of his name. You'll know him if I say him, but his death was weird too. They
Hmm.
say he hung himself, but then they check it out, and it's iffy. But the Sackett thing was really weird.
Yeah, that was that whole thing. I mean, did he like get a divorce and he was dating again?
No, he was married. He just got done
Oh, he
talking to his
was?
wife,
Oh.
Chris Cornell,
Hmm.
and suicide, 2017.
Yeah.
But
Right. Suspicious?
you just never know, Hey, remember Paul Williams?
Yeah. Little blonde guy.
Yeah, he wrote a lot of songs too.
He did.
Yeah, I wonder if he's still alive. I think he is.
I think he's not, to tell you the truth.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, let's find out.
Yeah, let me look.
You looking?
Yeah, I'm looking. Yep. I think he is. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like he's still amongst the living.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Williams. How come we don't see him ever?
He's 84.
Wow.
Yeah. He was born in Omaha, Nebraska. They say he's still active. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him being on like show specials and stuff.
In the 70s.
He's got an official website.
Huh.
Yeah, he doesn't look that much different, although you don't know how old this picture is. Paul Walls, let's see if he's touring at all. Yeah, he's
Tom,
been around forever.
Tom, your title, Come On Up and Chat, Build Your Confidence. What's that all about?
Just, fucking around.
I had a good one the other day, I thought. It was my pirate radio platter for 2 for 1 edition.
Oh, there you go. Why not? Yeah, Zach Wilde, she wants to know about.
Oh, yeah. What about Zach Wilde? Do I like him? Yes, Penny. I think he's a good guitarist. He's a little bit on the, he's a little bit of a loose cannon, though. Like,
Alcoholic for a long time.
yeah, definitely. Still is, isn't he?
No.
Oh, I thought you were sitting with a beer in his hand.
Must have been non-alcoholic.
He got invited to play with the Allman Brothers once. He turned every song into like 30-minute songs. He turned Whipping Post into 36 minutes with his soloing because he just kept soloing, they said. Kept soloing forever.
Huh. I've read a couple articles the last couple of days. It seemed like fucking Ozzy Osbourne was a real dick.
Yeah?
Yeah. Just
He was
fucking with
always-
people all the time.
Huh.
I never was a big fan of his music.
Ozzy Osbourne?
Yeah. There were
I
a
thought he
couple
was
songs.
I put him in like a level up there with like superstars.
Yeah, Black Sabbath, come on.
Fucking A, man.
But I can't see. I thought he was a nice guy always. I didn't think he was a prick.
No, if you read like the way he treated like people, he seemed
Right.
like a real douche. And what was that?
Remember Brown?
How about that? Did you look at that link I sent you? That George?
Yeah.
Did you know him?
Yeah. Hold on.
You're probably not into that heavy metal stuff, are you?
And that is a little heavier for what I used to listen to, but I have seen that guitarist before.
He's been around forever.
And Dalcom I've seen before. Dalcom, I think the band was called.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. George Lynch is his name.
That's right. Yeah.
And that guy doesn't look 70.
Is he 70? Wow. Still rocking it, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know how you can ever let. Ozzy fucked him over too.
Did he really? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
And he did weird shit with Buckethead.
Yeah,
Yeah, he just seemed like a jerk. Prince was a jerk too. He
I believe
would pay
that.
people, wait
Yeah,
a month to pay him. They get to a gig and he'd show up late on purpose. What a douchebag!
yeah, he's probably
Up
pretty.
until I watched those documentaries, I didn't. I thought he was a good guy, but then when I read that, I thought, what an asshole.
Yeah, I hate hearing that.
Yeah, I know. It disappoints you in him, you know. Yeah, Pantera. Remember that they shot that guy in Ohio, Dimebag Darrell.
Right.
Yeah, he was a good guy too. And
Yeah.
Stevie Stevens for Billy Idol's a good guy.
Yeah, Stevie.
He's always kind, nice to people, helping them out, showing them riffs, not being a douche. Axl Rose is a douche.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. Yep. He fucking sucks now.
Yeah. What did you think of him singing when he filled in for AC/DC for a
No,
while?
I couldn't believe it. It's like, what the fuck are you guys thinking?
I
The
know.
only thing I could come up with is that everybody else was locked into a contract or a tour already.
And it's only a certain amount of people that can have the voice to do it.
Yeah.
To do AC/DC, you got to be
But
hot.
his voice was done by then.
Yeah, he pulled it off. I mean, at times it wasn't bad from what I heard.
But you know what though? They had a contract and they were on tour.
Yeah,
So he could have, as long as they showed up, he could have sounded like Pee Wee Herman, and that was the deal contractually.
yeah.
You know, you play your last 18 concerts, and well, fuck you if you don't like it. I mean, look at the contract. We have the right to replace them with singers.
Right.
I don't like when girls sing guys songs and guys sing girls songs.
Yeah, there's a few girls that are doing Geddy Lee and Rush
No,
songs.
yeah, like Billy Corgan singing "Landslide" by Stevie Nicks.
Oh yeah,
I just like to smash his guitar right over his head when I hear it. That's another talentless, lucky band that should be playing at half sold out county fairs. You know, when they came out of retirement, they couldn't even fill half of a small casino in Indiana. Smashing Pumpkins.
yeah.
Terrible.
Never been a
I saw
fan.
that egomaniac on a Howard Stern interview said
Right.
that they thought they were in the top 100 bands of all time. Bullshit.
Yeah.
You didn't like the Smashing Pumpkins, did you?
No.
Who's this guy that Penny's talking about? Malstein? Youngwee Malstein?
Oh yeah. He's a really good guitarist. Hot shot.
He was fucking around with that Doka or whatever you said, wasn't he?
Dockham. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. He's played with a few bands, and I just saw him recently with Nancy Wilson from Heart playing together. Him and Nancy Wilson.
Yeah, that's the blonde.
Yeah.
You know, she looked the same for 30 years, but she's starting to look like an old lady now.
Yeah, well, she's 72, I think, or
Oh,
something.
she's that much, huh?
Tom, you're such a. She's
Yeah.
starting to
And
look.
the other
like
sister,
He's like, oh, she's 72.
that one?
And yeah,
yeah, I just can't get over it when I see even Stevie Nicks looks like an old bag.
Ann Wilson just got over fighting cancer. I think she's recovering now.
Yeah, but I mean, she was like, I mean, I know it sounds terrible, but when it's like you're paying for professional singers, it's just too different for me to like want to go. I don't think most of these female singers were that good looking. I see better looking girls in the mall.
But you're there to hear them sing, not look at them.
Yeah, but I mean, they push them off as like, I don't think Taylor Swift's one bit attractive.
I don't either. I'm not my type, that's for
I
sure.
mean, I wish she'd just wear a winter coat.
In a paper bag like Buckethead.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something's not like, it doesn't look like a really hot female singer.
You know, I find it.
None of them. I can't name you one, honestly.
I took the plunge and I listened to some of Taylor Swift's hits to try and figure out, what the big sensation was about. And I just get a feeling of not really juvenile sort of lyrics for younger people.
Yeah,
No,
I thought that too. But I was up in Athens buying CDs a while ago, and they said those college girls are in line when her new thing comes out.
I believe it.
They're still punching out. I don't know why in this day and age you'd be going to a music store for anything. Are they still making new CDs with all these downloads and stuff you can buy?
Yeah, you can still go and buy CDs, brand new
Really?
CDs. Yeah.
I thought it was all digital.
No, you can get albums, CDs. It's cassettes you can't get anymore, of course. 8 tracks you can't get. Um, what else did I
Do you
see?
think this remastered stuff is just a marketing scam?
It seems that way. It's so nice, Okay, got to buy my whole collection again. I got to buy this new technology. I don't think
And
so.
do you think greatest hits kind of is the end of the road before they start coming up with that?
Well, I think that in the past, there's been a lot of iconic greatest hits albums from certain artists.
Yeah,
Like Steve Miller had that greatest hit, blue
he
greatest
sucks
hit
too.
album with the horse on the front. Either way, I mean, he was big for a while, and
I can't figure it out.
yeah,
How about America?
the band,
Yeah,
I like them.
yeah, I liked them too. I saw them a couple times in concert.
We do one of their songs.
Tin Man,
No, we do
Horse with No Name.
Horse with No Name and Ventura Highway.
That Horse with No Name. Listen, I don't think they were dopers, but it sounds like a doper wrote the lyrics.
Yeah, it makes no
Doesn't
sense.
make any sense.
No, and the song's only got 2 chords in it. 2 chords in the whole
Well,
song.
the famous guy turned into a religious nut and left. He just died recently.
Oh,
Dan somebody.
oh yeah. I don't
And how
know.
about Steely Dan?
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for them, and I don't love all their music. I find some of it a little bit not my style,
Yeah.
but some of it I find is like technically their musicianship is top notch. They're all good players, and they write accordingly, and their music's a little bit more complicated.
In Van Halen, Sammy Hagar or David Lee Roth?
Neither. I'm not a Van Halen fan really, but it would be David Lee,
Yeah, I say too.
the original.
I think Sammy Hagar's got a better rock voice,
Yeah, he's got a good voice.
but it's just not the same with him.
I see him with Chicken. Is it Chickenfoot he's with sometimes? Is that
Who?
Sammy Hagar, Chickenfoot?
Yeah.
Have you heard of Chickenfoot? With he's the drummer from the Chili Peppers on the drums,
Yeah. Yep.
and that bald guy on the guitar. I keep forgetting his name. And Sammy singing lead. Oh, and the bass player from Van Halen.
Oh, yeah. Wolfgang.
Is that his name? I'm not sure. I forget now.
Yeah. Kind of fat.
Not the Wolfgang Van Halen. He played
Oh,
drums.
the old guy plays with Chickenfoot.
The guy that has the high screaming voice
Yep.
from Van Halen.
Yeah.
He's with Chickenfoot. I was watching him do Highway Star the other day from Deep Purple.
Sammy Hagar can actually play guitar pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen him. He's pretty good too. He's clean.
He's down there at that bar he owns in Cabo.
Oh yeah, cool.
I just find it a little weird that a 72-year-old guy or 74 is dyeing his hair and still acting like he's 18.
Yeah, I find that kind of. I don't. I'm not thrilled to see someone behave like that. I think it's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah,
Or-
I mean, you don't see Led Zeppelin doing that stupid shit.
no, not really. I mean, yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just you can't drop it.
Some people don't want to let go. That's right. They don't want to.
And look at Hall and Oates. Hall and Oates, they must have set some kind of plastic surgery record.
Yeah, I was looking at a picture of of is it John Oates
Yeah.
and Daryl Hall?
Yeah. Daryl Hall looks like Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, he's about 73 now, I think.
Yeah. 74, I think.
Yeah, and
And John Oates, you can see his face got stretched.
yeah, definitely, he's got that look,
You know who really got some iffies plastic surgery is Tommy Shaw from Styx.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, shit. You look at pictures of him when he was old, totally different person.
Really?
Not quite up to the level of Kenny Rogers. But yeah,
Yeah, no shit, Kenny Rogers.
he's 72, Tommy Shaw. And they get the bleached white piano key teeth.
Yeah, he still got that long blonde hair.
I mean, bullshit. Probably looks like Rip Van Winkle in a bathing suit.
Maybe.
Yeah, but they just want to keep up this thing of what they used to be.
Yeah,
Elton John looks strange.
yeah, but he always looks strange.
Yeah, but not like he does now.
Yeah,
He looks like a guy that play a drunken movie in The Drunk and a Wonderful Life.
yeah, maybe. Yeah,
And also Steve Perry looks like a used car salesman.
I haven't seen Steve Perry in a
Yeah,
while.
he's got a bunch of videos up.
Does he?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Journey.
yeah.
Simple Life has been trying to get me to listen to them and accept them. I'm not a huge fan.
Hair bands, arena bands, they called them too.
Oh, I can't stand that stuff. The hair bands are just, the music is just so cheap. And
I know you're right. How about Def Leppard?
I'm not a big fan. Couple of songs,
Yeah,
but I don't follow them. I don't listen to everything that they've done.
yeah. I mean, they're that was kind of a weird thing with Journey and Steve Perry. They said that he was bullshitting them on coming back, big ego. He had injured his hip in a mountain climbing accident.
Oh yeah,
And they said, they just didn't get along.
right. Yeah.
The brains behind Journey is that Jew that plays the guitar, Neil Shine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that wasn't Steve Perry. He was hired.
Oh, okay. Just the same.
Yeah, yep. But he looks like he's gotten strange looking too.
The guitar player.
Yeah. He's still out there playing around, but great guitar player.
Hmm.
And the big money makers of them all, Kiss.
Ah. Yeah.
They get $100 for a crappy T-shirt still.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
And they marketed the shit out of that just perfect.
Oh yeah.
Dolls, everything.
Yeah. Right from the beginning, they pushed that and the Kiss Army and the merchandise you could get back then.
Yeah. You think that Ace Frehley is a good guitar player?
I haven't heard enough of his stuff to really judge. A lot of people tell me that he is, and I should listen to him, but I haven't had a chance to really. I've heard him do a few covers of other people.
Yeah.
He was okay, I guess. I didn't hear anything that.
How about Blind Melon?
Blind Melon.
Yeah.
What song did they do again?
About something about the rain and drinking tea in the rain.
Huh.
How about the Cult?
Not a big fan.
Flock of Seagulls.
Not a big fan. That was considered new wave, Flock of Seagulls, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't a huge new wave fan at the time either.
What's that other thing? They seem like they're all gay. Depeche Mode or something?
Depeche Mode?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're okay. They've been around a long time.
Yeah.
They've been around since the 70s. And they had
9 Inch Nails.
9 Inch Nails?
Yeah.
I haven't heard enough of their stuff to judge them.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to really opportunity to listen to them.
How about Mott the Hoople?
Yeah, I didn't mind him. I mean, he didn't do anything super to impress me, other than that song that David Bowie gave him.
Oh, he did give it to him.
Yeah, All the Young Dudes.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah, Bowie wrote that.
Oh, okay. Wonder why he gave him that.
Why don't you give them seem to well? That in England at the time they traded and they gave each other songs. That's what they did. The Stones did it to the Beatles, or vice versa, and they were all intertwined in a way with
Yeah,
the.
if you would have given me Beatles tickets, I'd have given them away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
not one song I like.
I like the later stuff from the Beatles, their last few albums.
Would you go see Paul McCartney by himself?
Yeah, I would.
How about Ringo Starr?
Probably not.
Talk about lucky.
Yeah, yeah. But he took it well, and he's a lovable guy. He's a icon.
Yeah, he is. I mean,
But
he'll sell out a casino till the day he dies.
Paul McCartney impresses me as being one of the best songwriters.
Oh, like what? Silly love songs with Michael Jackson.
No. I'm talking, Let It Be, Hey Jude, all the really good music from their last few albums, and then going into his solo career. I like a lot of the music that he wrote, like "Band on the Run." I thought was a well written song. Um, he's got a few. He's got a few kind of gayish ones,
Yeah.
but he's got some. He's got good writing technique. I mean, he's one of the best, I think.
How about Tim CC?
Um, yeah, they
You know, I
were
thought that was Paul McCartney for about a year.
really.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit of their music, and I didn't mind them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I want to think of this song that
Oh, it's pretty good. You should check out if you like seeing pretty girls ripping on guitars, but talented. A girl named Samantha Fish.
Oh, really?
Yeah, check her out. You know what? I'll send you the link. I'm going to send you a link of her doing Jimi Hendrix song,
Oh,
and
wow, okay.
she'll impress you right away.
Really?
Yeah, I'll drop it in your mailbox
On
later.
that Paul McCartney gay song, you talking about like Penny Lane?
No, I'm talking silly love songs. I thought was kind of
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. That was with Michael Jackson.
was silly love songs.
Yeah.
I thought they did it.
No, that was Ebony and Ivory.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the culprit. I thought that I
I
didn't
can't
know that.
think of that one song. I know he wrote it it was with the Beatles. It's hard to play in the guitar. Bands bitch about it.
Yeah, well, who wrote some great songs? George Harrison.
Yeah, I know. But, why wasn't he more famous? Because he died early?
No, because he just didn't get the recognition in the Beatles that the Lennon and McCartney got, because they stole it pretty well. They only let him have like one song per album, and the rest of the songs was written by those two. And later, he just he got sort of big, stayed sort of big, but he didn't really do anything.
When he went out on his own, he lost that lawsuit about copying songs.
Oh yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
know anything about that.
Yeah. I can't think. I want to say it was.
There's this guy. George Harrison wrote an album called "All Things Must Come to Pass,"
Yeah.
and it was helped by this guy named. Hold on, it's coming to me. I can't tell my story until I can remember his name.
Yeah, I'm looking for this damn song. I just read about that lawsuit the other day. And basically, the judge didn't think that he copied it. It was back to the old thing of how you're influenced. And that's always in everybody's mind if you're a musician.
Yeah,
And he didn't go out and like You know when that one band got nailed for that intro from a Stones thing? They have like one good famous song that has 1 billion views. Can't
Right.
think of the one. Yeah, and they lost. And then Vanilla Ice with he had to settle with Freddie Mercury.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, just blatant. Uh, yeah, I think it was My Sweet Lord.
Okay.
Yeah, I got sued and lost.
Because it sounded like another song.
Yeah,
I'd like to know what song.
My
What's,
Sweet Lord. My Sweet Lord.
yeah, I'd like to know what song it sounds similar to. Because I can't think of one.
Well, I'll tell you. Let me look it up right now. I'll tell you. Just if you just type in George Harrison lawsuits. Hold on, I'll do it right now. George Harrison lawsuits. And I bet I'll find it. I don't know how I happen to be reading that. Yeah, My Sweet Lord plagiarism lawsuit. February 19th, 1981. He had to pay $587,000. The Chiffons, a 1963 hit single, He's So Fine.
Oh, I know that song. He's so fine.
But I thought the Pointer Sisters did that later.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but he lost. That was a lot of money back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 500,000 for sure.
Was less worried in regard as he got he said, but the judge even believed what he said, but it didn't matter. Yeah, interesting though, isn't it?
Yeah, very
And
interesting.
you look at, I was watching a Leonard Skinner thing the other day, and they were talking about how when they got signed by record companies, and when they got signed originally, like they had signed anybody they could get to sign a contract, and then
Right.
over the next 5 years dropped everybody else and put all their efforts into Leonard Skinner.
Really, yeah.
And I'll
Yeah.
tell you, for that kind of music, you can't beat it. I mean, I would have never went to see him in concert, but like
Not your style.
that's good ass like swamp music.
Yeah, they played tight and well. They rehearsed the shit out of their songs. They had always played the song the same way as it was on the album. They played
Yeah, I
it.
hate that too when they change the songs.
Yeah, they always did the solos the same way. Everything exactly like on the album.
But
And
Steve Gaines had solo work too.
oh, Steve Gaines was immensely talented. He was
You know
join.
that.
He didn't join the band until '76, and he was only with the band for 1 year before he
Yeah,
died.
his sister Cassie was one of the singers.
Right. He was a
Yeah.
backup singer, Cassie
Yeah.
Gaines, and she died in the plane crash
Both
too.
got killed. Yeah,
Yeah.
only 6 people died and 2 were pilots. It's weird, brother and sister.
Yeah. Yeah.
They all 3 of those singers came from a same gospel group.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which I thought, I guess it's not a surprise, but I don't know. I thought it was like different back then, and they were all dopers and drinkers, and
Hmm?
and here they wonder how they like recruited them.
The honk. They called them the honkettes, the girls.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
I never heard that.
And from the story I heard was that the redheaded one was hired first, and Ronnie Van Zant hired her without even hearing her sing. He just liked her personality, and decided that she was going to sing good for him, and she ended up being a really good singer. And then they hired the other two, and Cassie Gaines was bothering them for the longest time. Hey, my brother's a really good guitarist. You should have him come and play
Yeah.
with you. And
Yeah.
finally, they said, okay, bring him in. And he came in, and he helped write. Their last album was called Street Survivors. And he helped write a good part of that album. And you can hear the difference in the style of music in that album, Street Survivors, as in compared to their past albums. Completely different music.
Wow.
Yeah. It's the same rock and roll, piano, a lot of guitar music, but with the
I
third
listened to some of Steve Gaines' stuff the other night, and he actually had a good voice.
yeah, he did. I was listening the other night too. He was singing I Know a Little.
Yeah, right. Yep, same one I was listening to. On
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't really know too much about him.
Yeah, he was from Oklahoma, and there was yeah, he had his own kind of thing going, a solo thing going, and he teamed up with Leonard Skinner in '76, and the band was really going to start going places at that point.
Yeah, now you don't like say when these guys came in along the way and joined Leonard Skinner, they were just starting to get popular. Would they be just paid like a day musician, studio musician rate, or do they get a piece of the pie like Ronnie Van Zant?
They would probably get a portion of the uh, total whatever the
Really?
pay is.
I
Yeah.
mean, would it make sense that I heard that, Billy Corgan explain this on Howard Stern one time.
Hmm.
He got a different pay rate than the rest of the Smashing Pumpkins.
Oh yeah.
But do you think that Ronnie Van Zant would have been the highest paid?
Well, later when they were producing albums and they were playing huge venues, um, it was his lyrics that he wrote all the lyrics for all the
Yeah.
music.
Yep.
He didn't write the music. It came from a collaboration of all the artists in the band. They would play a riff, and then he would write the lyrics to the riff that they would play. Like "Sweet
Oh,
Home Alabama" was written that way. They were just screwing around. One guy started going bum 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 bum, and Ronnie Van Zant said, "Keep playing that, keep playing that." So the guy kept playing it, and then Ronnie Van Zant slowly put the words together.
yeah. Nobody seems to have much favorable info or comments about Ronnie Van Zant's wife.
Judy Van Zant.
Yeah.
Well, the band had a feud going with her because they had an agreement that the band could be Leonard Skinner always, so long as a certain amount of original members were in it. And that was all well and fine for a few years. And then when the numbers started to dwindle on the original members, um, she started hawking about something, and they didn't speak with her. They didn't talk to her.
Right. And she's moved his body around a couple times.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at different cemeteries.
Funny, just a side note here. That airplane that they died in,
Say it again.
that airplane that they died in,
DC-3. Yeah.
yeah, that was off. That was going to be Aerosmith's airplane. And Steven Tyler looked at it and said, "No way. We don't want this trash."
That could be bullshit because that was a good plane used for charters regularly. And the reason it crashed is because they ran out of fuel.
Yeah, but it was an old plane. It was like from the 40s.
Yeah. But I mean, there were a lot. Rick Nelson got killed in the same kind of plane.
DC-3.
Yeah, but they still use those places.
Really?
Yeah, it wasn't like, and that one was all customized. I think that's part of what got them is they were in there. I'm not. It's vague on this.
Yeah.
Artie Pyle told me that he remembers seeing the back of Ronnie Van Zant's shoes. He was crammed all the way up the front and like the back where the nose twisted. So I got the impression that people were in there despite knowing they were going to crash with no seatbelts on. They were just sitting like in the couch thing.
Right. That's where Ronnie Van Zant was. He had a headache, and he took a couple of sleeping tablets and laid on a couch in the aircraft. And when it crashed, that's where he was, apparently.
Yeah, and another thing, I read this later. He didn't say it, but they happened to be doing like a mock disaster not far from there.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why more people didn't die. There just happened to be a lot of extra doctors and EMTs and stuff within 10 minutes.
Lucky.
They were stabilizing all of them. And of course, it didn't catch on fire because there was no fuel.
Right.
So even though fuel exhaustion caused the crash, it kept more people from dying once it did.
Yeah, that's because it landed in a swamp.
Yeah, they got a big like memorial park there now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm gonna go there. I've been by there a million times.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, but it isn't like you see a sign exit here.
Yeah,
And
you
I've
got to
been by
find.
that place a million times. I didn't realize that's where it happened.
Wow.
Yeah, just out in the woods there, they got a big memorial. You can look it up. I'm sure
Yeah,
there's.
see
I
that.
bet you money there's videos all on YouTube on it. I didn't look yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
look.
plan on going there.
Yeah, that'd be great. You take some videotape of that. How
Yeah,
far is it from your house?
it'd probably take me 6 hours to get there. Yeah, it's over in like southeast of Memphis, over near Tunica. I've been by there so much, but I wouldn't. I don't know. I just got like interested in them maybe a year ago through I don't know, and then I ran into
That's fun.
Kyle.
You don't even like the music. You
Yeah, I
just,
think I don't like most of it, but I know it sounds nuts, but the perception they gave me was just a bunch of druggy, low life, swamp riding white trash.
rednecks, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think it was really that way. I think that's the way it was presented.
Yeah, because of their long hair.
Kind of like John Fogerty in that Louisiana draw. He's from fucking California.
That's right.
And I think Leonard Skinner, it's the same like with Redbone. They were Lolly and somebody else. It looked like Simon and Garfunkel. And then bam, they went with the descendants of the Inca Indians as singing Indians and took off.
Yeah. Yeah, they had their gimmick.
Yeah, a gimmick. That's right. You look Captain Danielle. He wore the stupid hat.
Yep.
She came on like the Virgin Mary.
Yeah, the music was shit. There was nothing good in their music.
Yeah, I remember when they look at now, they banned Muskrat Love.
I heard you saying that.
Crazy. And they were, I don't know if they were a couple of, it seemed like it was platonic for a while. He always seemed like not all there.
Yeah, I guess. Because they did divorce eventually, did they not? They separated or something like that?
Yeah, but still played together. When you got just like some of these like cooking shows and home renovation shows on TV, they're divorced, but they're still acting like they're happily good, great friends or something.
Yeah,
When the money's right, I mean, why not? You act every other kind of act. Why not act like you're happily married?
why not?
Yeah, I mean, who knows what they get paid, but probably pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the music business is interesting, how people get there, how people don't last. Like Christopher Cross. Michael McDonald got him going.
Oh yeah.
And then he just died. He fell out of grace, just like he rose to stardom. Weird.
Yeah.
That fucker's still worth $15 million or something.
Here one day, gone another. It depends if the promotion companies want to promote you, like they're doing lately with a band called Oasis.
Yeah.
I'm not a
I haven't
huge
checked
fan of.
that out yet, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, they're really promoting the shit out of them and giving them a break. Like they're a big rock and roll band that's been around for a long. Even though they have been around for a long time,
Yeah.
they're not very good, if you ask me. They don't have very many hits, and they're. I don't get their music, but they're treating them like another Rolling Stones or something like that.
Yeah.
But
You know who else went up high and then fell flat? Incubus.
Incubus.
They're Canadian.
I never even heard of them.
Yeah, you'd know them. You type them in, you just forgot connected them to their songs.
Yeah, Incubus.
Yeah, Incubus.
Incubus. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, I remember seeing that name.
yeah, they were super popular for a while, and just kind of fell off the map.
Have you ever heard of they sing that song Lay It on the Line. Fuck.
I don't know.
Yeah, damn it. another Canadian band. Their singer is a really good, really high pitched singer. He's old now, but he can still sing like he was when he was young. It's
Triumph.
yeah, Triumph. That's it.
That's what Penny said. Yeah, I couldn't. I don't know a thing about them. If she wouldn't have said that, I never figured it out.
Yeah, the Canadian band. You wouldn't know too much because I don't think they really got a big break. And well, Penny knows them, so Rick Hammett. That's it, Penny. He can still sing just like when he was in his 20s. It's amazing.
Probably auto tune.
No, I don't think so. He can still auto tune. You can has a distinctive sound to it.
Yeah.
Sort of a droney sort of sound.
Yeah.
And I didn't get that. He was a great singer when he was young, and he can still do it. No big deal, I guess.
Some of this bullshit going on with these voice coaches has gotten nasty, and I watched a couple of their rebuttal videos the other day.
Oh yeah.
They said that unless you're rich or super popular, you always have backing tracks playing at a concert.
We don't.
Yeah, but you're not super famous.
No, not at all.
I mean, in your group, but is that true or not?
Well, there's a lot of people that do it, isn't there? That have.
Well, he showed a quick, what he called a short list of people that took a 5-minute Google search, and there were 100 bands on there, and it's like, wow.
That are pretending to play and.
Well, it's not quite. It really isn't pretending. You're filling in it's almost like it's helping you with the harmonies and bringing in a damn.
Are you talking about click track? No,
they refer to them as backing tracks.
Because when you tell me backing tracks, I think instruments being recorded.
That too.
And you play along with those instruments.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, but you can see like let's say you made a kick-ass song like Led Zeppelin. They go and just Jimmy Page and Robert Plant go out on tour. You use it then because the other guys are missing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, to me, that's cheap. If
you look at the list he came up with of people that used it and use it now,
yeah,
it just seemed like commonplace.
I wonder, maybe a lot of times the audience doesn't know any better.
No, I believe that too.
But to me, I like to see the musicians play their instruments, each and every musician. That's what I'm paying for, and that's what I want to see. I don't want to hear recordings.
Do you like unplugged?
Yeah.
If you guys unplugged at a bar, that you'd never ask it back again, would they?
Say that again.
If you played unplugged at one of those bars or on that boat, they probably wouldn't want you back, would they?
Oh, there's a song called Unplugged?
No, unplugged. It's all like
acoustic,
electric shit.
Yeah, we've done a few gigs on patios. We play acoustic.
Yeah, like when you did that golf course or something.
No, we did a couple of these sort of eatery, trendy eatery meeting places, and we played at their patio, and just the three of us as a trio. We didn't bring a drummer with us, and we just didn't. They used acoustic guitars, and I, of course, had to plug in, and we played acoustic songs. A lot of like America, and
yeah,
a little bit of Bob Seger, a little bit of stuff you do with an acoustic guitar.
Then you see like famous guys that made it big, like ZZ Top. You just got 2 guitars and a drum.
I know, 3-piece band.
So where's the bass coming from?
It's not 2 guitars. It's 1 guitar, 1 bass.
One guitar, but a bass is a guitar.
It's a type of guitar, yeah, a bass guitar.
Yeah, that's 2 guitars.
Okay, yeah, and that's the bass.
Yeah, right. Oh, but I mean, they're missing something. What is it?
I would say
The police too.
I can only think of keyboards that are missing.
Yeah, but you know, a lot of places get their ass handed to them for a keyboard. They think that's cheating.
Is having a keyboard player?
Yeah.
I can't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, but if you look at the rock bands that don't have them,
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a good hard rock 3-piece band. There's been many of them. Rush was 3-piece. Free was 3-piece. Um, you know,
but yeah,
Yes was in 3-piece. Yes was.
that sounds like all recordings.
Um, I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Well, what is it? The Outcall? They were Canadian too, I think, weren't they?
Outcall. I haven't heard of them.
Outcall, or I think that was their name.
Yeah. I mean,
Some places just seemed like Outback. What the hell was that? Out something. Outfield. They were like famous for a while.
yeah, it does ring a bell.
No, you'll know them, and I'm pretty sure they're Canadian. The Out something. Yeah, Outfield, or I can't think of it. Canadian band. Let me look at this. Canadian.
Hey, Simple Life.
It fills it in for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it though. Out. It was Out something. It wasn't Outlaw. Okay. I'll think of it later when I'm in bed or something.
Yeah, I know that stuff always comes back. That's
You know, Out. It was the Outfield, I thought.
I've never heard of a
That's
band.
baseball, so that's not right.
Nah, sounds.
Hold on, let me think. Yeah, the Outfield. That's the name of them. The Outfield. Let me look at this. Oh, here. Oh, let me look at Outfield's biggest hit. English pop and rock band formed in London. Your Love was their biggest thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't ring a bell?
No, not at all. But there's so many. I don't know them all, but not that one.
Yeah, but it's just like Bryan Adams. I'm surprised he got famous.
Yeah, I was never a huge fan, and
He got marketed the hell out of though.
that's what it was. He's first was Canadian by the Canadian radio stations and sponsors, and then when he went international, the record companies pumped him up to sell albums.
I bet he's worth $25 million or something.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, at least 30 or 40.
I mean, for a while, everywhere you would go,
You'd hear.
yeah.
Oh, was that one song that he sang?
Cuts like a knife.
No, the Princess Diana one. Diana, what you doing with a guy like that, Diana?
Yeah, but that wasn't about Princess Diana, was it?
Yeah,
Oh, it was.
yeah. He was in love with Princess Diana, and he wrote the song for her. Diana, what are you doing?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Uh-huh.
Wonder if he's still over there, or is he probably living in L.A. now? Most of those people seem to get the hell out of Canada.
Yeah, a lot of times. Not all of them, but a
He's
good.
only worth $75 million.
He's worth more than Rush is.
Yeah, but you don't know about these. You'll read some shit like this, and 6 months from now, you found out they just filed bankruptcy.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, who knows who's dreaming up this shit?
I know.
No penalty for making these things up.
What
I
the-
really noticed that in books too. If you could write a book on anything, and it could be half bullshit, and there's nothing you can do about it.
yeah.
You know what I mean? If it's your creation, you don't need to cite it, bibliography, footnote, nothing. I mean, I could write a book. Now, in theory, it's not supposed to get by an editor.
Right.
But what if it does? And you buy this and you think, and you believe it, and it's all bullshit. I mean, YouTube seems to worry about that. If you put a title of a book, they busted me and given me strikes before for false medical information. It was written by a PhD, MD, dual degrees. Who are they to say it's false? I didn't talk about the content. I just bought it.
That was a bullshit call, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they're fucking famous for that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe they haven't fucked with my Trump shorts.
I didn't see any of those. What were you doing?
Oh, just like, celebrating and
Oh, okay. Today.
great day today. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah, because they're heavy Democratic, aren't they?
Oh, fucking hey. Facebook too.
Yeah.
That's
What
why
is
I got to give Big Nuts Award of the Year to Elon Musk. I mean, this motherfucker does what he says he's going to do. And the strange thing about this, Mark, is that
Yeah.
Donald Trump doesn't like electric cars.
Oh, I
And
didn't know that.
Elon Musk donated like $200 million to his campaign.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you just wonder what goes on behind closed doors. And this
Yeah.
Vance, the vice president, there's all sorts of recordings and interviews where he said Trump was a big fucking douchebag 15 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
Trump should have never been in politics, and now look. I mean, I can understand you guys eating lunch somewhere together, but your vice president?
Right.
It's just you can't figure this shit out.
Elon Musk definitely wants to be friends with Trump and see him be president because
Yeah, but Trump hates electric vehicles. He said so. And Trump fucking, or Elon Musk, if your product is going to appeal to liberals, you can't get better than a Tesla.
that's true.
I mean, all this sunshine powered bullshit.
Elon Musk has his finger in a lot of different pots, though.
He sure does.
He also
He just said last night he's overrated. Yeah, okay. And that he didn't really invent it.
look at all the rockets he puts, all the satellites he puts every year into the
Oh,
orbit.
yeah. I mean, this guy at PayPal, you just name it. Independent. Yeah, it's hard to do in California. I do too. I mean, but it's a two-party system, always will be. An independent will never get elected in your lifetime. If you're going to vote, it's got to be for one or the other. Look, Donald Trump's not a favorite of mine, but for the future of business and the economy, I thought I had no choice.
Well, it's the Republican Party values and everything that you.
Yeah, it's capitalism, which the fucking liberals villainize. If you
Right.
made a profit, you rip somebody off, you fuck the stockholders,
Yeah,
smoke marijuana, be at peace, wear tie-dyed shirts, don't wash your hair for a week, and let the hair grow on your legs if you're a girl.
that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So it's like I said, I voted for the best of the worst. It's gotten so bad that you just have to ignore his personal indiscretions
Yeah,
and go with the economy and the interest rate, inflation, not fucking with Social Security, not giving Medicaid to every crook that decides to wade across the Rio Grande.
how do you feel about him going to be appointing Kennedy, R.F. Kennedy, to be? What's he going to be? The Minister of Health?
Weird.
I thought that was kind of inappropriate. Usually,
Yeah.
you're a doctor, don't you, to do that?
He was another guy that was at the Epstein parties with Trump.
Yeah, I know. I heard.
Probably got a half hour of filming them with the underage girls. Said, look, motherfucker, you give me a good job or I'm sending these to CNN.
Could be. You never know
No, you never know.
what
And
happened.
if you read between the lines, and this could be, there's a lot of stretch here, I believe it. Russia and Trump and thinking he was tight with Putin. I've just read, and it's not official. It just could be total bullshit. Looks like old Trump's into golden showers. And when you think of the women that he had access to, when you're getting down so low as to paying off old has-been porn stars that weren't that great at the top of their game,
Right.
it makes you wonder if there's some kinky shit.
Yeah, maybe, eh?
Yeah. But
Figure-
all these guys, these powerful guys, I know from a male's perspective, they went with, I'm assuming, what was easy because the best looking was too much maintenance and risky. Monica Lewinsky, there were
yeah.
way better looking women than Marilyn Monroe, Donna Rice with Gary, what's his face? starts with a K, married the Ketchup family.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all John McCain, big huge pussy chaser.
Yeah.
He didn't even know how many houses he had. That came from his wife's side. These divorces that were tight up in
John
Michigan.
John John McCain,
Oh, biggest pussy chaser that ever lived.
the ex-politician, ex-soldier.
Yeah.
He was in a prisoner of war camp. That John McCain.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Oh, big time. Known all over.
Wow.
You know who else was a huge pussy chaser? Groucho Marx's son wrote a book about it, but they, bought every copy and threw them in the trash. Bob Hope.
Oh, I believe that.
Not only so was Bob Barker. And not only that, when Bob Hope, back then you could run these scans and you had no one to tell like YouTube. Those fuckers, he would go around, entertaining our soldiers. Well, as it turns out, nobody really wanted to go. And they were threatened with court martials if they didn't attend.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
The show.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. So, it's like you're skeptical of all these things. You know what I mean?
Right. It's what you see is not what really is.
But I was really surprised at some of the states Trump won, like Wisconsin and Michigan. That was a mind blower.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah, I thought so. In Georgia, I mean, you'll never find more liberals in the world than in Atlanta, a whole big giant city and suburb.
Right.
Hate Trump. I mean, it's like a mini New York when it comes to politics.
Trump is red. The Democrats are blue, and the Republicans are red.
Yeah. Yep. So it's just really interesting.
Yeah, I find it fascinating.
And what's even more interesting is like, yeah, I did vote for him, right? But it's like, even like Hillary Clinton must have felt, when you lose to a guy like Donald Trump, that speaks volumes. That's the best you can come up with.
Yeah, well, I think that with Hillary, weren't they pretty? Wasn't that a really close race?
Yeah, she was signing books.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a clown fest nowadays. Even in the old days, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan. I mean, you weren't voting for them, but they were good guys.
Right.
Same with George Bush Sr. George Bush Jr., a little fucking weird.
Yeah.
But you didn't have these pussy grabbing porno settlements out of campaign funds. If you supposedly got Donald Trump's money, why in the fuck are you paying $140,000 to an old has-been porno star?
I know.
You can't come up with it seems like you'd be busting one of your dorky kids' piggy banks.
Right.
Gold faucets on the airplane, Mar-a-Lago, and you can't come up with 140 grand cash out of something that potentially, and proved later, got you in a world of shit.
Yeah.
Just doesn't quite add up.
No.
So if you read over the years, if you don't even need to read between the lines. Donald Trump, doesn't have that much money.
No, not what he says he has.
I got an idea this motherfucker's credit cards are maxed out all the time.
Probably.
And, I learned a long time ago, and just through reading in bankruptcies, leverage, that's right, that once you have your creditors by the nuts, they can't afford to let you go under.
Right. Yeah.
You never pay the principal down. But they say, we'll file bankruptcy. We want a new airplane. And, that airplane's an old used fucking piece of shit that was repainted. It isn't like it was a brand new airplane. So there's a lot of facade there.
Yeah.
That's it. Property rich, cash poor. One of the top grossing restaurants in the United States is Zender's in Frankenmuth, Michigan, about 90 miles from me.
Okay.
And I know and keep in touch with the guy that bought my sister's McDonald's, and he lives there, and he's tight in the community, and he bought a new $50,000 camera for the emergency helicopter, for that kind of shit.
Yeah.
They were at a wine tasting thing one time, and Mrs. Zender piped up and said that she was going to donate $1 million for a park for like kids in Frankenmuth. And she told him later, this is like, they own that place. They own the whole place, water parks, fudge shops, the whole bit. And he told me that she told him that without borrowing money, she had a hell of a time coming up with $1 million cash.
Hmm.
And this is someone who is just printing money for
Right.
50 years. So
Yeah.
cash poor, asset rich. And you're exactly right, leveraged.
Yeah.
And you look at these guys. I had a rich guy that stayed in the bed and breakfast down in Florida, and he bought a brand new Augusta 109 twin engine turbine helicopter. He'd land in my yard and stay at the thing, and they were into racehorses. They owned a big concrete company in Chicago, and then they got into casinos, just tons of money. He'd take me flying that helicopter all the time. Back then, it was $3,100 an hour to operate.
Right.
Helicopter, I want to say this would have been like 98. I think he paid $1.9 million for it. Had state-of-the-art, full-time pilot. Just you look in, it was like a luxurious helicopter.
Right.
SAC, super paint job. And well, I got along with the guy. You could ask him anything. And I said, hey, what's the cost to like get into this fucking thing? And you're thinking, holy shit,
Yeah.
And he only put $100,000 down.
Right.
They never pay it off.
No, I guess.
Yeah, but as it turns out, with a lot of these big end deals, minus being an oil company, you're not selling this shit if you're not making attractable financing to people that can afford to make the monthly nut. But it isn't like people are writing checks for this shit. And that guy had so much money and he was so paranoid about the IRS, he didn't write any of that helicopter shit off. He paid it out of his own after-tax dollars.
No.
Because he was afraid, which is true.
Yeah, the IRS would get him if he took
The
the right,
IRS would be fucking with him full time. Yeah.
which you don't want if you have.
You're right, Conan. And look at these pro athletes and stuff. If you just stayed in a nice subdivision and drove normal cars, but they don't. They buy private jets. And these look at the money these guys are blowing with these fucking boats.
Hmm.
Now when you got Jeff Bezos money, who gives a fuck if the thing sinks a week after you had it? But a lot of these guys, it's a stretch. Those damn things, a lot of those big yachts and stuff, it's nothing to have 10 full-time staff on there keeping it the salt water from turning into junk in a month. That's one thing that impressed me. You go down to a deep water marina like in Fort Lauderdale.
Right.
And the race car drivers, I know the guy that did Steven Spielberg, how you can keep a 100-foot boat in salt water in the bright sun looking brand new to the day you sell it is impressive.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
have a hard time fucking leaf blowing one porch.
I know.
This thing is waxed and the windows all look great.
I know.
It looks like it's never left the showroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pride in your asset
Pride and shit tons of money.
and a lot of money. Yeah.
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 But you look at in a lot of these guys, you can always tell the ones that got crazy money, they may use that thing like twice a year.
I know, and it's parked the rest
And the
of the
ones that don't charter it out.
right.
A lot of these guys with their private jets, those are on full-time charter when they're not using them themselves.
For sure.
Yeah, like they show up to the race car track with their wife and them and 2 kids, 2 dogs run out. Yeah, the rest of the year, that thing was steam cleaned and it's being subleased through NetJets or whoever. We got one right down the road down here in Greensboro. I fucking follow that thing all the time. It's a NetJets airplane, goes all over the damn place. And that's $4,100 an hour to lease.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah, crazy. But who knows? And you look at the title, the people that actually own the jets. Good luck. It's leased, and subleased, and rented, and block time, and I mean, it must be a nightmare even for the IRS to get down to the bottom of what's what.
Really?
Well, I know you got 5 people writing the same jet off. And if you're lucky enough not to get audited, you never know that because it's like Mark Kropka leasing, Tom Reed, Rent-A-Jet. It's not just like
Right.
them auditing us and handing our ass to us after being there a week.
Yeah, well, I know if you own a jet like that, you're going to have to pay the sucker off. And if you're not
They
using it,
never do pay it off.
no, right, you were saying it's always, you got to make your payments every month
Yeah.
and take it away.
Yeah.
And you got to come up with the money to do that. And if you are paying out of your own pocket to do it, then you're hemorrhaging cash. You're not
Yeah.
being smart.
Yeah,
So,
and it's not like when you're leasing it, it's you got damn Motley Crue trash in it.
yeah,
And these planes can go like 4,000-mile range. So they're going to Europe, Brazil, and everywhere airliners are going faster and at higher altitudes. And they own it, It's crazy, isn't it?
yeah.
Some of them got hot tubs, king-size beds.
Hey, it looks like I'm going to Italy, eh? In a couple of weeks.
What's that?
I'm going to Italy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. My brother's going to rent a place there for a year. And he's going to try wintering there first. And I said that he asked me if I'd go down with him and check
Wow.
it out. And I'll probably go down for 2-3 weeks once he has it too. It's funny, in Italy, in Europe, when they move, they take their kitchens with them. So you have to.
I know the food there is fantastic.
So when you get a place, you have to buy a kitchen, the cabinets, everything, and install it. And yeah, when they move, they take their freaking kitchen with them. In Europe, I thought it was the weirdest thing I ever heard, but that's apparently what they do.
Yeah, you'll love the food there.
Yeah, I know.
Are you into Italian food much?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You won't be able to get in your damn pants after being there a week.
I know.
Bread and pasta and shit.
Seafood.
Yeah, that'll be a good time.
Yeah, and I'm just looking forward to seeing Rome.
God. I remember my dad telling me as a teenager, he said, you see these young Italian girls, they're 12 years old and they look like they're 25 in a bikini.
I know.
He said, wait till you see them at about 35. He said, if you ever date an Italian woman, go look at the mom, because that's what she's going to look like in 20 years.
Yeah, yeah.
He was right.
I know.
They look like the Mother Hubbard baking cookies in a tree, and they're not even 40 yet.
Yeah, they tend to look like they're ethnic, very ethnic, and like their own mothers, like you were saying.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Hey, Simple, I said, I hope you take a camera or something.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll broadcast from there.
Oh, that'd be great. You better check on your cell phone thing.
Yeah, I'll get
4,000. Hang on a second. I'm gonna grab a water real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. You. I know people that have taken trips and didn't check their cell phone, got a $4,000 bill.
Yeah, I'll check my what is it, roaming? You gotta whatever I gotta do, I'll figure it out. No, I'm okay.
It's pouring outside.
Is it really?
Yeah, I got my case of water.
So how's everybody doing? What's going on, James? Yeah, Simple Life. I'll definitely collect lots of videos of that. The Pirate in Rome will be interesting. I'm looking forward to it. I think that if I go for 2 weeks, I'll be able to see quite a bit.
Is Kathy going?
I'm not sure yet. I don't think so. I don't think she wants to go. She doesn't get along with my bro so good. They're both very headstrong people, and they clash.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she probably shouldn't go then. Fuck, gives Daisy a treat.
That was
That'll be a good experience. Do you have a passport?
not yet.
Good.
He's just got his. I'm going to get to work on mine this week.
And that'll be non-stop flight?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't even looked into it yet. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going to go because he's going first to scope it all out, and he wants some company, and then he wants when he's there and has the place, he wants me to come down for a long time, and we'll drive around Italy together. So I don't know. I don't really like being away from home for too long. Like I think 2 weeks would be cool to do that, and
That'd be too long for me.
yeah, even that's borderline too long for me too. I like to be around my household and
Don't be fucking with that marijuana over there either.
yeah, I know. I won't be able to smoke at all, but that's no big deal.
Okay, don't be taking any in your luggage.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't take that chance. I'm too cool to fool. I've gotten this far without having a record.
Yeah,
So
good for you. Yeah, I hate to blow it like that.
yeah,
You know, when I first got married, we went to Hawaii with another couple that were attorneys.
oh yeah,
And we're down there fucking around Maui and, you know, all that bullshit
Nice.
you do when you go to Hawaii.
Yep.
And that fucking lawyer bought a pound of marijuana down there and brought it back in his luggage. I know.
that was a few years ago too.
That was
But,
86.
wow.
But even then, man, it was a Schedule 1 drug then.
Yeah, wow.
And it wasn't like there wasn't 10 marijuana shops in every small town.
That's freaking smuggling. That's
That was a stupid ass, man. He
Yeah.
got away with it.
he's lucky. That's all.
Mhm.
Next time he might not if he tried it again.
Yeah, right.
I have a
I mean,
good.
maybe for all we know, the dog had a sore paw that day, and they just let everything go through.
Never know.
Yeah, you know, it's like something. But you know, I've read stats too. You ever watch that show Catch a Smuggler?
No, I've never seen that
I
one.
always think you dumbasses, but then when you read data unrelated to the show, it looks like they catch 1 out of 1,000. So if 999 guys, I'm sure there are people we'll never know about, have been doing the same shit for 30 years and never got nailed.
Yeah.
The show's edited out, the best of the best.
Professional mules.
Yeah, professional mules. That's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a very risky business to be in.
I was thinking to my God, what a dumbass.
I told you the story about my buddy that when he was younger swallowed a sheik
Yeah.
oil and obstructed his bowel, almost
Yeah.
killed him. The RCMP, when they brought the cops to the hospital because they thought it was dope in that freaking sheik, they were all over him. And then when they tested it, they found that it was corn syrup. They had their fucking tail between their legs. They couldn't do anything to the guy.
Wow.
But he was so stupid to do that.
Yeah.
I know another guy, like a good friend of mine, his younger brother just got caught smuggling pot into the United Kingdom. And he was going to get into a lot of trouble, but he's got some serious mental issues.
Yeah.
He's schizophrenic and he's got some other problems. So he only got 2 years house arrest for it. 2 years house arrest.
Hey, I was reading a little bio on that George Lynch.
Yeah.
He was really into bodybuilding steroids for about 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
Said it was the dumbest thing he ever did in his life.
Yeah. Yeah. Roids.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. Build yourself up, and then when you stop, you turn into flab.
Yeah.
The only way is to have good muscle, retain it, and to later shrink it naturally and half decently is to work for it. You have to do the work.
But those guys aren't winning any contest.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
But they're doing it for themselves, of course.
Yeah, did you have much of that bodybuilding stuff in Canada?
I used to I'd go to the gym all the time, and we used to pump weights, and yeah, gyms were really popular up here forever.
Oh wow.
I was a member of the Ontario Racket Club, so we played tennis every other day, and and then in between days we would hit the gym, and we were in good shape. We did that for about 6 years.
Wow.
My brother and I, yeah, when we were in business together.
Good for you.
Yeah, it was quite an experience. We learned how to play tennis pretty good, and you know,
Yeah. Shut up, Daisy. Get out of here. This damn dog bugs me for treats.
oh yeah, I know my cats will be down at midnight sharp, and they want cookies.
Oh, they're really like that.
Midnight sharp. If I'm up still, yeah, they both come down.
Yeah, those cats you got, where'd you get those?
I got one from a friend of mine. He's passed away now, and I got the other one from a rescue. From a rescue,
Oh, okay, cool.
we rescued it and adopted it, and it was a little bit more expensive, but it came, had its shots, had been fixed, and everything was good with it. And he's a great little cat, great little companion.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, cats are okay. They're not, you don't have to walk them. You don't have to bathe them. You don't have to do a lot to look after them. Just empty their litter. And they're still good companions. They like to hang out with you and watch TV or whatever, cuddle with you or whatever. And they make good pets. I don't
Yeah,
mind.
Marty had a cat over in Hilton Head that was missing for 9 years. They were going to put it to sleep. It was a feral cat.
Yeah.
At the last second, scanned the chip and brought it back, and they took it to the vet, and it's back in the house living there again after missing 9 years.
Wow. Yeah, I've heard stories like that before about cats.
9 years.
9 years is a long time.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's nuts. I didn't know that Bezos backed Trump.
I didn't know that either. But I'm not
Yeah,
surprised.
this has been going on since day one. Henry Ford, all capitalists have been involved with politicians. It's nothing new.
No, I
I
mean,
didn't know Bezos. Bezos is like a crazy liberal, I thought. He
Mm.
bought the Washington Post and some other New York newspaper. But other than that, I'd never really heard much about his political interests.
Yeah, I don't know much about Jeff Bezos other than he's filthy rich.
Yeah. And he's got a wife that looks like a transgender or a girlfriend.
Oh, really? One of them.
I don't find that something's weird with her. I mean, if you make Trump's wife look feminine.
Yeah. Or that Brady.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand. You sure about Bezos? I don't think so. I
But
don't think Bezos backed Trump.
yeah,
Definitely Musk. He gave Trump $200 million. That's what I thought too. But he lays low about it. Bezos does.
Hmm.
That's another place that, before, we had this worker crisis that, they were very adamant, the make America a great job, work at Amazon like a fucking slave. And they drug tested. Yeah, that lasted about 3 months. Then they found out that 80% of the people, if you weren't high working there, you'd quit in a week. So no drug testing now.
that's pretty good.
Bezos, Sam Altman, Tim Cook congratulated. They may have congratulated him, but I don't think Bezos backed him publicly. I don't think so. And it is, this is how it goes. I mean, you don't want Trump breaking it off in your ass just because you said congratulations, whether you liked him or whether you didn't. I'm sure it killed Harris to call Trump today, but she had to do it. But I never knew of Bezos being an out of the closet Trump supporter in any way.
And did you see that shot of Biden wearing a MAGA hat?
No.
There's a shot of Biden holding
Are
a
you sure that wasn't photoshopped?
doctor. No, I don't think so. It was him holding a MAGA hat, smiling, and I forget what the caption was underneath it. It looked pretty darn real.
Yeah, but you can't tell nowadays,
No, you can't.
you know? Let's see. Yeah, I'm curious this about Bezos. Of course, this was with his first wife, so that's old news. Let me look. Yeah, he congratulated Trump for an extraordinary political comeback. Yeah, I believe that. Get out of here, dude. You're not getting any more no. Why Bezos is being called out over his message to Trump. Where is this? Washington Post, which I told you about, flooded by cancellations, which is as liberal as it gets. Yeah, I gotta figure this out. Bezos voting records.
Oh, Joe Biden wears Trump hat and tells crowd not to eat dogs. U.S. President Joe Biden traded hats with a Donald Trump supporter during a visit to a fire station in Pennsylvania and joked about Trump's cut off.
But it's not unusual. I know those big sugar owners in Florida that own those big sugar plantations. There were two brothers. It seems to me they were twins, but I'm not sure on that. And one would write a $1 million check, let's say, to the Democrat that was running, and the other one would write a $1 million check to the Republican.
Right, yeah.
Also, I will figure this out later, but it looks like Bezos sends money to both parties, which as a businessman is probably the way to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Bezos faces criticism after executives met with Trump. Yeah, I'm really curious about this. Well, he's getting his ass chewed and he's being called out over that, so I say liberal. And if you liked him, you wouldn't be too happy about that,
I just got to grab something, Tom.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Congratulated. Yeah, I can't see this. Marty Barron slams Bezos' endorsement decision. The former Washington Post editor views the decision to end presidential candidate endorsements as a betrayal of the core principles. He's defending his newspaper's choice not to endorse. He didn't endorse anybody. This is October 29th, 2024. The owner of the Washington Post is defending newspapers. So the paper wasn't going to endorse anybody. Bezos responded Monday in an opinion piece in his own paper saying that most people believe the media is biased and that the Washington Post and other newspapers need to boost their credibility. Presidential endorsements do nothing to tip the scales of an election, Bezos wrote. Yeah, so I'll figure it out later. So it was ever what he did, it was through the paper. Two of the richest men both were spoken out against President Biden and the Democrats. Musk has stated he will be voting Republican. Now, hold on, it might be right here. Yeah, because Bezos also attacked Biden over raising corporate taxes, taxing the wealthy more. So maybe that's what it could have been. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I always thought I would have put my money on Bezos. Yeah, he does own the Washington Post. I said that, which is super fucking liberal. Yeah. But I don't think he gave Trump any money. I don't think you'll find that anywhere. And isn't that what you said earlier? That you said something about money. Yeah, I'd like to. I want to find this out. Anybody else know anything about that? Worries me that Musk and Bezos backed Trump. Bezos didn't back Trump. He just congratulated him. That's the bottom line. Big difference. Musk gave him $200 million.
Wow.
Well, I know that he didn't back him. He just congratulated him. Musk did, Bezos didn't. Good night, Simple Life.
Good night, Simple Life.
Yeah, but you can. Who knows? I mean, maybe he's getting ready to switch parties. Yeah,
Well,
but that's still different than backing him. Of course, Bezos will benefit more than ever by Trump getting elected. That was the criticism of Biden, which he was part of his running platform until it went over to Harris, and that was raise corporate taxes. They're not insane. They're passed through legislation. They're enacted and ratified through the IRS code, and they're approved by everyone. If you had that much money, you get the same tax breaks.
do you want to know what the kind of a drag out of the election results for me is?
Yeah.
Not seeing the chance that they're going to give back the right for a woman to have an abortion.
Yeah, I think that's all bullshit politics too.
Well, was it not a definite possibility that that's what they were going to do if they were elected?
Well, definitely, that's part of the running platform on, a guy that solicits porn whores, grabs pussies, and says a girl could never be a 10 if she didn't have big tits. So it's just ironic that he would give two fucks about an abortion. But
Yeah.
no way on Trump's. Biden, I bet, yeah. They don't give a fuck about that. They think it's the woman's body, and, they find a way out of it.
So what was this that Kamala Harris was saying that if she's elected, it's going to give back the voice to the women again?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That would be a typical way to garner more votes, because the Republicans always play like abortion's murder, which is fucking nonsense.
No, yeah, I know.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah, they were gonna, but it's not up to, they could do that,
I think
influence that, but I mean, that all goes down to this phony belief in when you think life occurs. Is it at conception?
right, yeah.
The Democrats rely on switching your sex, going to 3 bathrooms, paying people that shouldn't be here medical insurance. So it doesn't surprise me that that's something that they'd offer, even if they didn't believe in it. They
Right.
get the votes from wherever they can when the margins are this slim.
So sort of a propaganda in a way.
Totally.
Yeah. It's such a. I just find it so barbaric that it's right. I think every country should allow abortions in the state.
Well, not where Christianity rules, because that's considered murder.
Right. It is.
Yeah. But I'm all for it. To me, I don't think life begins at conception.
No.
No.
It's going to be it's a life as soon as the sperm fertilizes the egg, is it not?
That's when they consider life starts. I think it's after it's born, to tell you the truth.
Well, it's a full
Side of the woman.
Yeah, you think? I don't know.
Yeah, I do. That's what I think. I don't think it can. Leave it to like a Christian to think that that's when, if you've been brainwashed your whole life, leave it to them to think that that's when life occurs. I mean, they're not the judge. They're not scientists. I mean, they think people walked on water, virgins got impregnated, burning bushes, the fucking. I mean, what's one more crazy belief?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I think they should be able to. I think it's, here's the deal. This is where you can set people up on an abortion argument. It's like, oh, absolutely not. It's like, well, what if your, 15-year-old virgin daughter got raped by a HIV positive rapper? Oh, well, no. Well, that's different. It's not different.
Nope.
Because if the argument's the life of the baby,
Still alive.
You
Yeah.
gotta bear the child. That's it. It's the same with the death penalty. I mean, Penny can give you information on that. I mean, they got a rich history, and hey, Jonathan, on the death
Texas.
penalty, and they execute more people than anybody.
Yeah, I know. They have quite a record.
Yeah, but that's the old, that's probably tied to religion.
Do you remember there was a case in Texas where they had performed capital punishment on a guy, and he was partially retarded, and it brought a big uproar. Do you remember that?
What did they do to him?
They killed him. They gave the capital punishment.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
I wonder whatever became of all that, because he uh they killed him, and then they regretted it. They said, "Oh, maybe we shouldn't have done this because he was mentally retarded. He was partially retarded, had mental problems or whatever it was."
Yeah, I vaguely remember that, but I would find it hard to believe they would ever admit that once they did it. It's like the guy committed a crime. He met the criteria. We don't care if he's retarded or not.
Yeah, that's what obviously is what happened. And
Yeah.
Texas being so tough and cut and dry, just went for it.
Yeah, but Penny, if you look at these organizations that get people freed with DNA, Texas is fucked up a lot.
Yeah, I guess.
Especially if you're black. An eye for an eye is Old Testament. You claim to be a Christian, doesn't matter. That's Old Testament. It's not New Testament. Everything changed when you decided to be a Christian. Eye for eye has nothing to do with it.
Look at you,
For
Penny,
a Jew,
talking like
that
an
makes sense, but you're not. You can see how this stuff gets convoluted.
Definitely.
Yeah. And the Christians, now where they get away with it places is believing the law of the land, but it is an eye for an eye. That's old school. That was before the New Testament.
Yeah, Old Testament for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a complicated issue. It wouldn't be complicated for me. Unless that fucker was in a bassinet, he's going down.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's all sorts of studies out there. Everybody thinks that because a child's born that everything's hunky-dory. Well, it's not. If you look at crime statistics and calculate the typical number of the age of people had they been born instead of aborted, crime went down big time. That's because a lot of these hooligans were from unstable, crazy people.
Right, yeah.
Never planned on raising them right.
They were on that path to become criminals.
Yeah. I mean, now, is that a way that you eliminate crime, is by killing babies? Well, that's not for me to decide.
Yeah, that sounds very futuristic.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But, yeah, I forget the name. There's an acronym for this outfit that goes around getting these people. Once this DNA testing came out, I mean, God, man. I mean, there's all sorts of guys on death row that they ruled out.
Yep.
So it's not a perfect system. But I mean, how bad was it? Who knows? Yeah, I agree with the law, but I mean, and it's a faulty logic and argument to say, well, it costs so much. That's a different deal. When you're executing people, as opposed to the $1.5 million bill it costs to go all the way up to the Supreme Court, it's a different argument. It's not about economics. It's about whether you have the right to kill people or not. But you'll find tons of religious people that said in good conscience that get off juries because they said they're never going to vote for the death penalty no matter what. So it's just one of those big, huge, it's like being a homosexual or a trans or any of that shit. You're always going to get different angles that are not going to agree. It's like the Jews and the Arabs. It's never going to be resolved. It's just the way humans have evolved. You
Get
know?
used to it. Yeah.
Yeah, get used to it. So now, what's the deal over in Canada? You can go get an abortion, can't you?
Yep.
So
Right.
I suspect that that's what, this is another one of these deals where, if you're in Detroit, who gives a fuck? You drive over to Windsor.
Yeah. That's what
And
I
I'm
thought.
sure there's going to be plenty of people that are going to their neighboring country if they need an abortion. So, yeah, I mean, we're not doing it here, but it isn't keeping it from getting done.
I wonder if it's legal in Mexico.
I doubt it. Catholics.
Heavy Catholic, yeah.
Big time, yeah, fuck no. And I bet all the people in the legislature and the judicial system, I mean, they think nothing of lopping 10 heads off for a dope deal gone bad, but they're not going to support anybody. They don't have the greatest reputation for wearing rubbers.
That's
They won't take birth control pills. That's why Mexican families are huge.
yeah. Yeah. Nothing else to do in those dark, lonely nights. Might as well mount the little lady.
Right. But you look at, at least in this country, I don't know what's going on in Canada, the birth rate's way down and they're concerned about it.
Yeah, we would probably be the same, I think, as you guys.
But you guys are kind of like, well, you got your share of French Canadian Catholics too.
Oh yeah.
So it's interesting, how this, it must not be the majority. Because if it were, you wouldn't have the ability to get an abortion and all sorts of other shit.
No, you're right. But it's been, I think it's been past for us now quite a few years, like 20 years, I think. You got to find that out when abortion became legal here in Canada, because at one point it wasn't. Have you heard of a Dr. Henry Morgenthau?
No.
He had an abortion clinic here in Toronto, and he had the first one, and he was one of those crusaders fighting for a legal abortion in Canada, and he got arrested a few times, and he kept on doing what he was doing, and finally Canada smartened up and allowed it, and then his practice, he continued to practice for years after until he passed away just recently.
Now, was he like, the horse's patoot or some kind of hero amongst the liberals?
I guess he would have been a real hero.
Yeah.
Because of, being arrested, being taken away several times, but still coming back and performing more abortions because he believed it was the right thing to do. He was doing the right thing. He was fighting for a cause.
Yeah. Now, do you guys have we have hospice over here? You get cancer and you're bedridden at home. Do they come over and give you morphine and stuff for palliative care?
Yeah. We have full.
And that's part of your medical coverage, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. If you're at home and you're like really ill and you can't look after yourself, they assess you, and then they provide you with everything you need. You'll have caseworkers coming in and out of the house all day long. Between cleaners, okay. They send cleaners to clean your house. They send occupational therapists if that's what you need, to stretch you and move you around a little bit. They take good care of the sick up here.
Oh, okay. Huh. Now, did you get like some kind of our version of Social Security, you said, and Do you get taxed on that?
I'm not sure. Probably.
You'd be collecting it by now, wouldn't you?
To me,
Yeah.
I'm only 60. You have to be 65.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
Yeah,
They keep raising ours.
I know. I heard.
67, we're trying to go to 70.
Come on, give the people a break. Let them
Well, but that's
retire.
all, But this would
Are they really?
under the
Are they
Trump,
really sorry, go ahead.
this would change under the Trump regime because the way they is now, they're running out of money at the federal level because everybody's getting it, and even people that shouldn't be here.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Yeah, I think that horse is already out of the barn, JMO. You look at Oakland and LA and San Francisco. Who would have ever guessed in a million years that San Francisco would be turning into what it is now? It's hard to believe. Chicago,
War.
turning into a total dump. Bend in Portland, Oregon. Anywhere where all these liberals live. The sanctuary cities.
This group Antifa. Again, I guess they're liberals too.
What is it?
Antifa. You
What's
know
that?
them? I thought you would have heard of them. Antifa.
What do they do?
They're like a protest group who just cause trouble.
Yeah, right.
Black Lives Matter, everything.
Yeah, we have the Ford Foundation over here. They're the same way. Just cause trouble. They want to make it. They want to tear down government. That way, the poor and the criminals and the crooks won't be discriminated against anymore. They want to take. California's the worst for that. They just let out a whole slew of gangbang murders from bullshit in Oakland because a cop had mentioned that where they were from was a high crime area. Therefore, it biased the jury and they should all be retried. Only in Oakland, California. You'd have to be out of your fucking mind to live there.
Wow.
Yeah, they can steal 950 or less, and it is a misdemeanor. Yeah, well, Chicago went that way too, which is why the Magnificent Mile is a fucking dump now. And no, everybody's afraid to shop there. Even the police, that was their golden egg when I lived there, and for 80 years, the shopping district. Even the cops tell you now not to go out after the sun goes down, taking your life into your own hands, smash and grabs. Even the nice, high, trendy businesses that aren't out of business now, they're anticipating a smash and grab. So you don't have the big windows now for displays. They're all bolted in with plywood.
Wow.
Yeah. Detroit too, another fucking dump. Philadelphia, shithole. Milwaukee, riddled with crime. Seattle's a fucking dump. Another liberal haven. Yeah, I mean, it's just people were tired of this bullshit.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it was an amazing story. That's true. Except that motherfucker went and traveled the world and stole all the artifacts wherever he could get his hands on them. Stole fucking totem poles, gold ingots, skulls, bones. Back then you could get away with that shit. Well, all that bullshit in the Field Museum, which they named after him, has been returned. You don't have enough fucking sane people in that state to push back. Yeah, you look at what the Field Museum has had to return with regard to artifacts that Marshall Field and his cronies stole. 74.4% voted for it. Yeah, I mean, that sounds good. But so how was this $1,000 limit, was this just legislated or voted on? Yeah. Yeah, what they really raped the Inuits, the indigenous natives of Alaska, and they stole all their fucking totem poles. They had to send them all back. I mean, Marshall Field was one of the worst, but in fairness, everybody was doing shit like that. Yeah. Well, Texas, yeah, but they're not doing that in Texas. Though. They're going to go down swinging. And everybody that's sympathetic to these illegal immigrants, go talk to a Texas landowner along the border and the nightmare it's been for them. I mean, basically, if you're not willing to stay up all night, you don't know what's going to happen. Proposition 47. Well, I don't. Texas, they stand pretty firm on that kind of stuff. You don't really appreciate the illegal immigrant things until you live in a place like Arizona or Texas, and you're a border town. Yeah, I mean, that's quite different from a bubble bath in Athens, Georgia, Madison, Wisconsin, or Ann Arbor, Michigan. It's unfucking believable, which is why the liberals lost big time. People are sick of this shit. It's our last hope. And, really, we had to elect a fucking jerk like Donald Trump it's our fucking last hope. It would have continued to get worse under Harris. I mean, it was one crazy fucking thing after another out of her mouth. And, just like on these chats, when we would discuss who was running, they'd take 15 fucking minutes to tell you how bad they hated Trump. And then when you asked them about Harris and why they were voting him, they didn't want to talk about it, or they're not getting into that. Yeah. Translation, there was nothing to say. Nothing. Yeah. Soften the boundaries and people have had enough. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, good luck to you. But here's the question. Why did it have to get this bad? And people have had enough. 2014. Well, that's 10 years ago, right? Yeah, no, yeah. Florida's like that too. What do they call that law in Florida? Stand your ground. Yeah, Florida's.
Right, yeah. Where you can shoot somebody if they come in your house. That law?
You can anyway. You can shoot somebody out of all sorts of circumstances down there if you feel your life's threatened.
Right.
I mean, they're pretty liberal compared to other states.
If I had to take that shot, and you have to worry about, which state am I in and what kind of trouble I might get, you probably would.
Yeah. Although a lot of states have reciprocity. But there are lots of places you can't carry guns no matter what.
Right.
Churches, bars, big assemblies of people, like concert venues.
But how about having it in your home? It's the gun over the...
A lot of that stuff's like wives' tales myth. You got to drag them into your home. That's a bunch of fucking bullshit. If your lighting's been threatened and they fucking fall face down dead 50 foot out in a public street after you can demonstrate you were robbed, you're fine.
Yeah.
What they don't want you doing is chasing people down the street unarmed and killing them a mile away.
Shooting them in the back, yeah.
Right, that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the world's just fucking nuts. Look at Chicago. All the dirtbag criminals have guns because they don't give a fuck about rules, regulations, and paperwork. And all the executives and housewives, they make them jump through a million fucking hoops to have a gun to protect themselves.
Right, yeah.
Liberals. You know what else was kind of surprising is these endorsements by these black celebrities. Obama didn't do fucking dick for Harris. Neither did Oprah's nod.
That's true.
Yeah.
He got a lot of celebrities to stand up for them. And
that Hollywood power play is about over. They're tired of them too.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it's so it's like you just it's worth a chance. I'll never be completely happy with voting for him, but it was the best of two choices. If you want to switch sexes, don't want to work, have a marijuana store in every corner in your town, shoplift up to $1,000 and get the same penalty you would for an expired license plate, well, then vote for Harris. I mean, business is dead under their leadership. They make, raise corporate taxes. Who do you think's making the wheels go around? And everybody bad-mouthing federal government. It's still the best country in the world to live in. It's not perfect. There's all sorts of problems, but tell me a better place. And if it's better, why aren't you living there?
Canada. I am.
Yeah, Canada's good too. I always had like secret fantasies of wanting to live in Canada.
Yeah, you didn't find the right broad. A Canadian
Yeah,
broad.
no, I tried. Oh,
Yeah.
I would have loved it. And Canada is very protective about their, they don't want these fucking dirtbags from Detroit coming over there. You see, look across the river. Compare Windsor to Detroit.
Yeah.
And they're bragging now. The crazy liberals that are running Detroit now bragging that fucking crime's down 33%. Yeah, that's because 44% of the population is left over the last 50 years.
Right.
1,450,000 people living in Detroit. Now it's about 510. That's why crime's down. It's not
Wow.
because they're doing a better job.
Wow, that's hardly any people at
I
all.
know. Yeah, no, it's a skeleton crew.
Wow.
And these fucking liberals lie about these fucking melting glaciers and all this bullshit too. They take a short, recognized model, like 7 to 10 days, multiply it by 30 years, and then
Right.
print these stories about there'll be no polar bears. Yeah, that's true if it lasted for 30 years, but it's not gonna. If you look at the Middle Ages, we had a warming spell worse than the one we're having now. If you look at the Ice Age, you can't blame that on CO2 and hairspray.
Could be the earth just being the earth, you're saying.
That had something to do with it. Detroit mainly failed because of Kwame Kilpatrick, who fucking Trump pardoned, which I got a major problem with. But that's politics, because you know what? Trump got a lot of the black belt. I'm sure when he pardoned that fucking scumbag, who they think Whitey sent away for no reason, God knows how many people voted for him. You just get sick of it. You really do. And people now, like people like your buddy Chris, he may have to get a job instead of just, because he didn't get fucking rubbed as a baby enough and never worked a job, and all he does is collect DVDs and badmouth the government, wants to defund the police department. He may have to go out and work now as a greeter in Walmart or something else.
When I see people with Down syndrome going to work and having jobs and
Yeah.
trying to be, useful and part of society,
Yeah.
I think he could too. I mean,
Oh, he doesn't want to. This is how you get molded in the system. He's rewarded for being a fucking deadbeat. Now, I do think he's a lunatic, and I think he'd be a fucking nightmare as an employee. Same with Debbie. Oh, my joints hurt, Yeah, why don't you lose a fucking 150 pounds?
yeah,
How
I
about
mean,
that? They're textbook examples of what went wrong and how they were coddled. And they're another anti-police group, defunding them. They'll be the first fucking people in the world to call when someone's breaking into their house or apartment. Outsourcing, part of the reason for outsourcing is because in this fucking place, you couldn't afford to have employees anymore. With these, and if Harris would have got in, more corporate taxes from what, the 41% of the companies that are around today that survived bankruptcy and fucking Chinese imports. And now you want to raise corporate taxes, workers' comps through the roof, liberal juries in places like Detroit and Chicago, hand out to the farm, everybody settles for higher rates. That gravy train is over. You got to get a job now. All these people taken out of the system that never paid a fucking dime. And think about this. You sit home and you profile everybody that voted that way, that even from this chat, mainly takers. It's either them or family members that never contributed, never gonna. Capitalism's the enemy. Big business is ruining our country. Those are the same people that drive 50 miles away to shop, but yet tell you on a chat that they support local business. Bullshit. Going to college and getting your tuition waived. Going to big, giant medical universities like the University of Michigan and not paying. Being triple certified and being eligible for drugs that people that work their whole life they can't get because they can't pay the deductible. We're fucking tired of it. And the voters showed that. Yeah. A good example of what? Jeff Bezos said in 50 years, Amazon won't be in business. That was a good company when it started, but they turned into bullshit too. They've been caught fucking, all those, you used to be able to rate it and, believe it. Now it's all a bunch of fake bullshit reviews, bunch of junk. You buy the coffee off there and you think, oh, I'm paying for this fucking coffee and it's half as much. Yeah, those are the beans that fell out of the fucking
Yeah, right. Out of the can, rolled down
overseas.
And they collected it at the bottom.
Yeah, well, everybody's buying for overseas, but it's too expensive. This is the point. You can't afford employees over here anymore. Okay, that's the point. Of course, you buy from overseas. Everybody does that. What do you think fucking Apple does? Microsoft, all their customer service, 99% of it is in fucking some rice field in Thailand. Customer service, try and get an American-speaking person nowadays. Be careful what you wish for, because everything is outsourced because the wages are too high here. There's not enough profit margin. Apple, Amazon, Walmart, boy, they haven't talked that made in America bullshit in 35 years. Because you couldn't afford to shop there either if we weren't getting from China, where they were working for $1 a day.
That's right.
Yeah. It's globalization now. Everybody gets everything from everywhere. It's just the way it is. I mean, we're not getting shit shipped over in containers from China because we can afford to make it here. That's why you got these like garbage sellers like Aldi's, Save a Lot. That's all people can afford anymore. Yeah, there's plenty of reasons to outsource. It has nothing to do with greed. It has something to do with runaway inflation, ridiculous liability from liberal juries, crazy workers' comp rates. Outsourcing is because of inflation and high labor. Now these crazy liberals want to legislate livable wages to companies that are already hanging in there. What happens to getting qualified and applying for jobs that pay better where you'll make more? Now you want to take Joe Blow, Michigan, that fucking idiot they got running that state. Like 39% of restaurants are out of business in the last 11 years. COVID didn't help, but they were going out of business way before that. You get like $2.56 an hour plus tips. That's how the restaurant and wait staff has worked forever. Now, starting in February, everybody gets $13.27 an hour, even if there are no customers. What a great idea. She's almost as bad as Granholm, another liberal that almost single-handedly took Michigan off the map for anything. Yeah. Crazy. But that's the way it is. Yeah. When you look at that, it's just there was no choice. Everybody that voted for her has not a clue how inflation works. They've never been self-employed. They've never owned a business. They got a bunch of relatives that don't work. And to them, that's security, like Chris's mentality. The last fucking thing you want in office is someone that's going to make you responsible. Fucking liberals are the cause of all this goddamn, in Florida, they're trying to take away this recreational marijuana because just like Colorado, they've had regrets. Nobody wants to go to work. Fucking car accidents are through the roof.
Wow, what's wrong with people?
Yeah, there's just fucking nuts. Yeah, and people, this is our last hope. The good news is the vice president seems sane. So even if somehow this bullshit sticks with Trump and he gets put in the can, he'll be calling the shots there from his fucking unlimited Verizon cell phone plan.
Like a mob boss.
Yeah. But this is the last shot. If she would have got elected, it was over.
Right.
Raise corporate tax, give everybody money that doesn't deserve it, pay your rent and your insurance even though you shouldn't be here. It just went on and on and on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nuts. But JMO, it's globalization now. Now, I'm not worried about our tariffs. They should be worried about theirs.
Oh.
JMO, if you voted liberal, I mean, what more do you need to witness than the last 4 years? I mean, are you retired or a trust fund baby or what? And plus, you live in California. I mean, yeah, but we're also going to protect the integrity of manufacturing here. What are you worried about? We're going to be paying tariffs on. I mean, aren't you more concerned about jobs and businesses here? Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will. They worked the last time Trump was in with the steel industry. Went right to shit again as soon as he lost. Steel's a perfect example. I mean, you live in California, for God's sakes. I mean, all the corporations are leaving. Yeah, they agree, but it was the liberals, though. It wasn't the conservatives. I mean, why not just wear tie-dyed shirts, burn incense, smoke dope all day, and never apply for a job? Yeah, it was all pushed through liberals, liberal governors. It's not going to send us into a recession. We're already in a fucking recession. We've been going downhill for the last 4 years. Hey, JMO, just in a nutshell, tell me some of the things that you thought Harris was going to do for us. It shouldn't take long, other than raise corporate taxes and let every illegal get full medical care.
Oh.
What were you counting on? I will admit a big problem with Trump is that a lot of people just hated his guts and would have voted for a ground squirrel instead, which I get. I'm talking about, have you ever been self-employed? And I know you must not own a business. Yeah, put the cherry on the top, but that's not inflation. That's exactly right. The pandemic didn't help, but it hurt every country globally. It wasn't just us. Not much you could have done about the pandemic. Yeah, it's just been a constant decline. You can check this by a leader that works for us. Yeah, good luck. Well, who? So you thought Harris was working for us all. And you live in California. What kind of business is it? Yeah, look at what rent is, yeah. Look at the price of cars. How about insurance rates? Are you happy with those in California? You can't even get insurance in a lot of places in California. What type business is that? Well, financial advising. Okay. Well, I mean, the public spoke.
That's right.
Work like it's supposed to. I just think if the things that you're mentioning were there, why was it a landslide victory for somebody else? I mean, what am I missing here? We do, and you lost. Yeah, that's a good question, boy. I'm the wrong guy to ask. I mean, look at the price of everything. I don't know. You know, I can remember thinking in the 70s with that oil embargo, and again, like maybe in the mid 80s, and I'm thinking, God damn, man, I can't believe I'm living in this part in time. And it got much better. I mean, Ronald Reagan saved our ass the first time. Care and unity of our country. Yeah, good luck. Where are you talking about? You certainly can't be talking about California. One of my accounting professors. You got to put your own feelings aside. The whole. Yeah, that's exactly right. I think Trump's a fucking jerk, but I still voted for him. No, we're not. That's true. You look at like Italy, Germany. It's true. It is worldwide. That's true. But it can be controlled better. Just do me a favor. Write down what interest is now, the cost of fuel, the cost of corporate tax, and see what they're going to be a year from now. Do you like your insurance premiums? But see, that's the problem. You had to give away the farm to get elected. I mean, are you okay with illegal immigrants getting full benefits compared to people that work their whole life that don't? Yeah, they were. Biden closed down the pipelines and pushed fucking windmills and solar panels instead of fossil fuels. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
You watch, Mark. I want you, please keep in track of this. Things are going to get better, not
I hope
worse.
so. I hope you're right. I mean, that's all I want to see for you guys down there. It doesn't matter to me who you
You're
are.
talking about Enbridge. That's just one cog in a giant wheel. The pipeline goes to Canada. It's Enbridge. It goes through West Branch, where I lived. You know about Enbridge. Enbridge big over there where you're at, Mark?
Yep, sure is.
Yeah, that's just one pipeline. Just pay attention. It's all going to be published and see what happens the next year.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, it's just, it got crazy. I mean, I don't think you were privy to information that other people weren't. They voted and there's been a change, and it wasn't because things were good or trending better.
Shows you how bad the polls are, because the polls right before election day showed them as almost neck and neck.
Yeah, that's CNN mainly.
Yeah,
Even Fox is kind of turned on Trump.
really.
Yeah, they blow hot and cold.
Yeah, I thought they were always kissing his ass.
They were, but it's spotty now.
Hmm.
CNN, they fuck with them every way they can.
Yeah, I kind of picked up on that.
Yeah.
They sure like to report everything he said, everything wrong he said, everything.
Yeah, right. Yep. Well, we'll find out. I mean, if things were good, why wasn't she elected? I mean, you still didn't say what her platform was to make America better. What was it? Just name me two things. Just two things. She never said. Nah, if you stay in the middle, it's just like voting liberal. Well, just give me two things that you relied on. No, just tell me right now, just two things that she was going to do. Not what somebody else said. Two things you thought she would have made better. Yeah, they do implode. Yeah, they do too. Yeah. That's the liberal media. They even, like, if you were looking now at the electoral votes last night, that shit was ancient too. They just could not get themselves to update that shit like they would have if Harris been winning. Yeah. Just tell me two things you wanted to support first-time home buyers and new businesses. Yeah, what was the plan for new businesses? Since first-time home buyers already have a program out there. Yeah. Yeah, what that means is you get in for nothing and foreclose under Fannie Mae 3 years from now. That's what that fucking liberal Jew from Detroit did. Quicken Loans. They were charged criminally, and I never followed up on how that was adjudicated. They were knowingly giving loans to people they knew they couldn't pay back, that went into foreclosure, that were covered by the feds. Yeah, 50,000 for a small business. Like what, a fucking head shop? A tie-dye t-shirt business? 50 fucking grand. Small business. Small business is out in globalization, which is why all the small towns in every state are vacant where businesses used to exist. It's over. Look at blight in every major city.
So it must be incredible to own a property in one of these towns that got deserted and to have to just give up what you've been paying, trying to pay off for years and years and years,
Mhm.
and then the town deserts, so you desert. I mean, you lose everything, don't you?
Yeah, she says that the GOP wants to reduce Medicare. Yeah, you're letting every fucking illegal on it right as soon as they get over here. And if you have A and B, you have to pay for it. It costs me about $700 a month. And I was born here and paid into the system my whole life. And they're not going to tax Social Security. Stephanie said she's going to have between $150 and $200 more a month now. Yeah, that's exactly it. Well, you look at, that's another thing about liberal towns. Look at Detroit, which is dumb, and look at what their tax rate is. You pay some of the highest taxes and get nothing, including snow plowing on major streets and garbage pickup. Why what? Had a major hurricane, and since I had money in the bank, no one helped us. Yeah, there, bingo, there you go. Right. But if you'd have came over here illegally, You could have went to a place like New York, got on Medicaid, got a stipend, had your rent paid, got food stamps, and they'd have helped you find a fucking job. All on the people that paid into its dime. No, you're being penalized because everybody's getting paid and not paying into the system, but people like you. Where Stephanie fucked up is she gave a fuck and worked 2 jobs. I mean, you could argue on paper that is Chris smarter or luckier? He doesn't go to work every morning. He doesn't give a fuck. That's for other people to do. I mean, he's probably taken out of the system through what he gets a month, the dollar amount for like 8 or 10 retirees. And he never worked, just took. Now, his dad did supposedly, and what he probably collected for what, like you're supposed to 10, 15 years? Well, Chris took over the payouts but never paid in. She's not going to pay more. She's going to have $150 to $200 more. Look at utility bills and see how they're going to be reduced. Yeah, same job for 24 years. Penny, were you happy with the last 4 years, the way things were trending? You know, remember the days when you go into fast food and it was teenagers getting experience? Now it's people in their 60s and 70s because they can't make it on their retirement and Social Security. And they're not working full-time, part-time for extra things. They're working full-time to keep from getting evicted. In the last 4 years, there have been thousands of people that have had their house paid for but can't afford to pay the taxes. Which is why the liberals thought it would be a good idea to open a dope shop on every corner. Now, Mark's got a legitimate pain issue. And even if he smoked it before then, he didn't use it as an excuse not to work, and he had a career. That's different.
Definitely. Definitely. I worked all my life.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Of course, I do it a little differently now.
Yeah, right. But you paid the piper.
Oh, yeah. I worked hard.
You paid into the system.
I paid a lot of taxes, and I made employment.
Yeah, you're eligible, and that's how it's supposed to work.
And I made employment for a lot of people.
Right. Yep. Well, I mean, so JMO, you think that Trump shouldn't have won? Yep. Worked hard for years too. Smoke pot and drink scotch and some things, but I have a job. Yeah, big difference. That's exactly right. Yeah, you go to work. That's the biggest difference. You look at chronic marijuana use, and it doesn't exactly promote the most motivated people in the world. You know, on the weekends, but not every day. And fuck no, she hates Trump. Well, you tell me about well, looking back the last 4 years, were you happy with it? He was way better. If you look at his record compared to when Biden was in, he's going to deliver as good as he can. I mean, you thought it was okay for all these people that shouldn't be here to get Medicare that aren't legal? Yeah, but were you happy with the way the last 4 years went? Were you satisfied with that? Yes or no? You were happy with the last 4 years? Right. No, I mean, well, the public spoke, and she got fucking creamed. Nah, no, everybody covered from the pen. Nah, bullshit. Not
I,
true.
I got to be honest. I mean, I don't know much about what your needs are as a country and the platforms that the politicians speak about and such.
Yeah.
But I think that I did kind of like Harris, and I thought that if there was going to be a first woman president, I think she would have maybe have been a good candidate for it. And I do kind of um, think that. I mean, of course, the best man won for public opinion. Uh, will she stay now? Like, do you guys argue? Like, she will lead the opposing party in the House of Commons, or do you have such a thing? Or
Well, you talking about like the Senate?
yeah, well, what do they meet and discuss? What's the name of where they meet and discuss every day how they're going to run the country?
A cabinet.
That's the cabinet.
Yeah.
Okay, we call it the House of Commons. And
Okay.
there, the opposition of the leader of the opposition is squares off with the leader of the leading party, and the parties face off against each other and haggle through business of the country, right?
Right.
Just basically.
Yeah.
So she will continue on and do this in that capacity, or will
No, she's done now.
she's gone? They're going to pick a new leader, right?
Right. With a whole new cabinet. I don't know what she'll do. I'll tell you one thing though, and you never know. I mean, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. But if any survey that I've read anywhere, even on like a CNN site, of the people that voted as a Democrat, and even the people that voted for Harris this time would never vote for her again.
Right.
The Democrats felt that she was a weak. Her campaign platform was fucking terrible.
Oh, I didn't know all this.
They didn't pay any attention to the polls, just brought up old bullshit. She would only do interviews with scripted questions, spent a lot of time talking about Trump's personal indiscretions, and the results showed what people thought. She is a fucking idiot. This isn't going to be somebody that's going on to bigger and better things. She's never going to get anywhere near the level of what Hillary Clinton achieved, who I didn't like either, but is like 25 times smarter.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think COVID was a man-made sickness by the Chinese. Now, how it got disseminated, I'm not sure. No, not terrible, Drifter. That's exactly right. No, but it was just a poorly... I mean, did you see how many blacks voted for Trump? It's fucking crazy. Yeah, nuts. Well, I mean, my condolences. You got creamed. I guess most of the people didn't think like you do. There's something not adding up in your story either. I'm not quite sure what it is. But there's no fucking way you could be self-employed, living in California, and think this way. And it also makes me wonder that's why you never come up on the chat. Yeah, well, then you should have voted for Trump. No, I love Elon Musk. Not perfect, but and he had enough fucking nuts to come out and support somebody. If I was selling electric cars, I think I'd just be like the Jeff Bezos route. And honestly, it's just my opinion, doesn't mean shit. But if you look at it from a political sense, he was fucking stupid to congratulate Trump. And I'll bet it was just in hopes of Trump not. Trump already fucking talked a lot of shit about Amazon last time. He hated Jeff Bezos and his newspaper. So, Jeff Bezos, super bright guy. And you have nothing to lose by saying, hey, look, let's start over. Congratulations. But he didn't endorse him and he didn't give him a fucking dime. No, but something's not adding up here. There's no way you could be from the state of California and think the way you do. I mean, the state's a fucking wreck. You can't get insurance in a lot of part of California. Businesses are leaving left and right. Your major cities are fucking dumps. Houses are nobody can afford. Rents through their fucking roof. Yeah, just especially somebody that's in a financial advising business and you voted for Harris. It's just not adding up. That's why. I don't know of anybody that has anything to do with a financial business anywhere that voted for Harris. I mean, that state's a fucking disaster. It's right up there with New York. I tell you what I would be, I wouldn't want to live in California now. And I will say, and I'm not saying this is an admirable trait, but Trump is a vengeful motherfucker. And this is part of the screw that's loose in his personal life. You guys aren't getting any benefit from the federal government for the next 4 years. And neither is New York.
Really?
No fucking way.
Wow.
You'll be lucky to get a fucking gallon of water if you have an earthquake. No, he's a vindictive son of a bitch, man.
Oh, I know, but.
And how did Arnold Schwarzenegger get elected there?
Right.
You had that crazy fucking kook, Jerry Brown. Yeah, I just. In what form? What form? What are you talking about? California gives excess money. What states and what money and from where? I say open discussion, but I'll tell you one thing. It's hard to like somebody that thinks this way. I mean, maybe there are people out there that can separate this bullshit and it doesn't bother them. Well, I'm not one of them. I mean, friendships and relationships are like it's reciprocal. You get something out of one another. Rich conversation, political ideology. You like the same books you read. But when it gets this far out of the box, if you lived in fucking Toledo, Ohio, this would make more sense. But there's no way you can be in the financial industry, live in California, talk about $50,000 for small businesses, which there are none. You can't even get insurance in California, plenty of places, but yet it's $50,000 for small business. Yeah, illegal immigrants and minorities. You try and get that $50,000, will you? You're a small business. Would have never happened. Never happened. Yeah, federal tax, that's true, but that's like a stretch. You could say that about anywhere. And what states are getting it? Well, we'll see. No, I didn't look at it. I didn't. I listened to as many as I could, probably not all of them, but all Harris's open forums and speeches and debates, and I think she never really said anything. This was a last-minute ditch attempt when your hero started saying at different rallies that he didn't even know what fucking state he was in. They never planned on this happening. And they were just kind of painted into a corner. How my money spent in this economy and our borders are more secure. Everything. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I mean, I think you'd agree too. Trump's definitely got his problems. But when it comes to the country as a whole, and the infrastructure and interest and fuel and inflation and not letting everybody come over here and take out that never put in, was the only way to go. That's what I thought. You're lucky, Mark. I mean, you guys just are kind of, and a terrorist going down the middle of an airplane asked to see passports. They'll let you go. They're looking for the Americans.
The Canadian, yeah, well.
So we'll see. And where was that $50,000 going to come from for small businesses? You going to take that out of fucking Medicaid and Social Security too? Where was it going to come from? Yeah. Well, it is lucky to have the free opinions. But luckily, it finally comes down to a vote, and most of the people didn't agree with that, and she lost. He didn't research it. I don't think she did either, because when they pinned her down on it, was next question. It's nuts.
Yeah, you know what it kills me, Tom? I gotta say about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
How he's the president of your country,
Yeah.
and he sells you guys shit. He sells you watches, shoes, Bibles.
Most guys wait till they're out of office.
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter didn't have any money when he left office.
Really?
Yeah. And JMO, while we're on this, could you explain to me how the Clintons and the Obamas had hardly any money when they went into office, and they're all filthy rich now? How'd that happen? Was it through capitalism or unemployed illegal immigrants? Where did that money come from? I mean, what's the Clintons own? They own like 7 houses. And the Obamas own 3. Yeah, Carter peanuts. No, but he was broke. That was a losing proposition when he was elected.
Wow.
He had to write books because he needed the money. It's the same with books and engagement, and they're filthy rich millionaires. Other than the lady that did the Harry Potter series, who got filthy rich writing books? Or maybe John Grisham. You could name them all on one hand.
Yeah. Stephen King.
Yeah. Investments. Yeah, okay. You're in financial business. What investments were those? They went from nothing to about 200 million. If you're in the finance business and you invest your clients' money into that, none of them would be working anymore. Yeah, well, that's a whole nother deal. Oh, your spouse is.
Right,
What do you
Christian?
advise people that live in California? Stay there and go broke, or get out while the getting is good? You're probably in too deep to leave, even if you wanted to. Yeah, real estate. crazy. You can have that place. I mean, Oakland's, my go-to example. Mark, you can pay $800,000 for a 800 square foot condo in Oakland, and with the chance of getting murdered there, that's liberal haven.
Well,
It does. I don't get it.
I can't believe it how every town has blight and is going to the shits, it seems.
Yeah, those are the small businesses that they were going to give $50,000 to. Yeah, there's businesses gone, small businesses done here in the United States.
That's sad. Very sad.
Yeah, and it's like everywhere. Every state there's towns loaded with blight, unemployment, high drug use, and people living there that shouldn't be. It's a global economy now. It's a global economy.
It really is.
Thank you. I admit, man, I mean, if there were better choices, I would have voted for one.
You would have probably voted for Republican, whoever was leader.
But, you can't, I mean, people claim independence. The two-party system always will be, isn't going to change in our lifetime. I mean, it's either don't vote or vote for the best of the worst. I mean, I tell you, it killed people to vote for Trump in a lot of respects. Infidelity, foul-mouthed, uncouth, unstable, rude.
Takes the liberty to bullshit every once in a while.
Yeah, I owned a business in '86. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, energy, yeah, I believe that, yep. And how about your workers' comp and liability? And part of the reason for outsourcing, at least with regard to labor, is that fucking 7.5% FICA you got to add to for every employee you have. It's called the biggest town closest. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, thank you, Captain Pepsi.
Trump for life. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the, and how about this? Trump could sip fucking pina coladas and grab ass every day of the week down in Mar-a-Lago if he wanted to. Why would he take this job on if he didn't believe, as a businessman, what it takes to make the wheels go round?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, what was in it for him?
Tough job. I mean, it's...
Yeah, it doesn't say anything. And Trump didn't take his salary either last time. Didn't take his salary. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if he cares, but I mean, he's acting like he cares. Just keep track of all this stuff. There's never been a more important time in the history of politics that you write down everything now: the prime interest rate, the stock market, fuel cost, energy cost, Social Security, Medicare, Medicare Part A and B and the cost of that, and Medicaid and what's happening to that. Yeah, good night. I mean, I just can't get over the fact of like how people think this way. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's all great on paper and, everybody can have their opinion. But when you get this far outside the box, it's just, I think you're nuts. I've never been on here to win a popularity contest. So if people don't like it, they can sign off, unsubscribe, don't come back. That's fine with me. But I'm not going to just sit here over some YouTube channel and keep my mouth shut when this is what I've experienced. You already gave incorrect information about Bezos, and you couldn't substantiate where the $50,000 to small business was supposed to go, but yet you voted for her. No, there's people out there that can do it. I'm fucking doing it. I mean, there's probably channels out there, and if they want to get these bullshit views and subscribers up, they just say we're not going to talk about politics. I fucking was like that for a long time, but I just couldn't fucking take it anymore. I couldn't take it anymore. This is like, like golfing with a neighborhood fucking rapist. It's just too far out of the box. Or a serial killer that moved across the street that got out early. No thanks. Not doing it. People do it other places. I mean, there's got to be channels out there where, it's all hunky-dory and everybody's on the same page politically. Well, we're on the same page here politically, as long as you're not a fucking Democrat.
Yeah, as long as you make the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a no-brainer to me. I can't come up with a 1% reason why anybody would have voted for her. I can't. I mean, sometimes back in the old days, it was like, they're good guys, but I'm not voting for them, but they're decent people. But God, what are you thinking?
I know what
I think this is the major problem of it all. And this is a huge problem, Mark.
Yeah.
He still got elected, and he's hated by 80% of the people that cast a vote for him. This is how low the bar is now. And so many votes went to the Democrats because they hated Trump. That's a problem. That's not going to work forever.
No, you
can't
can't
be doing this crazy shit of paying off porn stars, grabbing asses and talking about pussies.
He's gonna.
Then defending abortion. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's their right to do what? Not here, it's not. I'm not going to listen to this bullshit from these lunatics. You could have a convicted pedophile come on here and talk about the right to molest children, and I wouldn't want to listen to that either. I mean, no. I mean, there's reasons why channels favor ideologies that the channel creator believes in. I think I've demonstrated that I'm for the underdog. And even if you don't like me, I think I have a pretty good idea what's right or wrong. And if you're voting for these lunatics, just go somewhere else. Because I'm just going to eventually end up, this is a channel I came on to enjoy, not to listen to lunatics.
I can't believe I'm listening to you kicking the Democrats out of your channel.
Yeah, well, the smart ones have already left. You know what I mean? And there's plenty of them, but I'm just not going to be that kind of phony. And like I said, YouTube's just like 0.5% of my life. So if they canceled my channel or I lose subscribers or people don't watch the videos, I could give two shits.
Yeah.
I could give a fuck. And if I did, I wouldn't have talked about it and I'd shut up. And I'm not that kind of horror with my personal beliefs. It's not worth it to me. There's nothing worth agreeing with anything they say about that fucking lunatic regime that they actually had all this knowledge, had 4 years to witness this, and still support Harris. But every single one of them, man, they got flies in the ointment. Family members that don't work, family members that are not going to work, odd, weird bullshit. It's not the all-American family. Well, I mean, I think I do, but I'm biased. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't agree. No, that's fine. I don't mind that. Yeah, it's brutally. I honestly, I think it's a manifestation of like mental illness I have, because this doesn't make any sense to have friends, and but it does if you knew my philosophy on having a channel. And it's never been about that, which I think I demonstrated tonight. There's people who've been around here for a long time that I just as soon never came back because of their political beliefs. Yeah, I mean, I got nothing in common with you. I mean, I think you got to have a closed head injury. You're stupid. You don't understand inflation, economics, and you just buy into bullshit that none of you have been able to defend when I've pinned you down about it. You'll spend 15 minutes bad-mouthing Trump, and when I ask you about the platform that Harris ran, you don't want to get into it, or it's no comment. Right? No, I can divide on a personal private channel. No, I can't get it. Like I said, it's like I just can't get. I just don't want to be friends with people this stupid. I just wish they'd go away. There's people that can do it. I can't. You know what I mean? I just can't do it. I mean, I think Mark could probably do it.
I don't hold so much to the political that I don't feel for it that deeply that I would do that. But I do understand what you mean. I mean,
Yeah, I'm just not coming on here and faking like I want to have dialogue with you, because I don't.
right.
Yeah, and that's just me. Is it a fault? Maybe.
Ah,
I mean, but
you
I've made plenty of bad decisions, so I can live with it. I'm fine with it, because I never cared about that to begin with. I'm just thankful that I think this way, or I'd be a fucking total horror and sucking everybody's ass to like, subscribe, view, and all this other fucking stupid shit.
I don't do that either, Tom. I never asked for that.
It's not worth it. I mean, if they like it, they're going to watch it.
Yeah.
And if they don't, they're not. And
They know where to find me.
this is like a job you had, a marriage you had. There's going to be a day when you're going to come to a crossroads where there's something that you just can't fucking stand. And I'm just not the personality to put it on the back burner. There's no motivation for me to come on my own channel and think, oh, fuck, look who's here. It isn't worth it.
Yeah. No, of course not.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And it isn't like you have to be a diehard Republican to be here either. But it's just like, if anybody that I challenged could have came up with a reasonable rebuttal on their choice, I could have lived with that, but they can't. It's all links and bullshit and false things. They're so angry and they're chomping at the bit so hard that they just put their foot in the mouth. The Bezos comment was a perfect example. That him and Musk supported Trump, which was just fucking false. Now, just suppose I hadn't called her out on that, and there were 10 people in here that believed it and ran with it.
Right.
Same with the $50,000 small business thing. Didn't know a fucking thing about it. Not doing it. Just not doing it. So, what are you going to do? It doesn't really bother me either, to tell you the truth. Honestly, this is a load off my mind, because I would have given it to him sooner or later anyway. Private channel with public access.
Right.
Now, you don't have to like black vultures or sushi. But when I avoid all crazy people, not just because of their political interests. And make myself clear, anybody that would have voted for her is nuts. Yeah. Oh yeah, they'll do that. Yeah, they'll do. There's certain companies they'll get rid of you too. You know, if you're a minority-backed place that is constantly giving money that you shouldn't get, you're gonna go with the flow to stay in business. I mean, there's some poor people out there that are forced to go along with this bullshit.
Someone told James he's a racist because he voted for Trump.
Yeah, they're just like you can't. You know, it's like somebody came on here last week and said that how do you want a president running a country when his casino went bankrupt? Well, you know, another typical Democrat. If you spend 5 minutes, lots of casinos have went bankrupt in the last decade for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
Bankruptcy is a sanctioned, legal ability to discharge debt that's signed off by federal judges. Don't get mad at Trump. The casinos, and look at the financial history of all the casinos where his was. Maybe he did mismanagement. Maybe he didn't. They're pretty much Atlantic City's dead. I mean, if you look at any successful guy, somewhere along the way, they've had businesses fail or they went bankrupt. Nobody's batting 1,000. But because you hate them, if that's the only thing you can come up with as to the reason why you don't think he could run the company better than Harris, you haven't done any research. You're just an anti-Trumper. Yeah. Yeah, I would just blow these people off that made a comment like that. I wouldn't give two fucking shits what they said. I mean, because there's no connection to you being a racist and vote for it. They just, you got these hostile lunatics.
Yeah, say anything.
Yeah, these are like the kooks that go back to the schools and shoot them up. You're never going to reason with them.
Yeah, no,
They're not capable of logic. I just, like, if you were at work, you know, I found that it's easier to do things for other people than it is yourself. If I was working someplace, I wouldn't have the liberty to be able to talk this shit. But because I'm representing myself, my own interests, I can tell them to get the fuck lost. Why are you even here if you know that I'm like this and you voted for Harris? Doesn't make sense to me. But maybe you're much better at putting things on the back burner. But this voting under this scenario is huge. This isn't a $10 increase in my electric bill. This is like major. This is like a big deal to me.
Yeah, sounds like it. I mean, yeah.
So, I mean, I know that there'll be people that won't be coming back. Good riddance. Wish I'd have known sooner. Hey, salty girl, how you doing? Yeah, I do. What are you going to do? Keep looking out for that Canadian woman for me, Mark.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And, you know, I don't have any problem with it. I've said that before with any of the things. It's just that who's paying for it? This is the major thing. That's the issue. Especially, you know, they've been talking about, they're worried about Social Security going broke. Well, that's because there's a fucking million people on it that shouldn't be. There's supplemental income for people that worked. And the Medicaid thing, that's even crazier. That's the best insurance you can have. And the only way you qualify is to not work. Great formula. Never pay into it. Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to go to bed, bye. I'm going to sleep like a fucking baby, too.
Yeah, good for you. Me too. I'll put on my rainstorm and
yeah, ours just quit. I mean, it rained like hell for about 3 or 4 hours. I see I got a flood notice. It's weird down here.
really.
It'll be dry. It'll be fire warnings out, no burning. And a day later, it's like you just get a deluge where it'll like just
Poor.
reroute creeks. And the
Right.
day after that's over, it'll be back to too dry again.
Wow.
It's a sandy, weird soil,
Yeah.
you know?
Unpredictable.
Yeah. Well, good night, you guys. Salty girl.
Thanks, Tom. Good night, buddy.
You guys party on.
Good night, everybody.
Mark, you going on tomorrow night? See you, Drifter.
Uh, let's see. I got rehearsals all day, and then I will be around tomorrow. It's Thursday. I usually go on Thursday night.
Okay, that sounds good.
You want to come and hang out?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go to Hilton Head. I don't know if I'm going to go. Tomorrow's Thursday?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to go tomorrow night or wait till Friday morning. But if I'm around, I will.
For sure.
We'll party.
Okay, man.
All
Thanks.
right, have a good night. See you guys. Bye, Penny. See you, James.